Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Sixth Sense Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku knew that Kaken would burn one of his hero journals that day. That was why he copied the most recent one, filled out just enough pages for Kaken to flip through, snort in disgust, and blow it to pieces in front of him. Izuku knew how to show just enough despair to sell the act, and he knew that Kaken and his other friends would watch him fish the charred book out of the school's koi pond. Izuku also knew not to take his usual way home, instead taking a detour through the busier part of town around the quiet underpass he liked. Part of him wanted to linger and observe, to see why he wasn't taking that route today, but he didn't want to be late. Izuku knew that trying to tell anyone that he, Izuku Midoriya, had a quirk, and that quirk was the ability to see his own future up to and including his death, would only result in a painful migraine that threatened to blot out everything he could see. Living with the taunts and harassment wasn't nearly so bad when he could see it all coming, like bracing before getting punched in the face. It wasn't a future he could see, but a gut feeling, a pit of dread in his stomach that kept him from even telling his mother about his ability. There was only one future for him, and it hadn't changed since he first saw it the morning after he was diagnosed quirkless, though he had tried to fight it when he was younger. Izuku knew that, at 4:05 p.m., shortly after class that Friday, a villain with a slime quirk would ambush Kaken in an alleyway near his favorite arcade. Izuku knew that he would arrive just in time to shove Kaken aside. Izuku knew that he would be smothered to death as the villain stole his body. He knew that the morning before walking to school that day would be the last time he told his mother he loved her. He knew he would never live to be a hero, but at least he could die a hero. And after that point, Izuku only saw darkness. So, when Izuku was seconds away from his self-appointed death, vision blurring, brain screaming from lack of oxygen, the acrid taste of the villain burning his mouth, ribs groaning under the internal pressure of the villain shoving itself inside of him, he was surprised when a precise, well-placed punch to the gut made him spew up gallons of slime villain. Izuku took sweet, delicious gulps of air, and looked up hazily at his savior. All Might. Tall, gleaming, in the flesh, perfectly silhouetted by the setting sun, the symbol of peace himself, All Might. Tears ran down Izuku's cheeks at the sight of him. "Are you all right, young man?" his hero asked. Izuku tried to speak, but all that came out of his mouth was a rasping wheeze. All Might's smile faltered a touch, a movement so imperceptible that only years of observing the man's every public movement gave Izuku the ability to see it. "Don't worry, take deep breaths. You're safe now." All Might waved over paramedics in white uniforms. "These fine people will take care of you." As the paramedics helped him onto a stretcher, Izuku reached out, grazing the fabric on All Might's arm. He tried calling his name, but he could only cough. "What is it, young man?" All Might's eyes went to the charred, soggy book poking out from his bag. "Oh, of course. I have a pen on me somewhere." The ink ran a little bit on the damp page, but Izuku didn't care. He had All Might's signature. Distracted as he was, Izuku missed his chance to ask his hero how he changed the future as the doors of the ambulance slammed shut. An oxygen mask was strapped over Izuku's face. As his heart rate ebbed and his breathing slowed, he felt a new future creep into his consciousness, filling the void he had sensed earlier. He saw a kindly doctor run X-rays and MRIs, scanning his lungs and intestinal tract for signs of internal bleeding, verifying that his ribs weren't broken, checking for signs of dead brain tissue. He saw his mom, tears pouring down her face and snot dripping from her nose, sobbing into his shirt as she thanked God and All Might for saving her son. He saw that Kaken wouldn't be there. He saw that he'd be released from the hospital that night, and they'd get Katsudon, even though his mom would grimace as she emptied out her wallet. To his relief, the night went exactly as predicted. Comfortably full, and still a bit sore from the attack, Izuku sat in bed as the new future trickled into his brain. He laughed as the brilliance of the universe's cosmic joke, played at his expense, came into focus in his mind. He wasn't mad. A single day as a U8 Hero Corps student was worth the admission price of aching muscles and popped blisters. He saw himself cleaning a beach, bones popping and muscles burning as he pulled a refrigerator up a set of stairs, running with a tire under each arm, breaking apart a rusted oven with swings of a sledgehammer, loading and unloading garbage into a pickup truck, looking out at a sunrise over the shimmering water, gorgeous white sand exposed out from under the mountain of trash, newfound muscles stretching as the wind caressed them. By the end of that summer, he had calloused hands, a clean beach, and killer six-pack abs. He knew what those muscles were for. He had applied to UEA, thinking at the time he'd never live to see the front doors, that his pre-death application was the closest he could hope to becoming a hero. Seeing them was just as impressive the second time. The written test eclipsed anything he had ever seen in middle school, but he knew how to answer for a passing score. He never thought he would get to hear Present Mike in person. Despite knowing every detail of the entrance exam, he drank in every word of the pro hero's explanation, blissfully unfiltered by the limitations of audio equipment. He knew he would ordinarily never stand a chance against other heroes Tobe in a free-for-all against killer robots, but his quirk showed him the improbable path forward. He ordered pruning shears, a delicate piece of cutting equipment just long and thin enough to slip past the robot's outer armor. He made a makeshift riot shield from an old Lexan guard on the beach, just heavy enough to block the robot's RBB bullets. When the entrance gathered outside Battle Center B, Izuku sprinted for the doors and threw them open while everyone else was milling about. He heard shouts of "Hey, that's cheating" as he left them behind, but from the observation tower, Present Mike shouted back, "Cheating. There's no starting signal for hero work, you just get to it. Now move." Between the head start and the jostling at the doors, Izuku had plenty of time to run ahead. He saw which path to take to run into the most robots, where and when to hold up his shield, and how to angle his pruning shears to slip past the armor and snip their main power cable like a bomb defusal squad. The other applicants quickly overtook him, but even then he found more points taking out robots they hadn't noticed or hadn't quite finished off. By the time the zero-pointer arrived, Izuku had 32 points. He knew that it wouldn't be enough on its own. With a girl trapped under rubble within 20 feet of him, Izuku knew that all he had to do was dig her out and drag her to safety to get another 56 rescue points. He knew that his mother would grasp him with shaking arms and cry tears of joy into his shoulder when he told her he had made it. He knew Kaken would be livid to the point of exploding like a foul-mouthed firecracker that quirkless, pathetic Deku dared to score higher than him. He knew the other students, hero course and general studies alike, would give him disapproving looks, whisper about how he cheated, and even continue the same harassment he had endured in middle school, albeit constrained by the teacher's vigilance and low tolerance for bullying. They would gloat about how quickly he had fallen. What Izuku didn't know was the faculty's reactions as they watched his progress through the battle center. Settled into theater seating, with a couple dozen screens arranged in front of them, the principal and 6 members of the faculty watched the entrance exam unfold from every possible perspective. Each teacher had a remote and their own screen, allowing them to rewind and rewatch video feed from different cameras. Battle Arena B drew the attention of many teachers, in no small part because Nizu had spread word that the one quirkless applicant would be competing there. "Why did you allow his requests?" Shota asked as he watched Izuku pull the pruning shears out of his pants. Sememptus squinted at the screen and asked, "Is that a piece of plastic he's holding?" Nizu smiled and brought out Izuku's requisition forms. Izuku requested that he be allowed to bring a pair of pruning shears and a homemade riot shield. His request was approved, since he claimed his quirk required them to properly fight. "But he doesn't have a quirk," Ectoplasm pointed out. "Which is what makes it so clever. I can't prove his quirk doesn't require those items to begin with if I can't prove what his quirk does." Shota scowled. "That's just a loophole and you know it?" Nizu gave the teacher a shy-teething hamster dog bear grin. "I suppose it is. Then why?" "I was curious." Shota waited, but Nizu said nothing else. "That's it. He asked for the exact 2 items I would have asked for, being in his shoes and knowing exactly what the test would be. Of course I'm curious." "What does that mean?" "I have a feeling we're about to find out." They watched as Izuku bolted for the doors and raced towards the nearest robot. Izuku held the plastic guard in front of him, deflecting the RBB bullets upward. The pruning shears darted forward, sliding through a CHK in the two-pointer's armor and snipping a single wire. As Izuku's point tally hit the double digits, Shota leaned forward, entranced by the skill, or lack thereof, on display. The boy's toned body suggested arduous exercise, and his movements allowed him to dodge every attack, but there was a lack of grace to his steps, an imbalance, struggling to keep his footing during one lunge, nearly falling over when he made a sharp turn that screamed of inexperience. Shota wasn't the only hero glued to Izuku's screen. The other pro heroes let out startled comments as the quirkless nobody passed most of his peers with a gardening tool and a miniature plastic door. "I wonder who trained him," Midnight muttered. "He's good." "I don't know," Vlad King said. "There's something weird about how he's fighting. I can't put my finger on it." All Might leaned closer and said, "I feel like I've seen him somewhere." "Well, Nizu," Shota asked, "what do you think?" The principal hummed tunelessly and took a sip of tea. "I'm stumped." The other teachers turned towards him in surprise. "Stumped?" Shota asked. "He isn't taking the optimal path. Theoretically, had he gone east instead of west, he could have had 45 points by now. Then again, the 0-pointer's west as well." Nizu chuckled and pressed the red button. "I wonder if he knows about the rescue points?" Shota watched Izuku carefully. There was no surprise in the kid's face, no startled jump, not even a reflexive flinch as the 0-pointer demolished a 4-story building with its fist. A girl, Ochako if he remembered right, was trapped under falling rubble. Izuku had been running towards her before the first brick even hit the ground, and he didn't even change course as he ran up to her and dug her out. "Wow, he didn't even hesitate," Cementos whispered. "That kid's got my 10, Vlad King said as he raised his point card. Midnight, Ectoplasm, and Cementos followed suit. Shota hesitated, his hand on one of the lower numbers, looking between his co-workers and the boy on screen. "Something the matter?" Nizu asked. Before Shota could answer, All Might said, "I don't know. My gut's telling me there's something not quite right about Izuku, like there's something missing." "Really?" BLD King asked. He stopped hunting robots to help her out. "I think that's exactly what we're looking for. I think it's his expression. I don't know, I guess it's just a feeling." All Might sighed and put a 10 in the air. Shota looked down at his selection of numbers. Trusting his own gut, he held up a 6. Cementos laughed. "Harsh as ever, Shota. I have a gut feeling as well, and unlike All Might, I trust it over the opinions of others." All Might looked abashed, but he didn't lower his number. "Well, that still leaves him with 56 rescue points," Nizu said. "With that alone, he'd pass with flying colors, but combined with the villain points, well, looks like he's at the top of the class. Bronic, don't you think?" Midnight shook her head. "That kid's something else. Quirkless, unremarkable school record, and he beat everyone else by a mile. Seems like he was too prepared." "Even if he knew what would be on the test," Ectoplasm pointed out, "the fact remains that he was still able to defeat the villains without taking a scratch, and he went out of his way to save another student. He earned his spot." Mutters of agreement went across the room. After they had finished grading the other students, the faculty filed out of the observation room, either heading home or getting work done. As Nizu went back to his office, Shota trailed after him. "He knew about the rescue points," Shota said when they were alone. "Certainly," Nizu cheerfully replied. "I'm curious to see how he'll do in your class. You're letting me have him?" "Of course. He'll benefit more from having you teach him, given his disadvantage." Shota scowled. "And if I think he doesn't have what it takes?" Nizu paused. "Send him to Gen Ed. I'd like to keep an eye on him." "Still haven't figured out how he did it? I only have theories as this point. I'll need your help in narrowing it down." They reached Nizu's office. The principal opened the door for Shota. He reluctantly accepted a cup of black tea and settled into the chair opposite Nizu. "I think Izuku has a quirk." Shota stopped with the cup of tea halfway to his mouth. "How is he not registered?" "He was diagnosed as quirkless at the age of 4. Doctors found the extra toe joint. It's a generally accepted sign of quirklessness, but it's mostly just a myth." Nizu had a mischievous twinkle in his eye as he said, "The real question is why he hasn't told anyone about it. It's an advantage. Nobody can counter a quirk if they don't know what it is. Nizu shook his head. Quirkless kids in his age group stick out. Sad as it is, they're common targets for bullying and harassment, and depending on the school system, the teachers may overlook or even encourage that behavior. Shota's grip tightened on his cup. The mere mention of bullying made his blood boil, even years after his own troubled school life. Did Izuku go to such a school? Unfortunately, which brings me to my point. Exactly how much did Izuku value the secrecy of his quirk that he was willing to endure years of harassment, to the point of physical violence, death threats, vandalism, verbal harassment, and whatever else the minds of children can conceive? Either someone, or something, told him to keep his quirk a secret, or he thought no one would believe him even if he said anything, which I'm afraid is all too likely given the doctor's diagnosis. Shota let out a deep breath. So, what do you think Izuku's quirk is? Some form of precognition, like night eye? Shota felt the realization settle into place, like finding a corner piece of a jigsaw puzzle and seeing how everything else fit together. That's how he was able to dodge and block everything. Nizu smiled at him from behind his cup of tea. Fits nicely, doesn't it? When should we confront him about it? That's the problem. Nizu finished his cup and stared mournfully at the dregs. If we do decide to confront him about it, he will know well in advance, and he will either come up with a defense to prevent us from learning anything, or avoid the confrontation entirely, much like how he could avoid and disarm every robot the test threw at him. Then we can't give him time to dodge. I'm afraid he has all the time he needs. Nizu took a stack of papers out from his desk drawer. He sent in the request for the pruning shears and riot shield 3 weeks ago. If he knew he'd need them so far in advance, he likely knows and is already prepared for whatever we would do. Going off when he bought the shears, we can extend his range of precognition to 5 weeks. I have a feeling it may be even longer than that. Shota felt his hackles rise. 5 weeks. Night Eye doesn't go farther than a couple days. He can, but the visions lose clarity. Whether or not Izuku's purely hypothetical quirk has the same limitation remains to be seen. The emphasis on the hypothetical nature of Izuku's quirk reigned in Shota's excitement. We still need to prove he has the quirk. Correct. All we have is guesswork. I've thought of several other explanations for how Izuku could have performed so well. The precognitive quirk is just the simplest. Then what should we do? Erase his quirk and see what happens? Shota considered the plan as he drank some tea. It had bite to it, but compared to his favored quadruple espresso, it may as well be warm milk. Won't he see that coming as well? Probably, but it's as good a first step as any. As long as we don't directly confront him, I don't think he'll slip away. Shota raised an eyebrow. You think he could escape your surveillance system? If his precognition is as powerful as I think it might be, probably. He threaded the needle perfectly on the entrance exam and achieved the highest possible score. In all probability, with his quirk, he could predict his way out of any net I could weave. You think he's dangerous? Nizu beamed at him. All our students are dangerous, Mr. Aizawa. It's our job to make sure they don't endanger innocent lives. He glanced at his watch and said, I have some reports to send out. Have a good night. Shota set his empty cup on the table and drew his capture scarf around his face. Keep a spot in Gen Ed open. I'm expelling one during orientation. Once the door was shut, Nizu brought out more files on Izuku, medical records since his BRDH, report cards and teacher's notes, the Midoriya family's tax forms and spending history, everything that could feed into his high spec. As each fact fit into the predictive model he had constructed in his mind, he felt Izuku's quirk take shape in the logical void the model diverted around, like an object hidden just below the river's surface that split the current. He suspected it was a boulder, but it could have been a log or a sunken boat, and without dredging up the foreign object, he would never know for sure what it would be. The mystery of it gave him an intoxicating thrill. As Nizu perused Izuku Midoriya's life history, he wondered what had brought the boy to the alleyway by a popular arcade at 4:05 p.m. one Friday afternoon. The morning Izuku packed his bags for his first day at UE felt surreal. His mother wept tears of joy as she rounded up his textbooks and school supplies, and as if the tears were contagious, he started crying with her. He felt guilty, knowing he would disappoint her on the first day, after they had splurged on Katsudon to celebrate. Worse still was the feeling of dread that had been building up in him since he had woken up that morning. His new future was murky beyond his imminent expulsion from the hero course, possibly a side effect from having the future reset on him, but he knew that UA would get attacked by villains at some point, and further beyond that, villainy would rise in the background of his new life. The news would cover villainy attacks on a daily basis, people would shun the streets out of fear of being the next victim, and the heroes would stretch themselves thin, fighting a losing battle to save a society tearing itself inside out. Izuku hoped it wouldn't take long to get back to normal. Letting the goodbyes and tearful hugs drag out as long as he could, Izuku took the latest possible train to UA. Arriving late as he did, he only had to slip by a handful of students before making it to classroom 1A. Anyone that saw him was too busy making sure they weren't late to their own classes to bother him. The timing of his arrival couldn't have been better. Kaken and the guy with glasses that had called him out on mumbling to himself during present mix explanation were in an argument over the merits of their respective middle schools. Uraraka made a beeline straight for Izuku, introduced herself, thanked him profusely for helping her during the exam and congratulating him on passing, which drew the attention of the entire class. Some students smiled at him, some studied him impassively, but most had sour frowns that promised hostility. Kaken was halfway out of his seat when their homeroom teacher cleared his throat. Everyone stared in shock at the bedraggled man in the yellow sleeping bag as he scooted his way over to the teacher's podium, stood up, and unzipped the sleeping bag like a moth emerging from its chrysalis. Even having the benefit of knowing the teacher's face ahead of time, and knowing he had to be a pro-hero, Izuku's search through his hero journals and online forums had come up with nothing on him. That narrowed it down to the underground heroes, which had proven difficult to research given their tendency to avoid the spotlight. 8 seconds. That's how much time you wasted before being quiet. Their teacher pulled a sack of uniforms out of his sleeping bag and tossed it on his desk. Put on your tracksuits and meet me outside. The other students gawked as Izuku stripped out of his clothes right there in the classroom, threw on a tracksuit, and sprinted out to the training grounds. His quirk gave him the benefit of knowing exactly where he would find his teacher. The teacher glanced at his watch as Izuku ran up to him. That's a new record. Heroes need to respond quickly to emergencies. Izuku answered. He knew the answer would get a subtle smile from his teacher, though it wouldn't stop the inevitable outcome of the quirk assessment. Kaken had made it seconds after him, the shirt of his track suit on backwards, winded from trying to beat Izuku outside. Spiky red hair and guy with tail weren't far behind, followed by a large clump of guys, one of whom was carrying a short kid with bulbous hair under one muscled arm, holding him easily despite the smaller boy's furious attempts to head back inside the school. The girls made it outside 2 minutes later, most giving purple hair disapproving scowls. 1 minute and 36 seconds, their teacher said. That's the time of the first student to arrive. 5 minutes and 35 seconds. That's how long it took all of you to arrive. One of the girls stepped forward. You expect us to get changed in front of that creep? She asked, pointing at the shorter student. The teacher gave the offending kid a stern frown, but he said to the class, 48 seconds. That's the average time it takes for a mugger to assault their target and make their escape. Depending on their quirk and the surrounding environment, you might not even have half that time. A girl with jacks sticking out of her earlobes stepped forward. She couldn't quite meet the teacher's eyes. Still, asking us to change in front of the boys? I'm not asking you to go that far. From now on, I expect you all to get changed in your respective locker rooms. With another glare at the Bulboucher boy, he added, I will not tolerate any form of SXL in my classroom, and should I receive complaints, I will expel you. Is that clear? His stern tone compelled nods out of the whole class. Glasses held a hand high in the air and asked, May I speak, sir? The teacher sighed and said, Go ahead. Aren't we supposed to be at orientation right now? That's what the syllabus says we're doing today. An illogical waste of time. I have 3 years to teach you how to be heroes, and I'm not going to waste a single second on something so frivolous as introductions. Do it on your own time. I see. Then what are we doing out here? I'm glad you asked, Ida. The teacher tossed Kaken a baseball. You had to do fitness tests in middle school, correct? This time, you'll be using your quirks. Once you know where you start, you know where you can improve. So, go ahead and give it a try. Kaken's explosion-powered throw went 750 meters, to the amazement of the crowd. The students grew excited. When the pink-skinned girl gushed about how fun it was going to be, the teacher frowned. Izuku braced for what was about to come. Looks fun. You think this is just a game? The teacher's insidious grin chilled the whole class, Izuku included. How about this? Whoever comes in last place across all 8 tests will be expelled. At first, the class stared at their teacher in shock. Gradually, heads turned towards Izuku. A few people grinned to themselves, no doubt imagining the same result Izuku already knew was coming. Expelled on the first day. A kid with yellow hair asked. Isn't that a bit much? This is UA. The teachers here are given free rein to teach how they see fit. The way I see it, it's better to have you expelled than killed by some 2-bit villain. He gestured at the nearby track and said, We'll start with sprints. Get moving. Izuku's work over the summer had paid off, for in each event, he had set a new personal record. Despite the progress, months of pushing himself couldn't compete against the years of rigorous training the other students had. He came dead last on the sprints and hovered in the bottom 5 for everything else, while everyone had at least one test they excelled in, from using acid to slide across the 50-meter dash to asking a bird to carry the baseball. Even students without beneficial quirks, such as the Invisible Girl, outclassed Izuku with pure physical conditioning. By the last event, the ball toss, it became evident to the whole class that Izuku wouldn't make the cut. Ochako and the others with acid and hardening quirks cheered him on as he stepped into the circle, but the rest heaved sighs of relief. Meanwhile, the teacher watched him, impassive, no doubt having already decided to expel the quirkless failure. Izuku buried his rising anger and shame, resolving not to let himself cry. He knew he wouldn't, not when he had seen this coming before he had even started. As Izuku raised his arm, he realized that he couldn't see himself throwing the ball clearly. Everything up to that point had been crystal clear, everything after the toss hazy, like a dream half remembered as he went for a glass of water. Gritting his teeth, Izuku wound back and threw the ball with everything he had. But the repository of future knowledge went dark, as if someone had yanked a television's cord out from the socket. Izuku froze mid-throw, the ball flying limply from his fingertips to land a measly 10 meters away. Deprived of the knowledge his quirk offered, he couldn't be sure, but he could have sworn it was supposed to be a 50-meter toss. For once in his life, he had no idea what to do. Terror set in. He felt the world spiraling out from under him. His breathing quickened. His heart thumped against his ribcage like a trapped animal. Sight and sound were muffled until the present moment threatened to slip away like his future. Izuku could feel the eyes on him. Judging, questioning, mocking, pitying. He had to do something. Say something. He turned towards his teacher. His hair and scarf hovered around him, revealing glowing red eyes and a pair of yellow goggles. The hours spent on internet forums came back to him, and in a moment of clarity, he had figured out what had happened to him. Izuku stammered wildly as he said, "You're Eraserhead?" Mr. Aizawa's eyes widened with surprise, but he didn't blink. "How do you know that name?" As the teacher grew suspicious, Izuku felt his brain melting. Izuku cursed the fact that, out of anything that could have possibly come out of his mouth that moment, he had to have picked the worst possible thing to say. Now Eraserhead had to know he had a quirk. A quirk he had hidden from the quirk registry. An illegally unregistered quirk that he had used to cheat his way into Izuku took a deep breath and clenched his hands. Eraserhead couldn't keep his eyes open forever, but until he blinked, Izuku had to salvage the situation. Somehow. He made himself make eye contact with the teacher, though the stammer stayed in his voice and his thoughts remained in disarray. "Sorry, sir, I was trying to figure it out throughout class today. I knew you had to be a pro-hero of some kind, but I didn't have any idea who you were. I figured you were an underground hero, though I didn't know for sure which one, because there's not a lot of info out there on underground heroes, that's kind of the point, and, you're rambling," the teacher cut in. "Don't waste time." Izuku felt himself blush. "Sorry. Bad habit." Anyways, I figured it out mid-throw and I, kinda got surprised. He could feel the raw skepticism in his teacher's expression as he raised a single eyebrow. You just figured it out. Right now. It's the goggles, Izuku said, pointing to the eyewear hanging around Eraserhead's neck. They're to keep villains from knowing where you're looking at any given moment, so they don't know whose quirk you are erasing. Izuku wondered if it was wise to mention Mr. Aizawa's quirk, whether or not it would make him look more suspicious if he mentioned what that quirk is, or hoped that his teacher will think he didn't realize Eraserhead has a quirk-erasing gaze. Since it's what the hero's most well known for, Izuku decided to include it. The teacher held his gaze for what felt like an eternity. Izuku felt himself wavering before the teacher's cold, calculating expression. I see, Mr. Aizawa said. He closed his eyes. Izuku felt the future come rushing back in, like a river that broke its dam, and nearly wept with relief. Mr. Aizawa tossed him another baseball. Startled, Izuku fumbled the catch. Since I would like an accurate baseline of your physical capabilities, Eraserhead said, and I would like to think you can throw a ball more than 10 meters, you may try again. Don't waste any more time. There were a few snickers from the crowd as Izuku wound up another pitch. This time, Izuku got the 50 meters he had previously predicted, a personal best, but still at the bottom of the class. As the class gathered around Mr. Aizawa, expectantly waiting for the test results, Izuku braced himself for his impending expulsion. His vision of the future rushed forward, giving him vertigo as he tried to make sense of the information overload. Eraserhead displayed the results, showing Izuku in dead last, as expected. All right, let's head back to class. Those weren't the words Izuku remembered. Raising a shaky hand, Izuku asked, excuse me, Mr. Aizawa, what about me? Didn't you hear what I just said? Head back to class. Kaken's hands popped with miniature explosions as he glared at the teacher. What? You're not going to expel the worthless shrimp? Nope. I was lying about the expulsion. The class erupted in an uproar. Izuku, for his part, was too stunned to say a word. What had happened to the outcome he had seen before his quirk was erased? Now that he felt calmer, he could see the future take shape, a future where he stayed in the hero course, despite his failure. What had changed? But silence, all of you. Eraserhead's words cut the chatter like a knife. It was a logical ruse to draw out your full potential. Anyone who can't operate under pressure doesn't have what it takes to be a hero. Now let's go. Izuku could feel himself breaking on the inside. As his future crept outward, he was 5 again, rolling on the floor as 10 years of bullying and a death by suffocation played out while the All Might video played on loop above him. 2 fingers on his left hand snapped, and he could feel shards of bone grinding against one another as he moved his hand. Izuku choked on his scream. Desperate to break away from the crowd before the pain got worse, he took the out his quirk showed him. I need to use the restroom. Is that okay? Eraserhead studied him carefully, with an emotion on his face that Izuku couldn't read. Make it quick. We have work to do. Yes, sir. Izuku sprinted to the nearest restroom, locked the stall, and collapsed onto the toilet seat. Sobs broke out of him, and tears ran down his face as the future spread outward. A dull echo of the pain from breaking fingers lingered in his left hand, and his right itched from a burn. As his future crept outward, exhaustion deadened his muscles, making him too weak to move. Each day of his new future weakened him, until he felt a bone-deep exhaustion that made him want to close his eyes. The panic he had held back with everything he had came rushing in full force, a feeling of helplessness and confusion from having his entire future ripped out from under him like a tablecloth. He couldn't imagine how people could live like that, not knowing what their every action would entail, how to speak, how to act, where to walk, every minute detail laid out for him in a picture-perfect script. The anger and fear of the present grappled with the exhaustion of the future, sending his heart into an arrhythmic patter. The future had changed. He still wasn't sure what had happened the first time, but this time, his quirk had been erased. For just a moment, he couldn't see what he was supposed to do. He had messed up. He had given in to panic, and now, Eraserhead knew he had a quirk Izuku wasn't supposed to show him, and somehow, it had changed what was supposed to happen. Anger simmered inside Izuku. For the first time in his life, he felt that he could hate a hero. Even Endeavor, for all his sour attitude and rudeness, could be respected for his tireless efforts to apprehend villains, but his teacher changed his mind about how much Izuku was worth because he had a quirk. He was supposed to expel him, bottom of the class, quirkless, weak loser he was. The only thing that could have changed his mind was his quirk. It explained the sudden shift in his future perfectly. As he huddled into a ball on the toilet, his bursting with anger and hysteria, his new death came to him. Swirling black void, villains on a ship, a nightmarish monster with unfocused eyes, a hand reaching for him from darkness, the classmates and heroes gathered at the center plaza, safe, the villains ready to retreat. Izuku felt his skull ripping itself apart. Each fleck of skin, flesh, and bone that turned to dust drove another lance of pain through his head. Izuku stuffed a hand in his mouth, stifling the scream that tore itself from his throat. After what felt like an eternity, the pain stopped. Izuku picked himself up off the bathroom floor with shaking arms, breathing deeply. Tooth marks bit painfully into his hand, almost drawing blood, but the pain was distant, numbed by his having felt it already. 2 weeks. He had 2 weeks to prepare before villains will attack his school and try to kill his classmates and his teacher. He didn't have time to cry. He washed his face in the sink and let his hair hang low to hide his puffy, red eyes. On his way back to class, he took a detour to the library and checked out a book on sign language. Izuku hoped that, this time, that the future wouldn't change on him. Once Shoyuda had the rest of his students back in their seats, he told them, "I need to speak with the principal for a bit. Pick your class representatives before I get back." "But we just met each other," Momo said. "We don't even know each other's names." "Then fix that." As he left, he heard one student ask, "Did he even say when he'd be back?" Shoyuda didn't trouble himself to give them a time limit. If they couldn't handle being left alone, he'd just expel some of them. The teacher's lounge was empty. Half a pot of coffee was left in the machine, lukewarm and gritty. Shoyuda drank it anyways. The influx of caffeine did nothing for the sheer emotional exhaustion he felt at that moment. He sank into a chair and rested his head in his hands. Thinking about the expression Izuku had as he froze his quirk, twisted a knife in his eye. He had seen countless reactions to quirk erasure over the years, anger, shock, even fear, but never had he seen someone look so lost, so terrified, so close to having a full-blown panic attack that he had readied his capture scarf to keep him from collapsing. As a teacher, he knew he had to instill respect, sometimes even fear, in his students. Despite what the media portrayed, the world was not a kind place to heroes, and any that weren't ready when they left his care would have their throats slit within a month, their deaths buried underneath the latest news report on All Might. The thought of seeing one of his former students left in some garbage bin in an alley kept him awake some nights. He had seen traumatized students, some even in his own class, shaken by a close encounter with a villain or a class exercise gone wrong, but never in all his years teaching at UH had he ever personally traumatized one of his students. It made him feel sick inside. Worse was the visible, Herculean effort Izuku had shown forcing that terror back, mustering every scrap of courage he had to meet Eraserhead's quirk-erasing gaze head-on. Shoyuda had never been so simultaneously horrified and awestruck to see someone so young and so small stand tall in the face of debilitating fear. After seeing that kind of courage, how could he expel him? After forcing some drops into his eyes, Shoyuda went to Nizu's office. The principal already had a cup of tea waiting for him. "You just had to do it outside, didn't you?" Nizu asked. "Do you realize I don't have good camera angles out there?" "You were right. Midoriya has a quirk." "You're sure about that?" "Midoriya reacted the instant I erased his quirk," Shoyuda said. He tried not to think about the slow, dawning horror that twisted Izuku's features as the ball flopped to the ground. Nizu sked. "Well, there goes my theory." "What do you mean?" "Think about it. If Midoriya could foresee the future, like Night Eye, wouldn't he have known that you would erase his quirk?" Shoyuda washed the coffee grit off his tongue with a mouthful of tea as he pondered Nizu's point. "So, if his quirk isn't foresight, what is it?" "Strong to say. Either it's a foresight quirk with mechanics not immediately obvious, or his quirk is something else entirely. Maybe an intelligence quirk." I really hope it's an intelligence quirk. I've been looking for someone to play Go with. Chess is too boring. Nizu sighed and sipped his tea. Either way, we'll need to do more tests. Oh. Nizu paused. Is something the matter? Whatever I did terrified Izuku so badly he looked ready to pass out. Shoyuta closed his eyes and took a deep breath, calming himself so he wouldn't start shouting. I don't think I can do that again. Unfortunate, but I trust your judgment. Nizu tapped the edge of his teacup. Terrified. Is his quirk always active, or was he using it at that precise moment for some reason? What was he doing? Throwing a baseball. He was winding up for the pitch when I used my quirk. Made him fumble the throw. Smart. Not sure yet, but probably the former. Strong to say given the lack of data. Shoyuta shifted in his seat and adjusted his scarf. I think Midoriya needs counseling. We can't. It would single him out as there's nothing obviously wrong with him, not to mention we don't even know what his quirk is. We can't help him if we don't even know why he needs help. He was almost certainly bullied. Unless Midoriya comes forward with that information himself, we don't have proof. I can't just assign someone therapy because I suspect something's wrong, or I'd have half the school seeing Hound Dog on a weekly basis. Shoyuta gave the principal a skeptical look. Half? Really? Nizu sighed and sipped his tea. Todoroki Shoto, domestic abuse, Bakugo Katsuki, dangerously egocentric, Tokoyami fears his own quirk, Yaoyorozu has low self-confidence, Koda has anxiety issues, and the less I say about Mineta, the better. And that's before we get into what hero training will put them through. Nizu set his cup down and stared thoughtfully at his tea. If you're that worried about Midoriya, I'll arrange for counseling with the first compelling excuse I can find. And who knows? Maybe he'll open up to Hound Dog. Izuku was back in his seat when Shoyuta returned from Nizu's office. The red eyes and hunched expression as he read his book didn't go unnoticed by the teacher, and he immediately regretted not pressing Nizu harder on the counseling. Guilt wormed its way into his heart, and he found himself wondering what he could do to make it up to him. If he couldn't help him overcome his past traumas, maybe he could help him get physically stronger. I take it you've decided, he asked the class. Ida rose his hand. Yaoyorozu and I were chosen to represent the class. We will do our best, sir. Good. Yamada-sensei will be here in a bit for English. I'll see you all at the end of the day. Shoyuta didn't normally bother to check in on his students at the end of the day. Doing so was an irrational waste of time. Today, however, he needed a private word with a student. After Shoyuta dismissed his students, Midoriya lingered behind, perhaps already aware of what he was planning to ask. Bakugo lingered as well, glowering at Midoriya with an expression Shoyuta recognized all too well, but after a glance back at the teacher, Bakugo evidently decided to leave without making a scene. Once they were alone, Midoriya closed his book. Shoyuta caught the title before he shoved it in his bag and wondered how sign language had caught his interest. From the barcode on the cover, it was from UAS Library. Shoyuta mentally shook himself, resolving to investigate it some other time, and tried to put on a friendly expression for Midoriya. Friendly expressions were not his forte. A word, if you don't mind. Midoriya glanced at him with smoldering eyes and a clenched jaw. Aizawa felt his heart twist at the sudden anger, but it was only logical that the boy hated him after what he had put him through. Shoyuta took a form from his desk and handed it to Midoriya. If you're serious about becoming a hero, you'll need to work on your physical conditioning. I'm willing to coach you after school hours. You'll need parent approval and, thank you, Aizawa-sensei. His words were blunt and cold, betraying controlled anger beneath them. I'll have my mom sign it tonight. Nodding, Shoyuta said, we'll start tomorrow, then. Meet me at Gym Gamma after class. Bring whatever weapons you're comfortable using. As Izuku left his classroom with his backpack clutched in his arms, an old habit to keep him from being grabbed by its straps, Shoyuta wondered if he could ever earn the boy's forgiveness. Izuku stared at the green cloth in his hands. It wasn't supposed to matter what hero costume he chose. He was supposed to get expelled on the first day and spend his miserable student life in general studies, but there he was, holding the hero costume he had designed when he was 6, getting ready to fight against real hero students. It looked and felt like the childish fantasy it was, Impractical and gaudy, arrogant, even, given how much inspiration it drew from All Might's aesthetic. Just thinking about wearing it, the goofy plastic grin on the face mask, the oversized gloves, and worst of all, those green flaps of plastic sticking up like All Might's hair, made him want to rip it to pieces. Despite all that, even though he already knew what would replace that outfit, it felt right to indulge in his childhood fantasy for the upcoming fight. Once everyone had their costumes on, they went to ground beta. The grounds had been built in imitation of Mizudafu's streets, complete with multi-story business complexes, cars parked in the streets, and working power lines crisscrossing the infrastructure. From a vantage point inside ground beta, the class could see the target building from multiple camera angles along with the giant window overlooking the miniature city. The building for their training exercise towered over its neighbors, offering multiple points of entry on the lower floors, which had more spacious layouts, and forced students to fight in narrow corridors higher up. Elevator shafts, stairwells, emergency stairways, power lines, even the rugged concrete facade itself all offered different avenues of reaching the target. Anyone defending the bomb would have to decide between covering entry points at the risk of letting someone sneak past them or hunkering down by the bomb and losing the advantage of holding a perimeter. Drawing lots from a coffee mug with the barcode still on the bottom, the students sorted themselves into pairs. Koda looked less than thrilled standing next to Izuku. I'd hate to be the group going up against Bakugo and Todoroki, Kaminari said, shivering as 1A's two powerhouses held up strips of paper with J's at the end. This seems quite arbitrary, Ida pointed out. Are you sure this is the best way to assess our abilities? Izuku said, heroes often have to work with whichever hero that happens to be on the scene with them. Making it random like this tests our adaptability and ability to coordinate with others. All Might looked relieved that Izuku had made the counterpoint. Why, yes, exactly, young Midoriya, well said. He cleared his throat. Now, let's get the matches started. First up, we'll have Team C as the villains. Your job will be to guard the bomb hidden in the target building. You win by either holding out for 15 minutes or capturing both heroes with this capture tape. Izuku offered his partner a reassuring smile. Koda looked ready to shrink into his shoes as they walked forward. His classmates commented on how unlucky they were, and he even caught a stray whisper of someone hoping to go up against them. And the heroes, who are tasked with either incapacitating the villain team or securing the bomb before time runs out, will be Team J. Kaken smiled like Christmas had come early. Todoroki was staring at them as though they were a pile of laundry. Koda quivered and hid behind Izuku's back. Hushed whispers made a tumultuous background noise as All Might struggled to calm them down. Come on, that's hardly fair, Uraraka said. All Might looked shaken by the one-sided matchup. Well, maybe we should. Should what? Kaken roared. Go easy on the quirkless Deku. If he wants to be a hero so badly, then he needs to be ready to have his butt handed to him. Watch your language, Ida said. That's disrespectful to your classmate. Like I give a... Kaken's right, Izuku said, staring at his friend. If I want to be a hero, I can't go easy on myself. People will be counting on me, and if I'm not strong enough to save them, what good am I? All Might looked back and forth between the two teams. Are you really sure about this? There's no shame in fighting someone closer to your skill level. Koda looked ready to beg for a new matchup. For his own part, Izuku felt sick to his stomach. Knowing what was about to happen, he couldn't help but want to curl up on the floor, beg All Might to put him in general studies, and go back to being the school's punching bag. But he couldn't. He was supposed to protect his classmates. Izuku smiled and said, I'm sure. Well, if you say so. All Might handed them 2 rolls of capture tape and wireless earbuds. You have 15 minutes to prepare before the heroes arrive. The timer on the bomb will start counting down once you enter the building. After that, the heroes have 15 minutes to reach the bomb before time runs out. Koda fidgeted in silence as they took the elevator to the top floor. The bomb was at the far end of a wide-open room, empty save for a few concrete pillars supporting the roof and a pile of cardboard boxes in one corner. Izuku went to the circuit breaker next to the elevator and turned it off. Your quirk allows you to control animals, right? Are there any around? Koda shook his head. After some hesitation, he made gestures in sign language indicating he was mute. Izuku signed back that he was still learning, but he could understand him. A brief flash of happiness crossed Koda's features, but it vanished when the reality of their situation came back to him. "What about insects?" Izuku asked with hand signals. "Can you control them?" Koda cringed, shaking his head and hiding his face. Izuku put a reassuring hand on his shoulder and spoke softly to him. "Hey, everything's going to be okay. We can do this. We can win, but I'm going to need your help." Koda stared at him in disbelief, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. With shaking hands, he signed, "Are you sure?" "Absolutely. I know Bakugo. He's going to run ahead and come straight for me. I can take him out, but I need to know which way he'll take. Can you find that out through some insects? There's bound to be a few around here." After some hesitation, Koda signed that he was too terrified of bugs to talk to them. Izuku knelt next to him and signed back that it was okay to be afraid, that he would be right there and make sure everything was all right. Looking into Izuku's calm, smiling face, Koda swallowed and went whispering for flies. Within minutes, he had a small swarm gathered in one corner of the room. Izuku helped him relay instructions, scattering flies across the floors and sending some outside to watch the perimeter. A few others served as runners, relaying messages back to Koda. The few mosquitoes he had found were on standby, hovering a safe distance away from them. All the while, Izuku kept a hand on his shoulder, telling him that they weren't going to hurt them, everything was okay, he was doing a great job. Koda trembled throughout the process, but he didn't stop controlling the insects. All Might warned them over the intercom that their 15 minutes were up. As they went downstairs, Koda got updates from his network of flies and signed Kaken's location to Izuku. Without having to consult their map, Izuku led them to the hallway where he knew he'd fight Kaken. The whole structure, walls and floor alike, were lined with metal to keep the whole building from falling apart. The hallway was too narrow for Kaken to maneuver easily with his explosions. While they waited, Izuku signed his plan to Koda. His partner looked ready to faint from panic, but after another reassuring smile, Koda hid himself behind a doorway. "Deku, where are you?" Kaken called, his voice echoing through the narrow hallway. Koda squeaked and shrank behind the doorway, but Izuku didn't twitch. He heard the footsteps coming closer, step by step, growing louder and louder as Kaken strolled through the building. Izuku kept his back to the entrance Kaken would take, knowing that his friend wouldn't resist the temptation to pounce when he wasn't looking. Izuku waited, hands limp at his sides, envisioning the moment Kaken will attack him. Die. Explosions from both palms boomed through the hallway, and the shockwave of them slapped against Izuku's back. As Kaken rocketed towards him, right arm cocked back for a punch, a manic grin on his face, Izuku waited, counting his heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. Izuku pivoted his right foot back and turned. Entrenched in his vision of the future as Izuku was, it felt as though his limbs moved of their own accord. He swung his left fist in a massive roundhouse, meeting Kaken's eyes for the brief instant before it connected. It felt like he was punching a truck. The shock from the impact numbed his whole arm as it was thrown back. BLD gushed out, spattering the floor and walls with red flecks and drenching Izuku's hand. Izuku felt spikes of pain from 2 of his fingers as Kaken's nose crumpled under the impact. Kaken's own fist, sparking with nitroglycerin explosions, clipped Izuku's ear, singing the fabric around his head. While Kaken's head flew back, the rest of his body flew forward, flipping him over as he fell. The back of his head hit the ground with a gut-wrenching thunk. Groaning, Kaken tried to stand. Izuku sat Kaken up against a wall, took the radio out of his ear, and pried the gauntlets off his hands. "Deku," Kaken said between gritted teeth. "What the hell?" "Sorry, Kaken. I'm going to need these." Izuku removed his own top end, tucked the green tracksuit behind Kaken's head. He took Kaken's arm-length gloves and put on his equipment. The grenade-like gear strained his shoulders, but he didn't let himself slouch. He pulled on the oversized steel handles on the gauntlets, exposing the firing pins underneath, and cocked them back in place. "Koda, help me tie him up." Koda stared at the 2 of them, mouth moving silently as his hands shook violently, unable to form coherent signs. When Izuku smiled and said it was all right, Koda took a deep breath, knelt with Izuku and wrapped Kaken's wrists. "BSRD," Kaken said. His voice was growing faint. "You aren't supposed to be here. Just a pebble?" "I know," Izuku whispered, "but I have to do this." "Sorry, Kaken." Izuku gave Koda Kaken's extra grenades. The timid boy looked at them as though they'd explode any second. "We shouldn't need those," Izuku signed, "but we shouldn't leave Kaken with them." Into his radio he asked All Might, "Can you send someone to get Bakugo-kun? I don't think he should stay here for the rest of the test." "The medical bots are on their way," All Might said back to them. "Continue with the test. You haven't told Todoroki-san what happened, right?" "I haven't," All Might confirmed. "That would interfere with the test." They left Kaken sitting up against a wall, too weak and delirious to chase after them. The walk downstairs was silent, with Koda occasionally signing to Izuku that Todoroki was still waiting outside. When they made it to the ground level, Izuku and Koda took positions on either side of the door. Izuku signed his plan. Though Koda initially looked frightened, he looked at the gauntlets Izuku wore and nodded resolutely. Careful not to lean out too far, Izuku threw open the door. He waved at Todoroki and motioned for him to come inside. As Todoroki approached the door, Koda signed that he was coming and whispered to the mosquito he had found. Just before Todoroki made it inside, the mosquito bit him on the cheek. Todoroki swatted at the insect. At that moment of distraction, Izuku leapt out from behind the doorway. Todoroki's eyes widened as Izuku's fist headed towards his left side. Fire involuntarily sprang up, darting at Izuku. He let Kaken's flame-resistant gloves take the heat and scored a clean hit on Todoroki's key, reeling back. Todoroki slid across a sheet of ice and raised a giant wall in front of him. Izuku cocked the left gauntlet and pulled the pin. A deafening explosion erupted before him, flinging Izuku's arm back. The blast ripped apart Todoroki's wall, spraying bits of ice everywhere. While Todoroki was blinded, Izuku readied the second pin. He sprinted through the glittering haze of ice crystals, right arm pointing back, left hand gripping the pin by his 3 unbroken fingers. Rocket punch. He pulled the pin. Izuku twisted with the force of the explosion, driving his right arm into Todoroki's stomach with enough force to knock his feet out from under him. Todoroki rolled to a stop on the ground, wheezing and clutching his stomach. While he was still down, Izuku pulled out his capture tape and, ignoring the pain from his broken fingers, tied a knot around Todoroki's arms. It took 5 seconds before All Might called out, "Both members of Team C have been captured. The villains win." 2 more medical robots came for Todoroki, but he waved them away. Rolling to his knees, Todoroki tried to stand. Before he could fall, Izuku wrapped an arm under his right shoulder. "Let me help you up," Izuku said. "Are you feeling okay?" "I'll be fine," Todoroki said with a rasping voice. "Just winded." Izuku made some clumsy signs with his right hand. Koda ran out from his hiding place inside the building and took Todoroki's other shoulder. The robots followed along as they walked back to the observation deck. "So, you can use fire too?" Izuku asked. Todoroki's face hardened. "That was an accident. It won't happen again." "Is that why you have that scar?" Izuku winced. "Sorry, forget I asked?" Izuku knew it wasn't the moment to have the conversation Todoroki needed, not with Koda on the other shoulder and the other students watching them from the observation deck. Gritting his teeth against the throbbing pain from his broken fingers and the burns on both hands, Izuku prepared himself to greet his classmates with a smile. Ojiro Mashireo didn't like the look in Midoriya's eyes as the green-haired youth calmly stared down Bakugo, who had the feral grin of a maniacal serial killer, and agreed to fight him. On paper, the quirkless student that had placed at bottom of their class in yesterday's assessment paired with Koda, whose quirk needed animals that were absent from the training ground, was a guaranteed loss against the 2 most powerful quirks in the class. But thinking back to the fact that Midoriya had nearly set a record on the entrance exam and watching how he stared down his opponents without so much as a nervous twitch made Mashireo wonder if the quirkless kid had a plan to turn the tables on them. "Dude, this is going to be brutal," Kaminari whispered. "Do you think they'll be okay?" "All Might Sensei won't let it go too far," Shoji pointed out. "But it still doesn't feel right." "Well, he asked for it," Jiro said. He'll only have himself to blame when he gets blown to pieces. Or turned into a popsicle, Sato added. Well, I think he can do it. Their pink-skinned classmate waved her arms at the camera. You can do it, Midoriya-kun. Show them what you got. Uraraka's face reddened as she added her own cheer. Yeah. Go, Midoriya-san. Mineta glowered at the girls from his seat. No fair, he grumbled. He has his own cheerleading squad. Once the villains made it to the top floor, Midoriya started talking to Koda. The cameras caught their conversation, for all the good it did when they started speaking in sign language. Wait, are they using hand signals? Kirishima asked. That's so cool. Looks like sign language, actually, Yaoyorozu chimed in. It's actually a really smart idea. By using sign language, they can communicate without letting the enemy know or giving away their position. I wish I knew what they were talking about, Karo. I too wish I had learned sign language. I admire their diligence. Learning such a useful skill before coming to school shows excellent foresight. I don't think it'll work for me, Hagakure said, waving her hands. No one will be able to see my hands. You're wearing gloves, Kaminari said. We can see just fine. Oh right. When All Might announced that the heroes could enter, Bakugo sprinted through the doors, leaving Todoroki behind, shouting for Todoroki not to get in his way. After watching his partner leave, Todoroki made himself a chair of ice and sat in front of the doors. Doesn't seem like they're working together. Do they really have to? Either one could take both of them. Wait, they're leaving the bomb. Yaoyorozu asked. What if Bakugo goes around them? Seems like a reckless plan on their part. Mashirao looked at the villain's camera feed. Both Midoriya and Koda were heading downstairs. On the digital layout of the building, with each student marked with a colored, he saw that they were both heading straight for Bakugo. I'm not sure I want to watch. I hope he doesn't get hurt too badly. It was over almost too quickly for Mashirao to process. Bakugo blasted himself across the hallway, pouncing like a panther towards Midoriya's back. In a fluid turn, Midoriya moved aside at the last possible second and raised his own fist directly in Bakugo's path. The sharp, meaty smack that came over the speakers, followed by the metallic thud of Bakugo's head hitting the floor, silenced the whole crowd. Mashirao felt his stomach heave, watching BLD gush from Bakugo's broken nose. An unspoken question hung in the air, a collective wondering if the rest of the combat training will entail BLD and broken bones, conveyed in slackened jaws, nervous sideways glances, and apprehensive stares at All Might. Once Midoriya helped Bakugo into a sitting position, the silence broke like a dam. Midoriya, that was so manly. I think I'm going to be sick. Dude, was that Bakugo's nose we heard? So flashy. I'm a bit jealous. How did he punch so strong? What a mad banquet of darkness. I'm actually kind of scared of Midoriya now, Siro said. Wait, Kaminari said. Bakugo's the one that blasted himself across a hallway shouting die. And you're scared of the quirkless kid. Well, he wasn't the one that had his nose broken with one punch. Okay, that's fair. Midoriya's punch bothered Ojiro. If Izuku's crooked fingers were any indication, he hadn't balled up his fingers correctly, a sure sign he had no idea how to throw a punch, yet his reaction was perfectly timed, whirling when it was too late for Bakugo to change course, his fist aimed correctly without even looking, and his footing set wide enough to keep Bakugo's sheer momentum from knocking him over. Ojiro watched All Might, wondering what their teacher's reaction would be. For a fraction of a second, his ever-present smile faltered. Staring at one of his students bleeding out on the floor, he looked out of his depth. He flipped through his Teaching for Dummies book, fingers shaking as he turned each page. Looking back at the screens, Ojiro saw Midoriya take off his shirt. Cold horror gripped his tea as he saw the burn marks that covered Izuku's arms and back, but judging by the class's reactions, they had missed that detail. He's making sure Bakugo is comfortable, Ida said. Very commendable. And he's doing exactly what you're supposed to do for someone with a broken nose, Yaoyorozu said. Disarming him is also smart. Wait, he's putting on Bakugo's costume. Sato asked. Is that allowed? I don't see why not, Azui said. But does he even know how to use them? Midoriya, checking the pins on Bakugo's gauntlets, quickly answered that question. Ojiro could tell that Midoriya and Bakugo spoke to each other, but they were both speaking too quietly for the cameras to pick up. Midoriya's voice over the radio snapped All Might out of his shock. Galvanized to action, All Might had the medical robots take a hidden service elevator to get Bakugo while Midoriya and Koda headed downstairs. Do you think he's going to beat Todoroki too? Shoji asked. No way, Mineta said. He just got lucky with Bakugo. It doesn't look like Todoroki realizes what happened to Bakugo, Yaoyorozu said. Maybe they could ambush him, but it'll be nearly impossible to beat his quirk. Ambush was exactly what Midoriya had in mind, judging from how he and Koda set themselves up around the front doors. Todoroki was still sitting on his throne of ice, watching the building with an impassive expression and checking the time, while the villains exchanged a last set of hand signals. With a gauntlet hand, Midoriya opened the front doors and waved at Todoroki, motioning him to come inside. A collection of gasps rose from the students as Todoroki watched the waving hand. No way! He's not going to fall for that, is he? Todoroki stood, melting the chair with a wave of his hand, and went towards the door. Oh my god, he is! That has to be the stupidest, yet most incredible plan ever. Doesn't seem very manly though. What darkness lies beyond that door? Todoroki paused just before entering. At first, Ojiro thought he had noticed the trap, but it turned out a mosquito had bitten him. Midoriya chose that exact moment of distraction to spring the ambush. As Midoriya threw his punch, fire leapt up from Todoroki's left side, scorching the stolen gauntlets. Wait, he can do fire too? Jiro asked. How OP is his quirk? A wall of ice rose impossibly fast between Todoroki and Midoriya, but a single explosion turned it to dust. As Midoriya shouted the name of his improvised attack, a second explosion threw his fist into Todoroki's stomach. The whole fight was over so quickly it took 5 seconds for All Might to call Midoriya's win. Midoriya already has a super move. But that wasn't even his own gear. His brightness is almost as dazzling as mine. I call dibs. Ashido's shout brought the excited conversations to a screeching halt. Dibs? Kirishima asked. Dibs on what? Midoriya. Dibs. I'm calling it. Hagakure wrapped an arm around Ashido's shoulder. Ooh, you're going to ask him out? Yep. He's totally my type. Kirishima gave her an uneasy smile and a rock-hard thumbs up. Well, go get him, Mina-chan. Thanks, Ijukin. Mashireo felt his heart go out to Kirishima. Judging by Ashido's easy smile and casual attitude, she had no idea he had a crush on her. Meanwhile, Mineta was sobbing into his shirt and shaking with rage, muttering to himself about how unfair it was that the quirkless kid had better luck than he did. For him, Mashireo felt no sympathy. Midoriya and Koda each held one of Todoroki's shoulders as they entered the observation deck. After gently setting him in a chair, they stood next to All Might at the front of the class. Excellent job on the exercise. I'm impressed with the creativity and tenacity you have shown, Midoriya. Now, can anyone tell me why Todoroki and Bakugo lost? Ida's hand snapped into the air. They were completely lacking in teamwork. Bakugo charged into the building without a plan, while Todoroki waited outside, providing no support to his teammate. Had they stayed together, I don't believe Midoriya would have had a way to win against Todoroki's ice. Well said, Ida. It's important for heroes to work together and communicate in the field. People's lives depend on how well you can coordinate a rescue response and contain a villain. Now, does anyone have any suggestions on how Midoriya and Koda could improve? Silence greeted the question. Mashireo was tempted to point out Midoriya's broken fingers, but Yaoyorozu raised her hand. Staring directly at Midoriya, she said, it was reckless to leave the bomb undefended. Had you failed to intercept Bakugo, or if Todoroki had decided to enter the building by a different route, they would have easily taken the objective. Very true, Midoriya said coolly, meeting Yaoyorozu's stare. It's a good thing we knew exactly what Bakugo and Todoroki were doing. Yaoyorozu was taken aback. How? Midoriya glanced at his partner, and he made hand signs in response. Koda asked some flies to watch them both. We knew which stairs Bakugo was taking, and we knew Todoroki was waiting outside. Midoriya smiled and added, We would have never won against them if it wasn't for Koda. Koda blushed and hid his face behind his hands. Midoriya turned back to Yaoyorozu and asked, "Do you have any other concerns?" Yaoyorozu scowled for a fraction of a second before her face was back to its usual impassive, calm expression. "Yes. You were excessively forceful against your classmates. One had to be carried off on a stretcher, and the other's lucky he doesn't have any broken ribs. That first explosion could have easily killed Todoroki. Furthermore, if this was a real combat scenario, Bakugo would not have been well enough to be left alone. To that last point, heroes can't always hover around an injured civilian. Sometimes, they have to leave someone for rescue later so they can apprehend a villain actively targeting other bystanders. I made sure Bakugo would be stable until backup arrived and left to deal with an uncontained threat. To the others, we're training to be heroes. Injuries happen. Villains aren't going to hold back. I don't want to hurt anyone, but if it's to protect others, I will." All Might hastily shoved his book in his back pocket and stepped between them. "All right, we can discuss the specifics of this later. For now, we should send the next groups out there." "Actually, can I go to the nurse's office?" Midoriya asked, holding up his left hand. "I broke 2 fingers. "Ah, yes, of course." More surprised mutters and odd whispers came from the students as All Might's eyes darted across the room. "Could you take Todoroki as well? We should have Recovery Girl check on him just in case." "Sure. Todoroki-san, can you walk?" Todoroki tried to stand, but he winced and fell back in the seat. "Still hurts," he said in a rasping voice. Mashirao stood and offered Todoroki a hand. "All Might Sensei, is it all right if I go with them?" While All Might hesitated, Midoriya said, "Thanks, I appreciate it." All Might cleared his throat and added, "Yes, of course. Come straight back once you get there, alright? I don't want you missing out on this class." With Todoroki leaning on one shoulder as they walked through UA's empty halls, Mashirao wondered what he was trying to learn from Midoriya. Was he genuinely concerned about a classmate with way too many scars for a minor? Did he think Midoriya was hiding something from everyone? What questions could he even ask? All Mashirao knew was that he needed answers. Todoroki Shoto wasn't sure how to classify this new emotion he was feeling. There was a whole lot of abdominal pain, but that was probably the nitroglycerin-powered punch that Midoriya had rammed into his gut. He also felt lightheaded, which may or may not have had anything to do with the fact that he couldn't breathe anything deeper than a mouthful of air without prompting another bout of the aforementioned abdominal pain. Neither of those experiences were particularly new, as Endeavor was fond of going for gut punches to teach him to keep his guard up. Gut punches tended to leave fewer broken bones, and the bruises were easier to hide. The new feelings were more of a confused knot of anger, shame, and giddiness, as though a kitten had taken the neatly wound yarn ball of emotion lying in the dust-coated hamper in the forgotten corner of his mind and batted them across his head, leaving everything tangled together. Bearing that metaphor in mind, Shoto decided to spend the slow, arduous walk to Recovery Girl's office trying to untangle his emotions. The shame was simple enough. Shame he lost to the quirkless kid, shame all it took was a pair of gloves and the wave of a hand to lure him right into a trap. Shame he let something so petty as a mosquito bite distract him at the worst possible moment, though now he thought about it, that had to be Koda's doing. Shame he used Endeavor's fire, even though he had sworn not to. And there was the anger again. Not at Midoriya, not at Bakugo either, no, at himself. The training exercise hadn't particularly mattered to him, so it didn't make sense for him to be angry he had lost, except for this nagging sense that he wasn't supposed to lose, not to someone so weak. How was he supposed to prove to Endeavor that he didn't need his fire if he couldn't even win with both powers? The giddiness came any time he thought about Endeavor's reaction. Losing to someone near his level would have been enough for Endeavor to spend a month training him until his bones turned to jelly. Him losing to someone without a quirk might make Endeavor furious enough to burn himself to a crisp. Shoto wondered if it would be better to tell Endeavor himself, or wait for him to find out through whatever contacts he had at UA. "Are you still feeling okay?" Bujiro asked. "We're almost there." Shoto looked over at the classmate carrying him by the shoulder. "Nothing's broken." Bakugo was laid down in one of the beds. Dried, crusted BLD was smeared across his face, and his nose was wrapped in thick gauze bandages. As Ojiro set Todoroki down at another bed, Recovery Girl came back in with a damp towel. "Just how many kids is All Might going to send me today?" she said as she pulled up Todoroki's shirt. Shoto winced as she prodded and poked at his gut, but the pain was mild enough to endure without making a sound. "Nothing's broken, sweetie. Have a gummy, let that ice for 10 minutes, and head back to class." The purple gummy bear she handed him tasted like cough medicine. It left his ear with a tingling, energized sensation as it hit his stomach. Ojiro offered him an ice pack, but Shoto made his own ice. Recovery Girl examined Midoriya next. "Gloves off, please." Ojiro had to help Midoriya with the right glove. As the skin-tight black fabric slid off, revealing a patchwork quilt of scars, Shoto felt his eyes widen. He followed the scars up Midoriya's shoulder, over to his back, and wondered how he hadn't noticed earlier. Thin lines, jagged scratches, and burn marks, so many burn marks, some the size of a thumbprint, some bigger than his hand, none quite as vivid and pronounced as Shoto's own scar, but eye-catching through their sheer quantity. The skin from his knuckles to his elbow was an angry shade of red, with the faint beginning of a blister forming on the back of his hand. Recovery Girl's eyes roamed across the scars before snapping back to the burn. "Second degree, I think. I have some cream and painkillers for that. No point in wasting my quirk. It'll blister a bit, just leave it alone and it'll be fine." Bakugo's gloves must have helped. Endeavor's flames usually burn to the bone. Midoriya managed the other glove himself, though not without visible discomfort as he gently pried the glove off his hand. Two crooked fingers didn't quite bend with the rest of his hand. Recovery Girl sked and puckered her lips. Midoriya's fingers twitched and straightened as the bones in them mended back together. 2 students with broken bones in 10 minutes, that has to be a record. I really ought to have a word with him. "It was my fault," Midoriya said. "Sorry about that. Learn from your mistakes. There's only so many times I can speed up your healing before you're too exhausted to move." "I will, thanks." Midoriya set a hand on Bakugo's bed. "How is he?" "Concussion, broken nose, nasty lump on the back of his head." Recovery Girl squeezed cum cream out of a tube and slathered it on Midoriya's burned hand. "Let All Might know he'll be out for the rest of the day. Got it?" Midoriya took the tube of burn cream Recovery Girl offered him and went to the door. As he was leaving, he turned around and asked, "Hey Todoroki-san, wanna get soba sometime?" The only 2 words that initially registered in Shoto's mind were want and soba. Without thinking about it, he said, "Sure. How does 5 on Friday sound? I'll have training with Izuku-sensei after class, but I can do it after that." The full extent of Midoriya's quest had finally percolated through Shoto's brain. Even then, knowing that Midoriya had just invited him to eat soba, he had no idea what the request entailed. No one had ever asked if he wanted to go anywhere before. Was it something friends did? Were they friends now? Shoto admitted to himself he didn't know anything about friendships, but he was pretty sure they didn't start with a punch to the stomach or he and Endeavor would be friends 1,000 times over. Was it the scar? Did Midoriya still want to know the story behind his scar? Was Midoriya willing to share his own? Did he even want to know? His first impulse was to refuse, saying that he had training after school as well. As he thought about it, he realized it came with 2 benefits. 1, he wouldn't have to go home until late in the evening, missing a day of Endeavor's training, and 2, soba. His eyes wandered back to Midoriya's arms, then to Midoriya's face. Midoriya showed no sign of emotion, no anger, no happiness, no worry. It had been that way before and during the fight as well. 2 broken fingers, and not a trace of a grimace the entire time. It felt like he was looking in a mirror. "Sure. I can do that." "Great. I'll get you my phone number later." Watching Midoriya leave, Shoto had given up on understanding his emotions. For now, he decided to sit back, let the ice numb his bruised stomach, and wonder if the soba would be chilled. With just the 2 of them in the hallways, Mashirao knew it was now or never, but he still didn't know what to ask. Going straight for the scars felt far too blunt, and odds were, Midoriya would refuse to answer him. Given the fact Midoriya was quirkless, Mashareo had the uneasy feeling he had some idea of why he had gotten them anyways. Which left his other question. As they approached ground beta, Mashareo took a deep breath, as if he were crouching into a forward stance. How did you know when to turn around? Midoriya stopped. Mashareo continued a few steps before reeling himself back. With a neutral expression that betrayed no hint of discomfort or confusion, Midoriya asked, "What do you mean?" "When Bakugo lunged at you," Mashareo said, "you turned at the perfect moment and had your fist in the perfect spot. I know you had Koda telling you where he was, but there's no way hand signals would give you that much information that quickly." Midoriya rummaged in his track pants pocket and took out a journal. The cover had the reflective sheen of a product fresh off the shelf, and on the front, in black marker was written 1. "I've known Kaken since we were kids," Midoriya said as he flipped through the journal's empty pages. "His quirk, his temperament, fighting style, everything. I made notes of everything I thought would be important." Midoriya handed him the journal. On one page was Bakugo's face, glaring at him through rough pencil lines and graphite shading. For a quick sketch, it captured Bakugo's sour, egocentric personality very well. A second sketch showed a full-body portrait, though the limbs were left as single strokes of the pencil. The other page had a staggering analysis of Bakugo's strengths and weaknesses, in terms of his quirk, overall physical conditioning, and state of mind, so much crammed into tiny text that it made Mashareo's eyes hurt looking at it. "Your drawing's very good. It's just a rough sketch. I was waiting for our hero costumes before putting the finishing touches." Mashareo flipped to the next page. It was empty. As he was about to hand it back, curiosity got the better of him. The journal was labeled 1A, and Bakugo's entry was about 30 pages in. He flipped to the beginning and found Aoyama's roughly drawn face staring smugly back at him, with sparkles drawn in to capture his vanity. His notes were no less detailed, though a quick read showed it was more speculation than strong facts. Despite that, Midoriya had already noted Aoyama's inability to change the output of his quirk and speculated on using mirrors and lenses as support items. "They're in alphabetical order," Midoriya said. Mashareo, startled, closed the book and held it towards him. "Sorry, I shouldn't have looked." "No, it's fine. It'd be nice to see what someone else thinks of my analysis." Somewhat perturbed, Mashareo flipped until he found his own name. Midoriya had noted his excellent physical conditioning and correctly guessed that he had martial arts training. Reading further, Mashareo found the flaws in his fighting style, a lack of ranged options and the inability to combat more impressive strength augmentation quirks, along with suggestions of support items to correct both issues. "You think I should use Ebola? Excellent way to incapacitate fleeing villains," Midoriya said. "Non-lethal and low risk of injury. Can be used to tie up villains, and in a pinch, it could serve as a close-range weapon. Makes use of your excellent physical conditioning and impressive throwing ability. With practice, your tail could throw them, surprising opponents that are focused on your arms. And the tonfa or eskrima sticks? For opponents with blades. You won't be able to dodge easily in crowds and close quarters, so having a way to block is important. A sturdy enough weapon can let you crack hardening quirks like Kirishima's, and these are less likely to kill as well. You've done this for the entire class. How did you get this much?" "Yesterday's test gave me a lot to work with. I'll add more as I see more of what everyone can do." Mashareo counted the empty pages. With as much detail as Midoriya could cram into a single page, he likely had enough space to last the entire year. Out of curiosity, Mashareo flipped forward, looking through the M's. Midoriya had a section of his own. His sketch was much more detailed, both the profile and full body, with colors penciled in. Midoriya's eyes stared out from behind a plastic visor, and his hair was left loose. The full body shot showed a different hero costume, a form-fitting tracksuit with muted green colors, fingerless gloves, a black belt with pouches and padded shoes. Midoriya was no less thorough on his self-analysis, citing his quirklessness and highlighting his inferior physical conditioning, while stating his ability to analyze quirks and his research into hero work, along with the likelihood of being underestimated by his opponents, as his chief advantages. Towards the bottom, Midoriya had made a list of self-improvements he wished to make, improving his stamina, getting a ranged weapon, and learning martial arts. You even analyzed yourself? Masahiro asked. It's important to know where you start and what you can work on. Midoriya gave him a sad smile. I have a long way to go compared to everyone else. You beat Todoroki and Bakugo. I'd say you don't have much to worry about. A stunt like that only works once. If I want to stay in the hero course, I need to learn how to fight. With a wry smile, Midoriya added, without breaking fingers, preferably. Well, you could always ask one of the teachers, or you could try finding a dojo off campus. Come to think of it, didn't you say you'd be training with Izuku-sensei that day? Actually, I was wondering if you'd be willing to show me some beginner moves. Eraserhead specializes in Wing Chun, for more defensive fighting if cornered, which I intend to learn, but I'd like to try Jiu-Jitsu. Why? I'm just another student. I doubt that green belt is just for show, Midoriya said, pointing at the belt over Masahiro's GI. It's fine if you don't want to, I just thought it would be a good way to get to know a classmate better. And get more notes for your journal, Masahiro added in a defensive tone. I'd be willing to show you what I write down. It's only fair. If I come up with anything else I think would help you, I'd be happy to share it as well. Masahiro still felt uncomfortable around Midoriya. Between his unexpressive face and affable demeanor, he couldn't tell what was going on in Midoriya's head, and judging by all the scars and his lack of a reaction to breaking fingers, he had to have been through some serious abuse. At the same time, he couldn't deny that Midoriya had been open and honest with him about his observations and seemed genuine in his wish to spend time together. In the end, the opportunity to observe more of his classmates' behavior, to assess how much of a danger Midoriya posed, swayed his decision. I suppose I could show you some basic stances, Masahiro said. Great. How does Saturday at 5 sound? More training with Aizawa. You shouldn't overdo it. It's just basic stances, right? Shouldn't be too taxing. Masahiro mulled it over. While exercising too much could hurt Midoriya, he could keep the exercises light for a martial arts beginner. I suppose. Make sure he knows about it. I will. Swap phone numbers after class. Trying to collect the entire class contact information. Midoriya chuckled and said, my journal wouldn't be complete without it. Masahiro couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Once Midoriya returned to the classroom, Ashido Mina waved him over to the empty seat next to her, which had once been Kirishima's. Midoriya took the seat and brought out a journal. His eyes were glued to the screen as he made sketches on a page. Curious, Mina leaned over and saw Midoriya drawing the features of Kirishima's hero costume. When Kirishima and Sato clashed, the latter cracking Kirishima's hardened body with a sugar-powered punch, Midoriya made some quick side notes next to the drawing. Wow, you're really good, Mina said, keeping her voice low so All Might wouldn't hear. Thanks, Midoriya muttered back. I've been waiting for the hero costumes to finish my sketches. Mina leaned closer, letting her shoulder rub up against him. That's a lot of detail you're putting on the abs. You wouldn't happen to be into guys, would you? Mina's teasing statement got a couple strangled gasps out of Kaminari and Ida, but Midoriya didn't even flinch at the question. The drawings help me visualize how people use their quirk. More detail means I might see something I'd otherwise miss. Mina mentally cheered. Midoriya's confident, bold, and knows how to handle her banter. If he knew how to party, she'd call him her perfect match. She studied him closely, searching for clues on how to steer the conversation. He kept drawing, but she could see him glance her way every so often. What about me? Have you drawn me yet? Midoriya flipped towards the front of the journal. The sketch was still rough, but Mina stared in fascination at her bubbly, cheerful smile staring back at her. Oh, I like it? Lowering her voice, she asked in a mock-serious tone, you didn't get a peek in the locker rooms for your sketches, did you? From the way Jiro's jacks twitched and the glare she sent at Midoriya, she had picked up on that question. Mina winced, hoping she didn't just get Midoriya in trouble, but he handled her question with impeccable poise. Who do you think I am, Mineta? I'm working off memory from the quirk test yesterday. Jiro relaxed in her seat, and Mina let out the breath she had been holding. That has to be challenging though, right? It is, But for the finer details, I'll ask for footage from today's lesson. They let us look at that? Of course. Midoriya gestured at the screens. Currently, Kirishima was stuck in Siro's tape, but Aoyama cut him free with his laser. The school website uploads videos of class activities like these so we can learn from our classmates. Wait, can anyone watch these? Shoji asked. 2 of his tentacles had sprouted ears, and a third held a mouth right next to Midoriya. Anyone with a school ID, Midoriya answered to one of the ears. If the videos go public, the school needs your permission first. All Might, finally noticing the conversation, cleared his throat and said, "Please hold your comments until the end of the combat exercise. We will discuss it together once they get back." As silence returned to the room, Mina stared sullenly at All Might's back. The conversation had gotten derailed, and now, she had lost her chance to find out more about Midoriya's hobbies. Risking one last whisper, she asked, "Wanna hang out sometime?" "Sure. Swap numbers later." All Might turned back around, putting a prompt end to their conversation, but once he had gone back to the screen and Midoriya was buried back in his journal, Mina pumped her fist. Her excitement was somewhat diminished when, after math class, she wasn't the only one waiting outside Ectoplasm's room. "So, you swing both ways, Midoriya-kun?" Mina asked with a mischievous smile. Todoroki gave her a bland, puzzled look, while Ojiro reddened visibly. Midoriya, unflappable as ever, simply said, "I don't think so. Haven't really thought about it." Once they went their separate ways, Mina's phone got a text, suggesting Machi on Sunday. Mina immediately said yes and headed home with a bounce in her step. Power Loader was busy resigning himself to an extra 3 hours watching over his new problem student when a knock came at the support lab's doors. Midoriya, dismissed from extra training by Eraserhead on account of having burns and stamina drain from broken fingers, instead used his time after school to get his hands on new support equipment. "Midoriya, right? Something I can do for you?" Power Loader asked in a bored tone. "My hero costume got covered in BLD during combat training today," Midoriya answered. "Put in a request. Yours was pretty simple, so we should have something whipped up by tomorrow." "Actually, I was hoping to make some adjustments. I have some material specs and color schemes I wanted to implement. I would also appreciate it if I could discuss possible support items with one of your students." Power Loader looked back nervously, where the one student that had refused to leave the premises was feverishly working on her next volatile experiment. "Well, most of the students have gone home already. Which means at least one is still here. Can I talk to them for a minute?" Power Loader weighed his options. While he technically was supposed to let his students help heroes in training design their gear and only step in to make sure the new equipment wouldn't get students killed in the field, he felt tempted to spare the young, vulnerable-looking Midoriya the danger of approaching his problem student. Splitting the difference, Power Loader said, "You could always come back tomorrow, when there are more students around. You might find someone better suited to designing what you need. I'm sure we can work something out. I need new gear as soon as possible." Power Loader sighed and flung open the door. "She's in the back. Watch your step around her." The jetpack she was designing today blew up half the lab. He was hoping that offhand comment would be enough to scare off Midoriya, but he didn't seem fazed in the slightest by the prospect of handling anything that could explode at any moment. Instead, he thanked Power Loader and went straight towards the sounds of welding torches and power sanders. Power Loader followed the kid, partly because he had journal, Mashireo added in a defensive tone. "I'd be willing to show you what I write down. It's only fair. If I come up with anything else I think would help you, I'd be happy to share it as well." Mashireo still felt uncomfortable around Midoriya. Between his unexpressive face and affable demeanor, he couldn't tell what was going on in Midoriya's head, and judging by all the scars and his lack of a reaction to breaking fingers, he had to have been through some serious abuse. At the same time, he couldn't deny that Midoriya had been open and honest with him about his observations and seemed genuine in his wish to spend time together. In the end, the opportunity to observe more of his classmates' behavior, to assess how much of a danger Midoriya posed, swayed his decision. "I suppose I could show you some basic stances," Mashireo said. "Great. How does Saturday at 5 sound? More training with Aizawa. You shouldn't overdo it." It's just basic stances, right? Shouldn't be too taxing. Masahiro mulled it over. While exercising too much could hurt Midoriya, he could keep the exercises light for a martial arts beginner. I suppose. Make sure he knows about it. I will. Swap phone numbers after class. Trying to collect the entire class contact information. Midoriya chuckled and said, my journal wouldn't be complete without it. Masahiro couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Once Midoriya returned to the classroom, Ashido Mina waved him over to the empty seat next to her, which had once been Kirishima's. Midoriya took the seat and brought out a journal. His eyes were glued to the screen as he made sketches on a page. Curious, Mina leaned over and saw Midoriya drawing the features of Kirishima's hero costume. When Kirishima and Sato clashed, the latter cracking Kirishima's hardened body with a sugar-powered punch, Midoriya made some quick side notes next to the drawing. Wow, you're really good, Mina said, keeping her voice low so All Might wouldn't hear. Thanks, Midoriya muttered back. I've been waiting for the hero costumes to finish my sketches. Mina leaned closer, letting her shoulder rub up against him. That's a lot of detail you're putting on the abs. You wouldn't happen to be into guys, would you? Mina's teasing statement got a couple strangled gasps out of Kaminari and Ida, but Midoriya didn't even flinch at the question. The drawings help me visualize how people use their quirk. More detail means I might see something I'd otherwise miss. Mina mentally cheered. Midoriya's confident, bold, and knows how to handle her banter. If he knew how to party, she'd call him her perfect match. She studied him closely, searching for clues on how to steer the conversation. He kept drawing, but she could see him glance her way every so often. What about me? Have you drawn me yet? Midoriya flipped towards the front of the journal. The sketch was still rough, but Mina stared in fascination at her bubbly, cheerful smile staring back at her. Oh, I like it? Lowering her voice, she asked in a mock-serious tone, you didn't get a peek in the locker rooms for your sketches, did you? From the way Jiro's jacks twitched and the glare she sent at Midoriya, she had picked up on that question. Mina winced, hoping she didn't just get Midoriya in trouble, but he handled her question with impeccable poise. Who do you think I am, Mineta? I'm working off memory from the quirk test yesterday. Jiro relaxed in her seat, and Mina let out the breath she had been holding. That has to be challenging though, right? It is, but for the finer details, I'll ask for footage from today's lesson. They let us look at that? Of course. Midoriya gestured at the screens. Currently, Kirishima was stuck in Siro's tape, but Aoyama cut him free with his laser. The school website uploads videos of class activities like these so we can learn from our classmates. Wait, can anyone watch these? Shoji asked. 2 of his tentacles had sprouted ears, and a third held a mouth right next to Midoriya. Anyone with a school ID, Midoriya answered to one of the ears. If the videos go public, the school needs your permission first. All Might, finally noticing the conversation, cleared his throat and said, please hold your comments until the end of the combat exercise. We will discuss it together once they get back. As silence returned to the room, Mina stared sullenly at All Might's back. The conversation had gotten derailed, and now, she had lost her chance to find out more about Midoriya's hobbies. Risking one last whisper, she asked, "Want to hang out sometime?" "Sure. Swap numbers later." All Might turned back around, putting a prompt end to their conversation, but once he had gone back to the screen and Midoriya was buried back in his journal, Mina pumped her fist. Her excitement was somewhat diminished when, after math class, she wasn't the only one waiting outside Ectoplasm's room. "So, you swing both ways, Midoriya-kun?" Mina asked with a mischievous smile. Todoroki gave her a bland, puzzled look, while Ojiro reddened visibly. Midoriya, unflappable as ever, simply said, "I don't think so. Haven't really thought about it." Once they went their separate ways, Mina's phone got a text, suggesting Machi on Sunday. Mina immediately said yes and headed home with a bounce in her step. Power Loader was busy resigning himself to an extra 3 hours watching over his new problem student when a knock came at the support lab's doors. Midoriya, dismissed from extra training by Eraserhead on account of having burns and stamina drain from broken fingers, instead used his time after school to get his hands on new support equipment. "Midoriya, right?" Something I can do for you? Power Loader asked in a bored tone. My hero costume got covered in BLD during combat training today, Midoriya answered. Put in a request. Yours was pretty simple, so we should have something whipped up by tomorrow. Actually, I was hoping to make some adjustments. I have some material specs and color schemes I wanted to implement. I would also appreciate it if I could discuss possible support items with one of your students. Power Loader looked back nervously, where the one student that had refused to leave the premises was feverishly working on her next volatile experiment. Well, most of the students have gone home already. Which means at least one is still here. Can I talk to them for a minute? Power Loader weighed his options. While he technically was supposed to let his students help heroes in training design their gear and only step in to make sure the new equipment wouldn't get students killed in the field, he felt tempted to spare the young, vulnerable-looking Midoriya the danger of approaching his problem student. Splitting the difference, Power Loader said, you could always come back tomorrow, when there are more students around. You might find someone better suited to designing what you need. I'm sure we can work something out. I need new gear as soon as possible. Power Loader sighed and flung open the door. She's in the back. Watch your step around her. The jetpack she was designing today blew up half the lab. He was hoping that offhand comment would be enough to scare off Midoriya, but he didn't seem fazed in the slightest by the prospect of handling anything that could explode at any moment. Instead, he thanked Power Loader and went straight towards the sounds of welding torches and power sanders. Power Loader followed the kid, partly because he had nothing better to do, mostly to make sure he didn't have to file an incident report. As they approached Hatsum's workstation, the canister of compressed, flammable gases she was welding to a metal plate sprung a leak. She dove for cover, killing the heat on the welding torch, but a stray spark ignited the gas. With a deafening bang, the canister blew its top off. A clump of metal shrapnel the size of a fist sailed close enough to the Midoriya's head to ruffle his hair, yet he didn't even flinch. Instead of welding the tanks onto the plate, you should make holders for the tanks, Midoriya said. That way, you can swap them out with fresh canisters. Hatsum looked up from her hiding spot under the workbench, her goggles zooming in and out as they focused on Midoriya's face. Hatsum may, she said as she clambered onto her feet. Maybe later in the development CYCL, Hatsum said. I wanted a proof of concept first. You're not going to get a proof of concept if it keeps blowing up on you. The student examined the framework of the jetpack, which still had smoke drifting off it. A jetpack's a great idea, adds maneuverability to a hero's kit. There are a lot of heroes that could use something like this. Hatsum rushed forward and grabbed the student by the shoulders, all but crushing him with her TT as she brought him face to face. I know, right? Everyone was saying that grapnel hooks were more practical, but how boring is that? Plus, a grapnel hook wouldn't work in open spaces. Exactly. Plus, with a jetpack, a hero can do a flying headbutt. Imagine how awesome that would be. It would be awesome. The student took a journal out of his backpack and got a pencil ready. I need some kind of long-range weapon, and I was wondering if you could help me with that. You want to make babies with me? Hatsum asked excitedly. Power Loader inwardly groaned, ready to explain to the poor kid Hatsum's meaning, but the kid answered in a calm voice, I would appreciate it. Ooh, let me guess, attack drones with boxing gloves. Imagine swarming your enemies with hordes of flying, punching robots. I was thinking something handheld. A gun that fires a second gun. Imagine the trick shots you could do with that baby. Non-lethal. RBB bullets. Ooh, that explode into sticky goo, snaring your target. Something that can help me grab things? Hatsum frowned. That kind of sounds like a grappling gun. She hummed to herself in frustration before shouting in delight and slamming her hand on the workbench. Give me 1 second. Hatsum returned with a 6-foot length of cable, some duct tape, and a wad of grip plastic. After taping everything together, she slapped the cord against the wall, letting the plastic end stick. An experimental tug had it clinging to the wall. Is it safe on people? Midoriya asked as he examined the adhesive material. In response, Hatsum peeled the prototype off the wall and flung it at Midoriya, catching him in the face. With some care, the plastic peeled off without leaving a mark. Any way we can get it to unstick remotely? Hatsum was long gone, scrambling for parts around the workshop. Could do something with an electrical current. Send a wire through the cable. Air pressure. Use the grappling guns as a base. I can have it ready by tomorrow. Great. Thank you, Hatsumi-san. We can meet up right after class ends. Hatsum grunted in reply as she tore apart a stock grappling hook. Power Loader, stunned by how well Midoriya had handled his most eccentric student, followed him numbly back to his office. I would discuss costume changes with you, right? Would you mind if we went over the new specs? Sure, kid. Power Loader got himself a cup of coffee and resigned himself to a long night. Whatever you need. There were moments when Izuku hated his quirk. He hated raising his hand for every question in every class, giving perfect answers every time. He hated getting perfect scores on every quiz and worksheet, prompting the teachers to praise his academic excellence. He hated seeing Kaken's simmering anger and Yaoyorozu's crushed, defeated expression every time he outdid them both. They both competed with him to answer the most questions and score the highest on their first-day pop quizzes, but neither of them could compete with someone who knew the answers before the teacher had even handed out the papers. It had been like that for no small part of his childhood. He had always hated knowing that people will die or villains will escape and thinking that if he had made an anonymous call to a hero agency, none of that would have happened. He hated hiding his scratches and burns from his mom, hated avoiding beaches and swimming pools, hated wearing long-sleeve shirts even when it was hot outside. He hated wondering what kind of house they could have if he had used his quirk to win the lottery, how often they could have catsid on, how much more time his mom would have for him since she wouldn't have to work 2 jobs. Over the years, he had considered taking those paths, risking discovery of his quirk to get him and his mother better lives, but every time, the mere thought of changing what he saw gave him a headache, as though he was ramming his head against a brick wall. So, he kept his head down, kept his scars hidden, and tried not to look too closely at news of people dying. Of all those events, of all the pain and suffering he had endured, of all the squalor of their dingy 2-bedroom apartment, the instant ramen and bean soup, second-hand clothes and faulty AC units, of all the attention currently heaped on him, nothing made him more seriously consider pushing through that headache, finding any other possible future, than what was about to transpire as he slipped into an alleyway just outside UEA, after a training session with Aizawa on Thursday evening with loud, angry footsteps at his heels. Bakugo Katsuki had fallen into Wonderland. It was the only explanation for how F up the world had become the moment he woke up in a hospital bed in Recovery Girl's office, with almost enough gauze plastered over his face to smother him in his sleep. The old hag had told him he had broken his nose and had gotten a concussion. That alone was impossible. He was Katsuki. Nothing could hurt him. He could take a long walk off a high-rise building and blast his way down without a bruise. If something flew at him, he could blast it out of the air. If anyone tried to hurt him, they'd die. As if that wasn't up enough, when he numbly asked how the hell he had wound up with a broken nose, the hag had slathered a metric fuckton of putrid icing atop the SHT cake. Deku had punched him. One punch from Deku, scrawny, pathetic, quirkless Deku, and he had a broken nose, a concussion, and the living daylights knocked out of him. Possible. When he bolted upright, dizziness hit him like a truck, but he struggled through it, staggering to his feet through spite against the stupid world that had dared bring him low. With a gentle push of her cane, Recovery Girl knocked him back in bed, gave him a disgusting embrace on the forehead, and all but shoved one of her gummy bears down his throat. While strength returned to his numb body, he caught flashes of what had happened up until he had blacked out, going up against Deku, racing into the building, finding him with his back turned, nowhere to run, no one to get in his way, no one to make him hold back and take it easy on the hero wannabe. A flash of green, hollow eyes staring through him as a white-gloved fist appeared, as if drawn out of a magician's hat, right in front of his face. The whole scene had a dreamlike unreality to it, like a nightmare that seemed laughably absurd even as it sent a chill up his spine. Recovery Girl kept him there until the end of the day, by which time it was too late to reassert his place at the top of the classroom. The school had evidently told his parents about the whole thing, since both his parents had come to pick him up. His old hag of a mom shouted at him for being reckless and getting himself hurt on the second day, but the words had no bite to them, And that somehow stung more, like he was too weak to take her anger and disappointment, too fragile after being one-upped by the weakest kid in the whole school. Katsuki let himself simmer in silence, too exhausted and shell-shocked for real anger. The next morning, Katsuki hadn't even remembered what had happened until he looked in the mirror. Purple and black splotches covered half his face. A trembling finger brought to his nose leapt away as pain shot through the sensitive cartilage. The memories came flooding back, and this time, he had the strength for anger. His hand crashed palm first into the mirror. Beads of nitroglycerin sweat popped, shattering the mirror into 100 tinkling shards. His mom ran up the steps and screamed at him. He screamed back. They fired salvos of swear words, each more explicit and bombastic than the last, the booms and cracks of their clashing voices turning the tiny, glass-covered bathroom into a war zone. By the end, Katsuki was grounded for a week and grinning like a maniac. He was back. You wouldn't know what hit it. By the end of the day, he'd be back at the top of the food chain. His enthusiasm died a slow and ugly death in class that day. To kick off his absolutely horrible day, their creepy homeless teacher went over yesterday's combat training, giving everyone specific pointers on how to improve. While Katsuki greatly enjoyed the fact his face was awesome enough to break 2 of Deku's fingers, he did not enjoy getting lectured in front of the entire class on how he was a jackass for charging headfirst into an unknown situation and getting himself taken out without alerting his teammate. That wasn't his fault. He was up against Deku. Deku wasn't supposed to be able to do anything, and the quivering lump of jelly he had for a teammate should have been just as useless. It wasn't his fault the universe decided to turn itself upside down. First PRD was modern art history, an awkward subject for Katsuki, given how Aldra Jr. High never touched it and he had blown it off as a waste of time. Midnight's first move was to explain that they studied it to better understand how heroes influence artistic media, which seemed like a stretch to Katsuki, but given it was a requisite course and he wouldn't settle for anything less than top grades, he resolved to memorize every word of their textbooks. He was already 5 chapters ahead by Wednesday, having plowed through the book the first chance he got, and yet, he found himself pausing at a few questions, struggling to recall the hastily assimilated information. Most other students, even Miss Know-It-All the recommended student, seemed just as off balance as he was. Deku, quiet, insignificant Deku, on the other hand, had turned into AF art critic overnight, answering every question and earning nothing less than Midnight's absolute admiration. In a way, it made sense. Katsuki wasn't blind. He had seen those hero drawings in Deku's books. It made sense he'd happen to have an absurd amount of knowledge on this one, obscure subject. As much as it stung to concede defeat, Katsuki had reckoned on losing only this battle and winning the war. Second PRD was another rout. Math, Katsuki's strongest subject, had turned into a confusing maze of integrals and derivatives, exponents and logarithmic tangled like cables carelessly heaped into a drawer, difficult, but not impossible to untangle. Yet, the moment the grinning pile of goop scrawled out a calculus problem, Deku had his hand raised, with a perfect answer every time. Even Four Eyes couldn't keep up, and he had F-jet engines for legs. It was the same in every single subject. Deku spoke English as if he had been huffing hamburgers since childhood, had every book in the literature syllabus downloaded to his brain, and recited hero regulations as if he had written them himself. As galling as it was to find himself behind Deku, being visibly behind the recommended chick, who was also behind Deku, stung worse. If it had been just her ahead of him, he'd have rejoiced at the prospect of a worthy contender, someone to surpass on his road to being the greatest hero, but to be outclassed by someone who was in turn outclassed by Deku just rubbed salt into his wounds. As the day wore on, Katsuki came to an infuriating conclusion. Deku had been holding out. He had deliberately held back in middle school to make him look like an idiot at UA. How else could he go from a level piece of furniture to top of the class in a single summer? Katsuki swore to himself he'd make Deku pay. Maybe Deku was smart enough for UA, but he'd never be strong enough to be a hero. One way or another, he would prove it. So, Wednesday afternoon he waited outside UA, but Deku never showed. He got back home half an hour late and had to make a half-assed excuse about having to take a detour when his mother got on his but for not coming home right away. When he heard the next day that Deku was training every day after school with Eraserhead, Katsuki decided that curfew can go F itself. He wasn't waiting a whole week while Deku rubbed his inhuman intelligence into his face. So, Thursday afternoon, as the sun sank below the high-rise apartments, casting an orange glow on their windows, he followed Deku into a quiet, empty alleyway. He made no effort to hide his footsteps. Rather, he went out of his way to make extra noise, trying to make the quirkless wimp turn around. Deku didn't even twitch. Gritting his teeth, Katsuki strode faster until he was within reach of him. "Deku," he roared, raising his right fist. He waited until Deku started turning to throw the punch, waited until he could see the panic in his eyes. Like the nightmare of getting beaten in combat training, there was no fear in Deku's expression as he watched Katsuki coming towards him. Deku caught Katsuki's punch by the wrist. Pulling back, Deku forced Katsuki to lean further forward while pressing his knee into Katsuki's thigh. Unbalanced, Katsuki fell forward, catching himself with his free hand. He tried to roll over, tried to wriggle loose from Deku's grasp, but the smaller boy was on top of his back, wrestling his hand into a painful hold, palm pressed flat against his back. Katsuki brought up his left hand, detonating the nitroglycerin on his palm, but Deku leaned aside, letting the blast ruffle his hair. Deku snagged the other hand and forced it next to his right, holding them both in place with a knee. "I'm sorry about this, Kaken." Katsuki wriggled, but he couldn't break free. "What the hell, Deku? Let me go." "Stop struggling. We need to talk." "Like hell I will. Get the F off." Katsuki wriggled and wriggled, but nothing he did made Deku budge an inch. As he struggled, he became painfully aware that, with his palms pressed against his back, he may as well be quirkless. The skin on his hands could stand up to his explosions, but everything else was too sensitive. He'd scorch his back if he tried blasting his way free. It was Deku's way of making Katsuki as worthless as he was, and the mere thought of it made Katsuki sorely tempted to light up his hands like fireworks, his back be damned. Exhausted after his fruitless struggle, Katsuki sagged, letting his head rest on the dirty concrete. "What the F do you want?" Deku rolled up one of his sleeves and held his scarred arm in front of Katsuki's face. "Not all these are your doing, but enough are to get you into serious trouble." Katsuki snorted. "Seriously? Nobody gives a DMN about you." Aldra didn't, but Aldra was an impoverished school desperate to get someone with a powerful quirk to graduate and put them on the map. They would have covered up murder if it meant getting you into UA. But at UA, it's a different story. They have a reputation to keep, and nobody wants a hero that abuses their classmates. It'd be bad press for you if someone found out they accepted someone with your track record for hurting people. Katsuki froze, sagging under Deku's weight. The pebble in the road, by some cruel optical illusion, had turned into an indomitable mountain in the far distance the moment he turned the bend towards you. Deku was smarter than him, Deku was stronger than him, and now, Deku had him at his mercy. What made it worse is Deku had the ball to look sorry as he ground his face in the dirt. Deku stared sorrowfully at him through the grimy glass shard in front of Katsuki's eyes. "So what? You're going to get me in trouble. What you did would have you expelled, at the very least. If I pressed charges, you could even get arrested. You'd never be a hero." Hot, stinging tears worked their way out of Katsuki's eyes. "You're just rubbing it in before you F me over. Having fun, death." His voice was shaking and he couldn't stop it, but he refused to break down sobbing. "Not at all. This is the only way to get through to you. This is the only way to get you to listen to me. If there was any other way, I'd take it." It sounded more like Deku was trying to convince himself than Katsuki. "Fine, I'm listening, Happy. Say whatever the F you have to say and let me go. My old hag's already going to chew me out for being late." "All right then. I want you to do 3 things for me. First, no more swear words. Heroes don't swear." The F. Deku's knee dug into his back, crushing his fingers. Katsuki groaned and gritted his teeth. "That's your last one," Deku said. "If I hear you swear again, I'll go straight to the principal. Do you understand?" Are you blackmailing me?" Katsuki watched him through the glass. Deku looked away, and his shoulders slumped. "It's the only way." Hysterical laughter bubbled up in Katsuki as tears dripped down his face. Are you for real? What makes you think you can get away with this? Second, Deku said, make friends with Mineta-san and Kaminari-san? The pervert and the dunce. Katsuki asked angrily. You can't be serious. I am. Invite them to the arcade next Sunday. If they accept, I'll keep your secret. My advice is to start eating lunch with them, act nicely around everyone, not just them, and wait until next Tuesday before asking them. I'll pay for it, since it's only fair. You seriously want me to? Also, make sure Mineta doesn't get himself expelled. You can hardly be friends with him if he gets himself kicked out for peeping in the women's locker room. Phew, Katsuki cut himself off before he could swear. The blackmail, the humiliation, Deku's casual attitude as he told him how to live his life, like he was a cute little Pomeranian on a leash, made his BLD boil. Once again he bucked and tried to throw Deku off, and once again, Deku's knee forced him back into the dirt. Sweating, tired and emotionally spent, Katsuki asked in a sullen voice, dreading what the answer would be, what's the third thing? Be the hero I could never be. Deku put something in his pocket, released him and walked away. Katsuki struggled to get up, half blind with rage, ready to strangle Deku, but by the time he made it back onto his feet, Deku was long gone. He felt around in his pocket and found a 5,000 yen note, clean, neatly folded, fresh from a local bank. Katsuki almost tore it up. Sure, Katsuki cut himself off, seized with the fear that Deku might still be nearby, waiting for him to crack. Howling in anger, Katsuki punched a brick wall, leaving a scorch mark as his sweat exploded. The sharp ache of his bruised fingers did nothing to dull the ponderous, cold dread in his gut. Katsuki made it back home just before sunset. His mother was on him at an instant, shouting at him for not coming home on time 2 days in a row. Too tired to put up a fight, Katsuki murmured an apology and waited for her to stop shouting. She must have known something was off, from his disheveled clothes, bloodied fingers, and tear-stained face. Her voice softened to a tone Katsuki hadn't heard in years and asked him what was wrong. He couldn't answer her. Alone in his room, without anyone to watch him, Katsuki broke down, sobbing into his pillow as the sun set. If any class was going to give Aizawa Shoyuta gray hairs before his time, it would be this one. It had been just over a week since class had started, but he was already sure he'd have nightmares for years to come. Sharp glances were keeping Mineta in line for now, but he knew he'd have to give the lecherous kid a private lecture before he got out of hand. Yaoyorozu was slowly crumbling before his eyes, the evident cause being she didn't find herself at the center of this classroom's universe. He might not have even noticed if Nizu hadn't pointed out her confidence issues in an offhand manner, but knowing what to watch for, he could see the subtle signs of her shattered self-worth. Todoroki was cold and quiet. That scar, coupled with his asocial attitude, made him wonder if he had 2 abused children in class. Oddly enough, the one he had pegged as the worst of the bunch, the foul-mouthed teen who had the temperament of a lit torch thrown into a fireworks factory, had gone an overnight transformation. His behavior didn't quite do a complete 180, but he'd call it a big step in the right direction. He had stopped insulting his classmates, and even attempted talking to Mineta and Kaminari. The swearing didn't entirely vanish, but Katsuki would always catch himself before he let one slip. Shoyuta noticed that he would glance at Midoriya each time it happened. Speaking of Midoriya, Shoyuta was blown away by his performance thus far. Every teacher he talked to gushed about their new star pupil, raising his hand for every question and giving perfect answers every time. Shoyuta couldn't blame them. During their training sessions, Midoriya absorbed every drop of information, every exercise, every Wing Chun drill, all of it, like parched desert soil. Midoriya only needed to see or be told something once to execute it perfectly, and he would continue to execute it with the precision of factory equipment until his arms shook with exhaustion. After verifying that Midoriya was doing all his personal strength and stamina training correctly, Aizawa focused on giving him a crash course on all the CQC he could teach him. Blocks, punches, throws, dodges, and everything in between. He learned months' worth of martial arts in a matter of days. As Midoriya continued his explosive growth, Shoyuta found himself growing rationally angry at all the teachers that had failed him, all the teachers that ignored the enormous potential lying right under their noses. He imagined how much farther Midoriya would be if he had just started his training a year earlier, or two. Friday afternoon, as Shoyuta retreated to the break room to rejuvenate himself with a pot of coffee, All Might, shrunken down to his civilian form, crept into the room. "Ah, Izuku, I was hoping to get a chance to talk to you. It's been a long week and I haven't seen you around much." Shoyuta held back a sigh. "What is it, Yajisan?" "Well, I had questions about the combat training. 2 of my students got sent to the nurse's office, and I was wondering what I could have done differently. Should I have told them to take it easy on each other before they started? Should I have stepped in when it looked like something bad was about to happen? I'm not sure if there was anything I could have even done, but..." Shoyuta held a hand up, stopping the torrent of doubt and insecurity pouring from the number 1 hero. Nobody was permanently injured, and the class continued with minimal disruption. "You handled it just fine." "But they broke bones?" Shoyuta gave him a flat, disapproving look. "Yes, they did. Your point?" Toshinori coughed in surprise and wiped at the BLD on his lips. "Izuku, I know I'm not an experienced teacher, but isn't that going too far? Isn't it a part of our job to keep these children safe?" "Safe?" Shoyuta snapped. "You want to keep them safe? Coddle them like that, and they'll die to the first villain that breaks their nose. That sounds a bit extreme." "Really? I figured that you'd understand how dangerous hero work is, given that hole in your st." One of Toshinori's hands reflexively went to the old wound. "That was not exactly a typical circumstance." "And most of us can't punch the weather away," Shoyuta said dryly. "For all your strength, for all your power, you still got a crippling injury, something that would have killed anyone else. Heroes die all the time in this line of work. Nobody realizes it because they're all paying attention to you. Every time you save a civilian or lock up a prominent villain, it makes the front pages and 6 o'clock news, and in the meantime, lesser heroes die to nameless villains, a tragedy forgotten by the next headline. Izuku, for what it's worth, I think it's a good thing nobody realizes how dangerous the world had become, but you're not going to be around forever." Izawa poured himself a cup, grimaced at all the grounds lurking at the bottom, and drank the whole mug in one go. "Sooner or later, that wound's going to make you retire, or worse, kill you off, and when that happens, it's going to be ugly. If I'm lucky, I won't be alive to see it happen, but I know my students will have to clean up whatever you leave behind. I want to make sure they're ready for that, and if you have any respect for their lives, you'll do the same." Toshinori was pale, so pale that Izawa was worried it might be from BLD loss. His hands clenched, and fire returned to his hollow, blue eyes. "I'll make sure it won't come to that. I'll find someone who can stand just as tall as I can, who can inspire the people, give them hope, drive back villainy and crime. The symbol of peace won't die with me. It might not be perfect, but it's better than letting our home fall to chaos." Izawa tightened his scarf and went for the door. "I'll make sure that symbol of peace won't be needed." Izuku met Todoroki at a small, local soba restaurant. The decor was muted and tasteful, dark wooden tables, comfortable booths, decorative light fixtures, elegant drawings of ocean waves and leaping fish on the walls. Todoroki wore formal attire, a collared shirt and khakis a touch too small for him, that looked as though they had been sitting in a closet for a year. Knowing ahead of time, Izuku matched Todoroki's attire, though it cost him 10,000 yen's worth of art commissions. The noodles weren't cheap either. The grilled shrimp were warm, but the noodles themselves were chilled, a dichotomy that seemed to appeal to Todoroki. The dish was topped with a chili flake slurry that had a pleasant, smoky burn. The noodles themselves were infused with green tea, adding herbal notes to each bite. Todoroki looked up from his soba every couple of bites, evidently wondering how to, or if he should break the silence between them. Izuku knew he should wait, let Todoroki settle into the unfamiliar environment, feel the comfort in knowing that no words need to be said. Once he finished his first bowl, Izuku asked for a couple bowls of donbori, cheaper and more filling than the soba. Pushing his body to its physical limits had put his appetite into overdrive, as if his body had turned into a raging inferno, burning itself to ash. The days of intense physical training, A desperate rush to prepare himself for the USJ had already left him with bone-deep fatigue, a heavy-lidded sense that he would fall asleep the moment he rested, his head kept at bay by unhealthy quantities of coffee. Todoroki ordered himself 2 more bowls. "Is Izuku-sensei making you train a lot?" Todoroki asked. "I have to. I'm so far behind everyone else." The donburi came with slices of raw salmon, pickled seaweed, and unagi sauce. It lacked the savory spice of the soba, but the interplay between the earthy seaweed and tangy, sweet sauce was no less appetizing. Todoroki matched him bite for bite, and within 10 minutes, they had cleaned their plates. The waitress came around, bill in hand, and Izuku took it. "I asked if you wanted to come. It's only fair I pay for it." Todoroki watched with a troubled expression as Izuku put crisp, freshly withdrawn bills on the table, leaving a generous tip. "Why did you invite me here?" he asked. "Because I felt like it?" Todoroki's countenance soured. "Is it because of endeavor?" "Not at all," Izuku said. "I am aware you both share the same family name. I wouldn't be much of a hero fanboy, would I be, if I didn't recognize that much? But I wasn't aware that you two had a familial relationship until you brought it up just now. The fire did make me wonder." At the mention of the fire, Todoroki grimaced and looked away. Izuku leaned forward and said, "I'm guessing things aren't great between you and him." Stony silence was Todoroki's only answer. Instead of trying to pry further, Izuku said, "I don't remember my father. My mom says he had a fire quirk, not as strong as Endeavor's. When I was really little, I hoped I'd get his quirk. I spent a lot of time waving my hands in front of a candle, trying to make the fire move. One time, when it was getting a bit late for my quirk to come in, I even stuck my hand into the flame, as if that would make the quirk appear somehow. All I got out of it were burned fingers." Todoroki poked his chopsticks at the dregs of chili flakes in his bowl, not meeting Izuku's eyes. "You never got your quirk?" "No, I didn't. Yet you're trying to be a hero anyways." "I can't see myself doing anything else." "Why?" Todoroki asked. "Why do you want to be a hero so badly?" "I want to help people." Todoroki blinked. "That's it?" he asked incredulously. Anger crept into his voice. "Do you expect me to believe that? I can tell you're being pushed to your physical limits, exercising until your arms and legs ache, never quite able to catch your breath, so exhausted each night you pass out before taking your clothes off. You're telling me that you're willing to suffer all that just because you want to help people." "When I was little," Izuku said, "one of my favorite videos was when All Might made his debut. There was no villain to fight, no flashy battle, no cool super moves. It was just All Might, a burning building, and over 100 civilians trapped inside. As the building collapsed around him, All Might charged inside, running out with a dozen people on his shoulders each time. The whole time, through every second of that rescue, he had this big grin on his face, a grin that said that everything would be okay." Midoriya made his own smile, a pale imitation, but one that got a visible response out of Todoroki. "I wanted to be like that." Todoroki glowered. "My father's been trying to be better than him his whole career. What makes you think you could be anything like him without a quirk? You don't need to be strong to save people. As weak as I was, there was someone who would have died if I hadn't saved them. It's why I went to UA. I saw the chance to be a hero and I took it." Midoriya chuckled and scratched at his hair. "To tell the truth, I didn't think I'd get as far as I did." "So, you're not trying to be number one?" "I know I never could be. Just saving people is enough for me." Todoroki leaned back in his chair, still processing everything Izuku had said. While he was distracted, Izuku asked, "What about you? Why did you go to UA?" "Not your business. Is it because your father made you?" The silence between them was cold and dense enough to climb with an ice axe. Todoroki stared frostily at Izuku and asked, "What makes you think that? It doesn't seem like you like your father that much. You always call him Endeavor, for one." Todoroki winced. He stared down at the table, never meeting Izuku's eyes. "Just drop it, alright? It's nothing." As much as Izuku hated himself for forcing the issue, he knew that he had to get through to Todoroki. "Do you actually want to be a hero?" "Yes. I decided on my own that I will be a hero, but I'm going to do it my way. I'm not going to use Endeavor's power." "That's why you don't use your fire?" Todoroki nodded. I'll become the #1 hero with just my ice. You probably could, Izuku said. Your ice is a very strong and versatile quirk, arguably better than Endeavor's. It reduces property damage, though you'll need to be careful not to freeze pipes. It can reshape the terrain, shield civilians, treat burns, imprison villains, though watch for hypothermia and frostbite, and it gives you more mobility. You really think I can do it? Absolutely. Todoroki snorted, a ghost of a smile forming on his lips. Endeavor always said I was holding myself back, wasting my potential, would never beat All Might if I didn't use both sides of my quirk. It feels nice hearing from someone that I can do it. Izuku wanted to leave the conversation there, at that high note, with Todoroki happy and content, but he knew what had to come next. You shouldn't. Todoroki's smile vanished, like a snowflake drifting through a bonfire. Why not? Because someday, somewhere, there's going to be someone you could only save with your fire. Someone freezing to death, surrounded by villains, with no one else to save them, no way for you to call backup or get them somewhere warmer. Someone who will die unless you use your fire to warm them up. Todoroki's mismatched eyes bored into him. You can't know that. If you're serious about being a pro hero, you'll have to be ready for it. When that day comes, I hope that someone else's life will mean more to you than what your dad thinks of you. Izuku stood, straightened his shirt, and said, I should get going before my mom starts worrying. She doesn't like it when I stay out late. Have a good night, Shotokun. The familiarity bothered Izuku, who was ill-accustomed to being familiar with anyone, but he had faith that it was the final set of words that would save his life at the USJ. The dojo that Ojiro trained at, which doubled as his home, was nestled between a ramen shop and a quick mart. The wooden floors had nicks and dents, but they were polished until they shone, and though their mats and GI had seen better days, everything was clean and smelled of juniper. Ojiro's own GI was no less time-worn than the rest of the dojo, but his clothes were freshly laundered and expertly folded, his green belt gleaming around his waist. The living space over the dojo was almost as cramped as the Midoriya's apartment. To Izuku's eyes, it was cozy. The furniture was worn with age, from seats that had shaped themselves to the people that sat in them every night for many years, to the table with subtle indents where bowls and plates had been set at every meal, to couches where one could tell who sat where by the size and shape of the indent in the cushions. An old cathode ray television sat on a cabinet in the living room, playing the news over crackling speakers. Old photographs hung room every wall, some showing Mashareo holding up a new belt, training in the dojo, smiling in front of a birthday cake, held in his mother's arms as an infant. Others were much older, the colors bleached by sunlight, of the parents as they grew up. The whole place had a history to it, one that remembered the Ojiro family through generations. Ojiro's father greeted Izuku warmly and beamed when he expressed interest in martial arts. He was an older man, blonde hair going gray at the temples, wiry and lean. His tail was thin and slender, lacking the weight and strength of Ojiro's tail, but more dexterous, able to pour a cup of tea while he brought out the sugar. As they drank, Izuku thanked him for the tea, complimenting its deep, herbal flavor, and the older man replied that he had good taste. All the talking upstairs was small talk, how school was going, what his home life was like, what interested him about martial arts. Izuku asked questions of his own, how long they've run the dojo, were there any competitions, what the process was for getting belts, asked more out of politeness than any interest in the answers. Once they had finished the tea, Ojiro led Izuku back downstairs. He gave him a GI out of a hamper and let Izuku change in the bathroom. Izuku's hands went through the motions as if he had worn a GI countless times before, though it had been his first time trying on the garment, because he already knew the hand motions he would make to hold the garment together. Ojiro seemed startled when he walked out. He recovered, but his expression became more guarded. It wasn't something Izuku could help, he reasoned, since he had no idea what had caused it and his future showed it happening anyways. Over one of the tatami mats, Ojiro led him through some basic blocks and counters. Ojiro would demonstrate once, either having Izuku try to punch him or take a blow, and have Izuku replicate his movements. His vision of the future showed him how to execute each move. Armed with that knowledge, Izuku quickly made his way through the exercises. After he demonstrated proficiency in blocking and attacking, Ojiro showed him throws. They both hit the mats many times as they walked through each throw. "You're learning fast," Ojiro said once they were done. He poured out 2 cups of water from a nearby fountain and offered Izuku one. "If you're interested, you could try getting a belt. You'd start out as a novice, but you could get my rank within a few years." "Thanks, but I'd rather focus on becoming a hero." Ojiro's smile faltered. "Well, couldn't you do both? I mean, what else could you do if you want to fend for yourself as a hero?" "I still intend to learn martial arts, but I should also think about what kind of support gear I'll work with." Midoriya gestured at his short, skinny frame. "As I'm never going to cut it fighting with my bare hands." "Well, what if your equipment breaks, or you run out of it? Then I'd use my hands." Avoiding that is part of a hero's job as well. "Sure, I need to be prepared for emergencies, that's why I want to learn martial arts, but support equipment will make me more effective as a hero." Ojiro's tail whipped back and forth as he thought to himself. "I guess I can understand that, but if you devoted yourself entirely to martial arts, eventually, you would be good enough not to need any equipment. It would take longer, yes, but in the end, with strong work and practice, you could achieve anything with your bare hands." "What would happen in the meantime?" Izuku countered. "How many people would I fail to save because I decided not to use support equipment? We're just students. It'll be years before we'll have to save someone. You'll have plenty to master martial arts before then." Izuku shook his head. "There's work studies over the summer. While we won't be allowed to engage villains, it's possible we'll be forced to defend ourselves and others." Ojiro faltered, but with visible inspiration he rallied himself. "You won't be allowed any equipment during the sports festival. If you want to get into the work studies, you'll need to be able to fend for yourself without that equipment. You won't be able to save anyone during work studies if hero agencies never notice you." "True, but martial arts won't be of much help during the early rounds. Those are usually either a race or some form of team-based exercise. As long as I make it to the bracket, I'll get some offers." Ojiro thought for a moment and sighed in defeat. "You have a point. Still, I'm farther along in my training. Adding equipment now would just throw off my fighting style." Izuku feigned surprise. "You're not going to add any equipment. I thought I had some good ideas." "You did," Ojiro said uneasily, "it's just that they don't fit with my style as a hero." "Why not?" "I thought I picked weapons that seemed right at home with a martial artist's aesthetic." "Well, I kind of want to be a hero that doesn't have to depend on equipment. So many heroes these days only fight as well as they do because of their equipment, like Endeavor's coolant suit, but there's one hero who's amazing without any support equipment. All Might." "Exactly. He made me believe that I could be an amazing hero just with my family's martial arts. That's what I want to be a hero for, to show everyone that heroes are more than just their equipment." "The only reason All Might doesn't use any support equipment is that nothing can handle his strength," Izuku said. "It's not about making a point or showing what can be done. I know that if there was support equipment that would help him save people, he would use it, because that's what matters most to him." How do you know that?" Izuku took out his first hero journal, brought along for this moment. The entire book, front to back, was devoted entirely to All Might, from his childish hero worship to concrete analysis of his career. Early in his career, Izuku said as he flipped to the relevant section, All Might worked closely with David Shield. There were some prototypes he tried, but all of them broke when he used his quirk. Ojiro stared in shock at the sketched images of All Might wearing modified gauntlets and boots. "I had no idea. It was a long time ago. I had to do a lot of digging to find good images for these sketches." After a deep breath, Ojiro stood tall and said, "Well, I'll be the first then. I'll show everyone you don't need equipment to be a hero." "Honestly, you probably could. It would be strong, but you could do it, and you'd even gain popularity in some circles for sticking with that promise." "You really think so?" "You could," Izuku said, bracing himself for another set of shattered dreams. "But I don't think you should." Ojiro's face went blank. "Why not?" "Because, one day, there will be someone that your martial arts can't save, no matter how much you practice. The villain will be too far away, out of your reach, and someone will die because of it. Sure, you'd still be a hero, but you would wonder what would have happened if you had the tools to save that person. Frustration slowly surfaced on Ojiro's face, though he struggled to contain it. After an awkward silence, Izuku slipped off the GI, handed it back to Ojiro, and said he had to go home. Once Izuku had left, the elder Ojiro, teacup in hand, told the younger, "Cherish the friend that gives you advice they know you don't want to hear. Those are the kind that truly care about you." Ashido took Izuku to a bustling, vibrant machi shop. Colorful furniture, pop music playing over the speakers, bright pink uniforms worn by smiling employees assaulted Izuku's senses as they got in line. It took nearly 10 minutes for the sheer volume of customers to wind their way through the queue and get their machi before it was their turn. Ashido got strawberry flavor, and Izuku went with mint, already knowing how it would taste. Waiting in line, with a cute girl leaning on his shoulder, Izuku felt a strange combination of awkwardness and exhilaration. Even knowing everything that would happen, it felt strangely unreal that he, quirkless, worthless Deku, was on a date with a girl. It wouldn't last, but at least he could say he had gone on a date before he died. Ashido looked right at home in the flamboyant atmosphere, with a black tank top and shorts that showed enough leg to make Izuku uneasy every time he looked down. Izuku went with a plain long-sleeve shirt and jeans, casual, but a bit stuffier than anything that would have fit the venue. Their seat was in the middle of the turmoil, with people passing them and idle conversations droning over the backdrop music. Ashido dug right in, tearing a big bite of pink-colored rice cake and chewing it vigorously. Izuku ate his green-colored treat at a more deliberate pace. "Isn't this stuff the best, Izuken?" Ashido asked between bites. Izuku had to speak louder than usual to make himself heard. "It's really good. Thanks for inviting me here, Ashido-san." Ashido waggled a finger in front of Izuku's face. "Nope. We're on a date, so you have to call me Mina-chan." "Sure, Mina-chan." Izuku couldn't remember the last time he had used such a casual honorific. Despite his nerves, the name rolled easily off his tongue. Mina smiled at him. "So, how long have you been drawing?" "I started when I was really little. I think, after I saw All Might for the first time, I got obsessed with heroes. I started drawing pictures and writing about them, and as time went on, I got better at both." "You have more journals, right? Mind if I see one?" "Sure." Izuku had his latest journal on him since there will be a villain attack right around the corner in an hour. He had only just started it with a few entries on Kamui Woods and Mount Lady. Mina chuckled when she saw the heroine's skimpy outfit. "Careful, Izuken, people might think you're a pervert if you keep drawing stuff like this." Izuku leaned forward to see the image that she was talking about. Mount Lady was leaning forward, greeting her audience and showing a generous amount of cleavage. Some rough-sketched bystanders were drawn in for scale. Her costume has to stretch many times its size when she grows. Can only cover so much at full size. I bet she does that on purpose. Well, it has certainly gotten a lot of attention. I've been getting so many commissions for her lately." "You do commissions?" Mina waggled her eyebrows with a mischievous smile. "Do you do naughty commissions?" Izuku shook his head. "People offered me a lot of money, but I never felt comfortable with it. I know some heroes, like Midnight, say it's fine, but it feels wrong, like I'm stripping them myself and letting people ogle them." "Yeah, I can see how that would be weird. How much did they offer?" "One guy offered 50,000 yen. Most do 5 to 10,000. Mina's jaw dropped. "That much really? That's for the really strong stuff to make?" Izuku took out his phone and opened some image files. "I usually make them on a tablet, makes it easier to do the shading and add effects." "Wow, that's awesome." Mina flipped through the files, marveling at each one. "You made all these? How much time did it take?" "Each one takes a couple days. I have to do the line art, fill in the colors, then the shading. Shading takes a long time to get right. I wish I could make art this pretty. All I can do are doodles." "What do you do for fun?" Izuku asked. "Aside from asking out cute boys." Mina asked with a sly smile. "I like dancing." "Really? What kind?" "Just dancing, I guess. Whatever's fun. I've been dying to try out a nightclub, but my parents won't let me." "Don't you have to be 20? "Yeah, but once I move out, I'll get a fake ID and party it up." Mina leaned closer and whispered, "You can come with me if you want." Izuku shook his head. "I appreciate the offer, but I want to focus on hero work." Mina's horns drooped. "So, does that mean?" "Yeah, I'd rather not get into anything right now." "Sorry." "No, it's fine. I understand." Mina smiled at him and said, "Thanks for coming, though I still had lots of fun." "Same here. No one's ever asked me out before, so thanks for doing that. It was really nice of you." "Really? No one was interested in you." "Well, I am quirkless." Mina winced. She punched him lightly on the shoulder. "They all missed out. You're pretty great." "Thanks. You're pretty great too." Mina giggled and said, "Well, if you ever change your mind, you have my number. I'm not going to wait around forever, so don't get mad at me if I have to turn you down because I'm with someone else." "That's fine. Anyways, I had some ideas for your hero outfit you might like." "Really? Let's hear it." Opening up his 1A notebook, he showed Mina his rough sketch of a set of bulbous gloves. "I don't know, I'm not sure I like the way they look." "That can be fixed. The general idea is that you can store the acid you make, so you can release it all at once later. Like what Bakugo does." "I don't know, acid can be pretty dangerous. It's usually better just to use a little bit at a time." "It could be useful in emergencies," Izuku said. "Like if there's a lot of villains at once, or a really powerful one. It could also clear obstacles. It would be tough to use around civilians and could cause severe property damage, which is why it should be used sparingly. Still, I think you should at least try it, see what you think." "Well, you're the smart one. If you think I should, then I will." "Cool. I can't wait to see it in action." "You'll draw me when I use it, right? Show me how it turns out." He knew he would never be around for a second date, but it was nice to know that she was interested. While they were jogging under Aizawa's supervision, Izuku ran up to Uraraka and said, "I noticed you have trouble nullifying the gravity of multiple objects at once." "Ah, Midoriyakin." "Yeah," Uraraka said between breaths, "I get nauseous when I try it." "Have you tried making objects just a bit lighter instead of nullifying it altogether? It might be easier on you." "I never thought of that." "Thanks. I'll give it a try." Izuku could only guess how it would save her life, but he knew that short conversation would matter. Midoriya Inko knew that her son was not okay. Learning that he had been quirkless, despite both his parents having quirks, shattered her baby Izuku's dream of being a hero. Maybe she shouldn't have told him it wouldn't be possible. Maybe her son would still be happy if she had let him live a lie, but she knew she couldn't live with herself if Izuku got himself hurt trying to be a hero without a quirk. The first couple weeks were hell. If Izuku wasn't crying over his favorite All Might video, he had the lifeless demeanor of a zombie, and if he wasn't dejectedly staring off into space, he was working on his notebook with shaking fingers. Inko almost broke down, almost told him that he could still be a hero, that he could sign up for martial arts or something, learn how to save others without a quirk. If it had gone on for much longer, she might have. It was as if SWH was flipped in Izuku's brain. One day, the crying, the listlessness, the expression of a broken heart and shattered dreams, was replaced by apathy. Sure, he still smiled or frowned at things. Over the years, Inko learned to read the subtle changes in expression. However, he never laughed, never seemed surprised at anything, never said more than he needed to or tried anything different. He kept to himself, working on his hero notebooks and studying for school. Inko sometimes wondered if she should take her son to a psychologist. Even if it would cost her more than she could afford, she could find a way to make it work. The only thing that stopped her was the fact that she couldn't say that anything was wrong with her son. He didn't behave like other kids, but his grades were normal and his teachers didn't have any comments. If she couldn't say there was wrong with him, then would there even be anything to fix? The slime incident seemed to spark a change in Izuku. He started working out, eating more, and going outside. When she asked why, Izuku told her that he had applied to UA's hero program and he wanted to pass. As tempted as she was to put her foot down, tell him it was too dangerous, especially after a villain nearly killed him, the thought of him finally coming out of his shell changed her mind. Inko had hoped that she would get her smiling son back. Only he never did come out of that shell. Though his appetite improved and his body grew visibly more athletic, Izuku's attitude remained unchanged. As the day of the exam approached, Izuku showed no hint of excitement or anxiety. He left home with his backpack slung over his shoulders, a pair of garden shears poking out the top, and a plexiglass shield in one hand. When Izuku got the results back, with the top score on the physical exam and a passing grade on the written portion, earning a full-ride scholarship on top of getting into the hero program, and casually tossed the acceptance letter on the table without a hint of joy or happiness, Inko knew she had to talk to someone. She waited until the school year began, waited until she could take a day off from both of her jobs, before calling up the school. After telling the assistant what she wanted, she was quickly passed to the principal. She quickly explained her concerns, and he asked her what time would work best for her. When she said she could make any time on Monday, he scheduled her for an early morning visit. After Izuku left for school, Inko packed her own backpack, filling it with the doctor's notice she got when he was 4, along with anything else she thought could explain what she thought was wrong: pictures of him alone during birthday parties, his neutral expression when he got a new All Might figurine, report cards and notes from parent-teacher conferences. Eraserhead met her out at the school gates. Izuku had told him who he was and explained he operated outside the limelight, but it felt strong to believe that the unkempt, shabby-looking man wasn't only her son's homeroom teacher, but also a pro-hero. The press parted uneasily around him as he glared them aside, making room for Inko. Eraserhead complimented her for not wasting any time and led her into the school. She gawked at the scenery, struggling to take in how vast and modern the school looked, but Eraserhead's rapid pace made her hustle to keep up with him. She was nearly out of breath by the time they made it to a conference room. A tiny, white-furred rodent in a suit and an old lady in a doctor's robe with a syringe for a hair ornament were waiting for her, seated around a large table. 4 cups of tea were set out, still steaming hot, with a white china pot at the center of the table. Eraserhead sat next to the rodent, leaving Inko the seat at the far end of the table. Inko tried the tea and found it refreshingly sweet. "I'm not fond of fruity teas myself," the rodent told her, "but I figured you would enjoy this more. Is it to your liking?" "Yes, thank you." Inko took another sip to calm her nerves. "Thank you for meeting with me, Nizuzan. I don't want to be a bother." "Not at all," Nizu said. "The welfare of this institution's students will always be my top priority. I am happy to meet with concerned parents at any time." Gesturing at the others around the table, Nizu said, "This is Shizenji Chio, the school nurse, and Aizawa Shoyuta, Midoriyakin's homeroom teacher. So, I know we discussed this over the phone a bit, but I would appreciate it if you could give us a detailed account of what concerns you have." Inko told them everything she could think of: the doctor's diagnosis and his behavior the few weeks after, the sudden change, his apathy, the slime villain attack, and his fervent training afterwards. She showed her pictures, the notes, the medical records, wondering if the teachers were going to think she was crazy. It sounded crazy to her, all laid out, crazy to raise a fuss over her son being distant and withdrawn after having his dreams crushed, but it felt good to get all her worries off her. Nizu had been taking notes throughout her speech. When she stopped, he kept writing a few minutes, the scratching of his fountain-tip pen filling the silence in the room. "Is that everything?" he asked. "Yes." "Thank you for listening. I'm sorry if I wasted your time. You aren't omitting anything, are you?" Nizu's beady eyes seemed to bore holes into her skull. Inko swallowed nervously and said, "No, I don't think so. Why, is something wrong?" Shizenji and Aizawa exchanged a look that made Inko's stomach plummet. Nizu tapped his pen on the table, lost in thought. "For the record," the principal said, "I don't suspect any wrongdoing on your part." Inko's heart nearly stopped at the gravity of his tone and words. "However, if I find reason to believe otherwise, I may have to involve the authorities." Inko's heart joined her stomach somewhere near her toes. "What happened?" Both faculty members turned towards the principal. Nizu took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry to ask you like this, but are you aware of Izuku's scars?" "His what?" Nizu nodded towards Aizawa. The teacher took out a remote, turning on a projector over the table. The image taken during the combat training was a bit blurry, zoomed in, but she could still make out faint splotches and lines on Izuku's skin, blindingly white against Izuku's pale skin. Tears poured down Inko's face as she took in the image, blurring the scars even more. When she asked, her voice hoarse. When did this happen? I got a closer look at his scars when he came into my office, Shizenji said. They all look years old, and though I can't be sure, it looks like they all happened at different times. As best as I can guess, this has been happening for a long time. The nurse made a grim expression and said bitterly, they don't look self-inflicted. Someone did this to him. What? We don't know, Nizu said. I've been reviewing school records, but Aldra didn't have anything on record. It will take time, but I'm working on getting access to their security footage. Inko could barely speak from how tight her throat had become. She couldn't see anymore, blinded by her tears. How did I not know about this? She wailed, sobbing into her arm. How could I be so stupid? Shizenji hopped out of her chair and went to Inko's side. You too, she snapped at Nizu and Aizawa. Out. We'll be next door, Nizu said. Take as much time as you need, Midoriya-san. When they were alone, Recovery Girl pulled a chair over next to Inko. She sat next to her, patting her shoulder while she sobbed into the table. Everything will be okay, Midoriya-san. We will do everything we can for your son. How did I not know? He had scars all over his arm and back for God knows how long, and I never even noticed them. How? Do you think he was hiding them on purpose? Inko sniffed and wiped her face. He had to have. He always wore long shirts, no matter how hot it was. He always said he hated swimming. How did I miss all that? It's all right, dearie, you didn't know. Nobody's perfect. There's nothing you could have done if he didn't let you know about his problems. But why? Inko grabbed Shizenji by the shoulders. Her eyes were flooding with fresh tears. Why didn't he tell me? Did he think I wouldn't care? Did he think I wouldn't believe him or do anything about it? I don't know, Recovery Girl said. That's something you'll have to find out from your son. Inko's shoulders sagged. I did this. When he got the diagnosis, he asked me if he could still be a hero. I just apologized. I couldn't even tell him that he could still have his dream. I couldn't. I was so worried about what would happen to him, and if I had been more supportive, if I helped him become a hero like he always dreamed, maybe he would have trusted me. Maybe he would have told me all this was happening. Inko grew nearly incomprehensible as her zizi shook from all the sobbing. Maybe it wouldn't have even happened in the first place. You weren't wrong, Midoriya-san. Hero work is dangerous. Your son came in a few days ago with 2 broken fingers. I'm guessing he didn't tell you that either. Inko's stricken countenance was all the answer Shizenji needed. The elderly woman shook her head. It's a common enough occurrence during training. Burns, cuts, broken bones, concussions, sprains, you name it, I've seen it in my office. We try to limit it, but fact is, they need to be exposed to that danger beforehand, or the real world will chew them up. Hero work isn't glamorous, it isn't a cozy life. It's a life of hardship and sacrifice, one that isn't easy for anyone, even those with powerful quirks. If I hadn't seen what Midoriya was capable of for myself, I would have insisted that he be transferred to general studies. Even now, I still can't believe he's here. I don't even know how I did it. How awful is that? I should have been there to support him, and instead, he had to do all this on his own. No wonder he never told me anything. Inko buried her face in Shizenji's shoulder, drenching her coat. She cried like that for 15 minutes, while Recovery Girl patted her back and muttered softly to her. I'm sorry, Inko said as she pulled away. I shouldn't have. It's quite all right. Shizenji rummaged around in her pocket and took out a gummy. Here, eat one. You'll feel better. Inko stared numbly at the green teddy bear between her fingers. She popped it in her mouth, grimacing at the sickly sweet apple flavor. When she swallowed it, a surge of energy spread through her, making her feel a little less like death. Thank you, she said, her voice trembling as she held back another round of sobs. You're going through all this trouble just for me. I don't feel like I deserve it. That's what heroes are for, Shizenji said with a warm smile. We help whoever and however we can. Don't worry about not being worth it because you are. You care about your son, and because of that, I know the 2 of you will be okay. Inko took a deep breath and wrung her hands together. Thank you, Shizenji-san. I don't know what to do next. Where do I even begin? Well, we have a counselor on staff for situations like this. If you would like, We can talk to Nizu and see if we can set up an appointment. We also have psychiatrists we can contact, but it may take a while before they can see your son. The counselor sounds perfect. Inko wiped her face on her sleeve, grimacing when some of her makeup stained the fabric. I'm a mess. Don't worry about that, I have some powder you can borrow. It's fine, I'm just heading home anyways, but thank you. Shizenji poured Inko another cup of tea. Should I go get Nizu? Please. Inko barely had time for a sip before everyone was back. She tried her best to stay in control of herself, but she knew she looked like a mess from the pained expression on Aizawa's face. From what I understand, you wish to set up an appointment with the school's counselor, correct? When Inko nodded, the principal said, I can get you in as early as next Monday, after school. Will that be all right? It will. She had work that day for both jobs, but the thought didn't even cross her mind. Thank you so much. Anytime, Midoriya-san. Is there anything else we can help you with? No, you've done so much already. I'll be fine. Thank you. Aizawa-san can take you to the entrance. I'll send you an email to confirm the appointment and tell you when to arrive. Gathering up her things, Inko said her goodbyes to Nizu and Shizenji before following Aizawa out of the room. This time, the pro-hero walked more slowly, looking behind him once in a while with a concerned expression. Each time they came to a corner, he made sure no one was in the hallways. The path was a different one, winding past large, closed-off buildings and open fields. When they arrived at a small gate at the rear of the school, Aizawa paused. This is the back entrance. After all that, I figured you wouldn't want to deal with all the vultures lurking outside the school. It took Inko a few moments to realize that Aizawa meant the reporters. Yes, thank you. I don't think I want to end up in a newspaper looking like this. Aizawa smiled, but it was strained. I am so sorry for everything you and your son have been through. He pulled up a sleeve, revealing a few scars of his own. I know what it's like. Will he be okay? Inko asked. He's a tough kid. And honestly, he has the potential to be an amazing hero. He had a determined gleam in his eye when he said, I'll make sure of it. I wish I had seen it sooner. If I had, it's not your fault. That much I'm sure of. He scowled and added, if anything, it's whichever incompetent idiot was running his prep school for letting it get this bad. If any students at UH try to harass him, I'll see to it that they are expelled at the minimum. Good. I could tell that his old teachers never really cared, but I didn't think there was anything I could do about it. I'm glad he finally has a good teacher. Wiping away a stray tear, she said, Thank you, and have a good day, Aizawa-san. When Izuku came home, Inko almost confronted him on the spot. Seeing the long sleeves of his school uniform, knowing what was hiding beneath them, brought fresh tears to her eyes, but she wiped them away before her son could see. You know, she said shakily, I want you to know that I'm proud of you. I didn't believe you could be a hero, but you did it. You made it to UA. And I want you to know, I'll do whatever I can to support your dream. She didn't know how she expected her son to react, but his indifferent nod felt like the cruelest answer possible. Thanks, Mom. I'm glad you think so. Izuku went to his room, training some more, from the sound of stomping feet and heavy breathing behind his door. 1 week, she just had to pull through for 1 week, and they could sort this all out. It had taken her far too long, but she finally got the help her son needed. Nizu had another conference room waiting when Recovery Girl kicked them both out. Nizu reached for his cup, only to find he had left it in the other room. What a bother, he said idly. I hope it doesn't get cold before we go back. Aizawa took a seat and folded his arms. I thought we weren't going to approach his mother. She approached me. Good thing she did. I had thought that she was helping her son hide his quirk, but I see now that she's as in the dark as we are. Is that good or bad? Nizu grimaced. Very bad. The fact that he managed to keep those scars a secret from his own mother for so long speaks to how well he can hide things, and it also points to possible trust issues. Getting Izuku to admit he has a quirk, let alone confide the details of its use and limitations, will be nearly impossible. Aizawa drummed his fingers on the table, looking down with an uneasy countenance. I feel bad for her. We dropped one hell of a bombshell on her, and we still haven't told her about his mystery quirk. I'm afraid we won't be doing that today. An edge crept into Aizawa's voice. Why not? For one, all our evidence is circumstantial. While we could use Tsukachi to resolve the matter, the situation's too delicate for such a hammer, so to speak. Second, if Midoriyakin were to catch wind of our suspicions, it may make him flee. Considering that he has an information-based quirk of equal or greater magnitude of my own, with unknown function and characteristics, I shudder to imagine how difficult it would be to track him down. He could disappear entirely or worse yet, team up with villains. So, what are we going to do? We can't tell his mother, we can't confront him, all we're doing is waiting for something to happen. What are we even waiting for? More information. I've been keeping tabs on Midoriyakin's activity, and what I've seen so far is worry. His behavior has been highly out of character since starting classes at UA. His academic performance has greatly improved, and he's socializing far more than the limited information I've gotten from Aldra would suggest, going so far as to meet with multiple classmates off campus. For the past 3 days, he has gone out with 3 members of the class, Todoroki, Ojiro, and Ishido. Of those, both Ojiro and Ishido filed requests for new support gear today. On a hunch, I decided to ask them where they got the ideas for their gear, and both of them told me that it was Midoriya's idea. He's known in his class for his thorough quirk analysis, Aizawa said. It's no surprise that his classmates would want his advice. True, but Ojiro had a more interesting tale to tell. He had insisted on not using equipment at all, but Midoriya warned him that if he didn't, someone would die. Aizawa leaned forward, thinking the implications of what Nizu said. So, is it a predictive quirk after all? Possible. Again, there's not much we know. What worries me is why his behavior has radically changed. Nizu scratched at the side of his face as his attention wandered. If he was worried we suspected he had a quirk, the last thing he would do is draw attention to himself, which means there has to be something else going on. Whatever the reason, I fear we'll find out soon enough. Worried by Nizu's tone of voice, Aizawa decided to change the subject. Have you figured anything out about his quirk? Nothing so far. However, Midoriya-san gave us a good hint. The change in emotions. Exactly. I'd wager that it marks the activation of his quirk. Whatever it is, it caused a significant change to his emotional state. All the more reason to get him counseling, Aizawa said grimly. I know you didn't want to single him out, but after hearing this, I agree, and I think today will give us a wonderful opportunity to make it happen. Aizawa blinked in surprise. You're going to suggest it to her? I will. I'd like to think that it would be enough to get Midoriyakin to open up to us, but I doubt we'd be so lucky. It will be enough to at least get a better understanding of his emotional state. In time, that might help us solve this riddle. As it turned out, Recovery Girl had already suggested counseling, and Midoriya Inko had enthusiastically agreed. To Aizawa's relief, they finally had a set date for a counseling session. They finally had the chance to help such a promising student. Considering how disheveled Midoriya-san appeared, Aizawa led her out the back, making sure no one saw her. Before parting ways with her, he tried to reassure her as best as he could. From the sad smile on her face, he felt it might have been enough. It tore at his heart, knowing that they were hiding Izuku's quirk from her. For a moment, he felt tempted to tell her what he knew, but he couldn't deny Nizu's logic. He watched in silence as Midoriya Inko walked the winding, lonely path back to the school's parking lot. Katsuki felt like a pot of boiling water with the lid clamped shut. He felt Deku's eyes on him wherever he went, in the lunchroom, in the hallways, even when he was checking his phone in the bathroom. Swearing came easily to him, Katsuki's way of showing the world that he meant business. Now, every time he started one, a jolt of fear held his tongue. Even at home, even when locked away in his room, even when Deku shouldn't possibly be able to overhear him, he couldn't bring himself to swear. He knew he was being stupid. He knew he was being weak, but if all it took was one swear to cost him his rightful place as the #1 hero, he'd never swear again for the rest of his life, no matter how much like AF wimp it made him feel. So, he kept the lid on his anger and sucked up to Kaminari and Mineta. It was easier said than done. They both regarded him like a rabid dog at first, glancing uneasily at one another when he asked to sit next to them. It was only natural. They were too weak to handle him. So, he had to roll over and show those pitiful puppies his belly, wag his tail, smile, ask nicely, and play the meek, pitiful little Pomeranian that Deku wanted him to be. It had taken mentioning that he played the drums to get Kaminari to open up. The dunce was into rock music and wanted to play the bass. Mineta had volunteered to be lead singer, salivating over all the chicks he'd score once they started a band. It took all of Katsuki's DSPN to keep from strangling him right then and there. As the days wore on, Kaminari and Mineta gradually warmed up to him. Katsuki endured their discussions of girls, music, and video games, pretending to be engaged. It wasn't strong. His ear for the drums led him to multiple rock bands, and it was always fun to crush virtual villains in a video game, but the idle conversation made him feel as though he was wasting time, when he could have instead read through the textbooks, or clobbered a training dummy at one of the gyms. As if it wasn't enough that he had to SCK up to the hero course's lowlifes, he had to watch Deku surround himself with half the class, as if to prove to Katsuki that he could surpass him in the lunchroom as well. Each day, he'd have someone different sitting next to him, making hand gestures with signs, having raccoon eyes lean on his shoulder to look at his hero notes, swapping baked goods with lips, or just sitting in silence with the human thermostat. Deku's table was the center of the room, with the rest of the hero students orbiting around him, while Katsuki was out in the middle of nowhere, right next to the useless gene students and their creepy, muttering business-minded twins. Per Izuku's instructions, Katsuki asked his two reluctant companions if they wanted to hit up the arcades. Their hesitation died the moment he waved Izuku's crisp 5,000 yen note in front of their faces. By the next day, they both confirmed that it was all right with their parents. Katsuki took them to an arcade on the other side of town. The last thing he wanted was to run into his old classmates. He had heard that the place was more expensive, but worth the price. As he walked past row after row of arcade cabinets, all looking as fresh as when they rolled off the factory floor, he reluctantly agreed it was better than his old haunt. Kaminari took the lead, steering them towards an on-the-rail shooter with room for 4. Mock villains held gagged civilians hostage as they made their way floor by floor, shooting flames, feathers, and denim strands in obvious homage to top heroes. Kaminari had terrible aim, roasting as many civilians as villains, and Mineta was a touch too short to reach over the console, leaving him shooting feathers towards the top of the screen. Katsuki had to work overtime, flinging denim left and right to leave villains comically hogtied with their own clothes. Miraculously, they made it to the final boss fight on the roof. Muscular, mechanical eye leering at them, muscles bulging out of his skin, laughed at them as he stomped onto the screen. Nondescript fallen heroes littered the scene, beaten into walls or left lying on the floor. They had to target bulges in his arms and legs, stopping him from throwing punches and softening him up until his eye was exposed. After a few shots to the eye, he'd go back to guarding it, rinsing and repeating until he hit the floor. "Hell yeah!" Kaminari shouted. "That's what I'm talking about." With a target half the size of the screen, Kaminari still found a way to roast the heroes in the background. Mineta at least proved his worth in stopping the overhead punches and going for the eye, but Katsuki barely blocked the kicks on his own. As tempted as he was to point out how useless they were, Katsuki couldn't risk Deku taking offense to the ordered trip to the arcade being cut short. Next to catch their attention was a 2-player fighting game. Mineta bowed out, taking the opportunity to ogle a girl leaning over a pinball machine, while Katsuki and Kaminari picked characters. Katsuki went for Endeavor, but Kaminari beat him to it. "Sorry man, he's my main." All Might was selectable, but the one rule of any fighting game was to never pick All Might. Whether it was Street Heroes or Hero Brawl, All Might was always the OP character, tanking every hit and punching like an 18-wheeler in return, moving far too fast for a heavy hitter to boot. Hawks always had a terrible matchup against Fire, so instead, Katsuki settled for Best Genist. Kaminari took an early lead, roasting Katsuki with a long-range barrage, but once Katsuki got a hang of the controls, he darted through an opening and landed a punishing combo. Not letting up the pressure, Katsuki pressed Kaminari's character against a wall until his health bar emptied. "Ah, I thought I had you," Kaminari complained as he fed more money into the machine. "Hey, Mineta, you're up?" Not wanting to learn another control scheme, Katsuki stuck with Best Jeanist while Mineta went with Mirko. Surprisingly competent at the game, Mineta leapt behind Katsuki and dealt a powerful kick, knocking Best Jeanist into a stack of crates. From there, it was a slaughter, as Mineta strung combo after combo while Katsuki struggled to get a hit in. The whole battle left Katsuki in a fit of apoplectic rage. Mineta smirked at Katsuki, but his giddiness evaporated before the fire in Katsuki's eyes. With a panicked glance at Kaminari, Mineta swallowed and said, good game, Katsuki. You did great. Like hell I did, Katsuki snapped. Any other time, he'd have shown Mineta his place, but he couldn't, not when Deku might hear about it. Taking a deep breath, Katsuki said, kick Kaminari's but so we can move on to something else. Kaminari was thoroughly trounced, with Mirko smirking under the flawless victory screenshot, one foot on Endeavor CT as he lay unconscious on the street. The next game to catch their attention was the dance pad, this one with room for 4. Mineta argued for one with Bustagirls dancing in the background, but Katsuki swiftly vetoed him, settling for a hero-themed song. Once again, fate left him with impeccable-styled Best Jeanist, dancing with a soulless stare. Kaminari, to his joy, got Endeavor glaring as he two-stepped, while Mineta scowled at Edgeshot folding himself as he twirled. Yet again, Mineta proved himself better than he had any right to be, practically leaping between each button on the floor, but this time, Katsuki gave as good as he got, matching the smaller teen step for step. Kaminari, meanwhile, got hopelessly left behind, the crowd booing as red lights blared around Endeavor. Not even half the song went by before he got the game over screen. As the dance wound to a close, Mineta's eyes darted between the two scores. Making a quick calculation on his odds of surviving another victory, Mineta fumbled the last few steps, lowering his score just enough for Katsuki to pull ahead. Noticing the intentional fumble, Katsuki glowered as the screen announced his victory and Best Jeanist stiffly bowed to the invisible audience. Next time, Katsuki growled, don't hold back. Got it. I'm not going to take some lame-ass victory. Sure, got it, Mineta hastily said as sweat dripped down his face. As they made their way back around the arcade, the Rock Hero setup caught Kaminari's eyes. He dragged Katsuki and Mineta over, claiming the bass while Mineta scooped up the microphone. Katsuki settled into the drummer's seat and gave the light, plastic sticks an experimental flip. They were attached to the rest of the set with wires, but he could tap out a beat well enough. Predictably, Mineta went for a song from a high-profile all-female band, but Kaminari and Katsuki both shot down the easier pop song. Kaminari steered them towards a higher difficulty strong rock song. Nodding his head a few times to the beat, Katsuki drummed out his part, missing the occasional tap when the wires got tangled, but quickly getting the hang of it. Kaminari tackled the awkward fingerings and fast strumming with ease, not dropping a single note as he jammed out on the cheap plastic controller. Mineta, while singing at the right intervals to score in the game, had a voice that made nails on a chalkboard sound like an orchestral symphony. His voice screeched and groaned like a saw cutting a block of iron in half. T.Y. had clearly kicked his voice box in the ball, but from the way he winked at two passing girls, he had no idea how terrible he was. With their high score, the game offered them an encore. Katsuki grabbed Mineta by the scruff of the neck and plopped him in front of the guitar, telling him on no uncertain terms that if he ever tried to sing in his presence again, he'd personally see to it that the ball below his waist would be the same color as the ones he had for hair, and added that it might bring his pitch high enough so it'd be inaudible to the human ear. Suitably subdued, Mineta strummed the guitar while the computer took over the vocals. Mineta's fingers were too short for the more complex fingerings, but they were able to limp their way to a second finish of the song. Thoroughly gamed out, Kaminari and Mineta drifted over to the ticket games, mindlessly mashing buttons and pulling levers to squeeze tickets out of the machines. Katsuki went over to the skee ball. Years of practice let him sink all but one of the ball in the highest point target in the top left corner. A few fistfuls of tickets later, Kaminari had a temporary Endeavor tattoo, Mineta was nursing a nosebleed and clutching a mini Midnight doll, cleavage and skimpy costume included, and Katsuki had a wad of candy to gnaw on while studying for the night. The games alone had wrung out Deku's 5,000 yen, and they hadn't even gotten food, not that Katsuki would complain. He'd sooner fork over his entire wallet than grovel at Deku's feet for more spending money. The arcade had a dining area off to the side, bedecked with hero paraphernalia from the hottest new heroes. A full-sized replica of All Might's costume hung behind glass in one corner, along with a signed, framed photograph of Hawks with his sidekick, a pair of jeans signed by Best Jeanist, and a box of Wash's favorite detergent. The menu featured greasy food of all kinds, from takoyaki and carriage to cheese curds and French fries. Mineta and Kaminari argued back and forth over what to get, but once Katsuki got fed up with listening to them squabble, he ordered them all pizza. They got a table with a good view of the television, and to Mineta's joy, a table of 4 chicks just far enough away to not notice him creepily staring at their CCS. Kaminari started a conversation about what kinds of songs they would play if they got a band together. Mineta half listened, throwing out apathetic comments as he kept his eyes on the other table. When the pizza finally arrived, Katsuki regretted not coming sooner. A cheesy, greasy aroma wafted from the pizza, mingled with the scent of oregano and fennel in the sausage. He pulled a slice towards him, smiling in appreciation of the thick, gooey strands of cheese that stretched out as he brought the slice closer to his mouth. The crust was thin and crunchy, the sauce tangy, the cheese divine. Even Mineta was roused from his perverted thoughts, pausing to stuff his face full of pizza before turning back around. The girls eventually noticed Mineta's peeping, though how it took them half a pizza for them to get around to scolding Mineta was beyond Katsuki. He watched the trouble unfold, first as startled glances at Mineta, then hushed whispers upset and angry enough to reach Katsuki's ears. Finally, one of the girls stood, drink in hand, walked over to their table and towered over Mineta. Her fingernails glittered with flecks of silver, though whether it was nail polish or a quirk was anyone's guess. "Excuse me," she said in a snippy voice. "But it's rude to stare. Please stop." Mineta gave his biggest shite-eating grin, much to Katsuki's inward exasperation. "Sorry, but I couldn't help myself, not when you've got such a nice rack." Katsuki rolled his eyes, swearing internally. Judging by the scowl and embarrassed flush on the girl's face, that comment did not have the intended effect on the girl. She drew herself up even higher, using every inch of her heels to look down on Mineta. "You're such a pervert. Leave us alone before I tell the manager." Mineta's smile faltered, but even though he had already hit rock bottom, he was determined to dig himself even deeper. "Hey, don't be like that." He squeezed one of the ball on his head and said, "Why don't you take a seat next to me? I'll let you touch my ball." The girl's eye twitched in agitation. She appended her drink over Mineta's head, spilling it all over his bulbous hair. The liquid ran off, not leaving a single drop on Mineta's head, but splashing onto his shirt and the table. "Here's what I think of your stupid little ball. I wouldn't come near you if you were the last boy on Earth." She gave a snarky laugh and said, "Try again when you've grown 2 feet and don't look like someone stuck balloons on a clown. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to get the manager." Not wanting to deal with the manager, or worse, end up with Mineta being expelled for SXL HRSSM&T, Katsuki quickly stood up. "Excuse my idiot of a friend, he's really desperate because of the way he looks. Leave the manager out of it, and I'll make sure he doesn't bother you again." Mineta gaped open-mouthed at him, alternating between anger and worry at Katsuki's ominous tone. The girl sneered at him. "Oh please, I bet you were checking us out too, you pervert." Anger boiled up in Katsuki's veins. As tempting as it was to call her a beach, Deku's threat held him back. He felt the window for a comeback closing, and in a moment of desperation, he said, "Nah, I'm not impressed. There's way better in my class, and she's far less shy about hiding what she's got. Probably because she doesn't have to wear a padded BR." Kaminari hooted in laughter as the girl sputtered and glared at him. His outburst had even caused a stir at the girls' table. "Oh yeah," the girl said, sputtering. "Well, I bet she gives such a show because she's a slut." Katsuki shrugged. "So what if she is? Not like I care." The girl was spinning her wheels at this point, but she was determined not to lose ground. And I bet even then she won't let a dirty but like you anywhere near her." Where did you get those clothes, Walmart? The girl's own clothes seemed expensive if the tacky design was anything to go by. Katsuki surreptitiously dug a finger into one of the pizza slices, coating his finger in a dollop of pizza sauce. At least I don't get mine out of the dumpster out back. The girl gasped, and her face reached an even deeper shade of crimson. I'll have you know, this shirt is an Uwabami line top and cost over 20,000 yen. I bet it's worth more than your entire wardrobe. Katsuki flung the sauce while she went on about how valuable her shirt was. The dollop landed just above her waistline, and she didn't notice. Kaminari bit his lip, stifling another bout of laughter after he saw what Katsuki did. Really? Katsuki asked once the girl was finally done. I figured it was a cheap shirt since you got sauce all over it. Good for you. The girl's eyes widened as she looked down, finally noticing the gob of sauce. She clenched her hand, and her nails grew visibly longer and sharper. You did this, didn't you? She asked, holding up the shirt to the light. Mineta leaned down, trying to peek up her shirt. To avoid further trouble, Katsuki flicked him on the forehead, forcing him to sit upright. And waste perfectly good pizza sauce on someone like you? Katsuki asked as he wiped his finger clean on his pants. Wouldn't dream of it. Now, I suggest you get that cleaned off right away. Tomato stains are strong to get out of clothes. The girl's eyes darted between Katsuki's hands, which were greasy, but not stained with sauce, and Mineta, who was rubbing his forehead where Katsuki had flicked it. With an irritated huff, the girl turned and strode towards the bathrooms. The other girls left their table and followed after her. Once the girls were gone, Kaminari let out the laughter he had been holding back. Dude, that was awesome. Way to show her who's boss. Mineta, on the other hand, was ill-pleased by the turn of events. Hey, why did you have to butt in? I was getting my moves on. Katsuki loomed over him and gave him his best irritate me one more time and you die scowl. Those girls had every right to call you out, and I'm impressed they had the ball to confront you about it. If they hadn't been such snobs and called me a pervert, I would have probably let you get in trouble. Heck, I would have even helped them. Katsuki really hoped that Deku didn't consider heck a swear. And if he did, then what the hell did he expect from him? Still though, that was really cool, Kaminari said. I could barely keep from laughing while she was going on about her shirt when you got sauce on it. Whatever. Let's finish up and get out of here before they get back. I don't feel like getting kicked out of this place. They each took a slice, washed it down with the last of their sodas, and made a beeline for the door. As they left, Katsuki caught sight of the girls leaving the bathroom. The one with glittering nails glared at him before turning away. It was still early in the day, and Katsuki was worried Deku would take offense if he called off the arcade trip early, so when they came across a park and an ice cream stand, he suggested taking a seat at a bench. Not ones to turn down free food, Mineta and Kaminari accepted the ice cream bribe. They sat down with their frozen treats and watched people walk by. Hey Bakugo-san, Kaminari said once he finished his ice cream. Mind if I ask you a question? Shoot. Why did you start hanging out with us? Mineta's attention was pulled away from the woman he was watching. Katsuki felt his stomach drop. What do you mean? Katsuki asked, hoping to buy time and think of a better answer than Deku blackmailed me into hanging out with you two losers. Kaminari looked away and nervously scratched the back of his neck. Well, the first couple days of school, you were, well, how should I put it? But, Mineta said, bracing for Katsuki's imminent anger. Kaminari cringed, but he didn't contradict Mineta's words. Well, you swore at basically everyone, called us all extras, and tried to murder the first student you fought against. Well, I think so, anyways. Not really sure what happened there. Then one day that all I dunno went away. It's not like you were a completely different person, just different. Kaminari sighed and tossed the soggy ice cream wrapper in the garbage. I don't know, it's just weird. I guess what I'm saying is, I don't know what's going through your head or why you're hanging out with us. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm glad you invited us out and I had a great time, I just want to know why. He couldn't tell them the truth, and he doubted an outright lie would hold up. As Kaminari struggled to put his thoughts together, Katsuki pieced together exactly what he could tell them. I got some advice, Katsuki said carefully, about how I could be a better hero. they suggested that I find someone to hang out with, and, well, they suggested you too. Katsuki cringed at his own words and waited for their reaction. Kaminari blinked, taken aback by the answer, and looked down at the paved path. Well, he said with a nervous chuckle. I don't know what I was expecting, but it definitely wasn't that. Yeah. Mineta shouted. You used us? Katsuki cringed and felt his blood boil at his reaction. It wasn't his fault that Deku was making him do this. What the hell did they want from him? Kaminari took a deep breath. Well, I guess I don't mind. You did just treat us to arcades, lunch, and ice cream. And, well, it's not really a bad thing that you're trying to reach out to people, even if someone told you to. Kaminari looked at Katsuki and smiled. You were honest about it too. You could have just lied or gave a vague reason, and instead, you told us the truth. You're really not mad. Nah. Explains a lot. Kaminari smirked. They also told you not to swear, didn't they? Katsuki scowled and asked, How the foo? How do you know that? I dunno. Maybe it's because you have to stop yourself from swearing every sentence? Kaminari tentatively put a hand on his shoulder. Katsuki frowned at it but didn't shove it off. Look, it's weird, and I don't know how to feel about this whole thing, but you're clearly working strong to be a better person. I guess, well, I don't mind being your friend. You're not easy to hang around with, but you know how to rock, and the way you stood up to that chick was awesome. You don't have pay to get me to hang out with you. In fact, next time's on us. Mineta asked. Kaminari elbowed him in the ribs strong enough to make him double over. Yes, us, unless you feel like sitting alone at lunch. Mineta scowled, rubbing his bruised ribs, and said, Fine, next one's on us. I still don't like it, but I guess it's fine. Kaminari said, Let's not talk about this again, alright? From here on, we're friends, and that's that. Deal, Katsuki-san. Kaminari held out his hand, waiting for Katsuki to take it. Katsuki didn't know how to react to the sudden kind gesture. Half of him raged at the weakling taking pity on him, playing the part of being friends for his sake, and the other half was confused, didn't understand why Kaminari wasn't angry, didn't push him away for basically using him, like Mineta said. As Kaminari's smile faltered, Katsuki took his hand and awkwardly shook it. Deal, Katsuki said through gritted teeth. 1 second, the whole world dropped away, leaving Mashireo floating in a black void. The next, reality was back, only everything was on fire. For 1 confused second, Mashireo wondered what he had done to deserve being kicked straight to hell, no waiting in line for St. Peter's judgment. A knife darted out of the flames. Mashireo did a wing block out of reflex, stepped into his attacker, and laid him out with a well-aimed punch. More attackers rushed at Mashireo from the fires. He crouched into a familiar stance and took a deep breath, instantly regretting it when smoke filled his lungs. As he coughed, the villains ran forward, only for a string of tape to stop them short. Ojiro-san, over here. Hanta called through the flames. He tugged, forcing the group of villains to stumble back before one slashed the bindings. Tokoyami was with him, fending off another villain with a shrunken dark shadow. Using the opening, Mashireo ran towards them and helped Dark Shadow bring down the villains. Where are we? Mashireo asked. Still in the USJ, I think, Hanta said. 13 did say something about a conflagration zone. Tokoyami put himself between the other students and wrapped Dark Shadow around them, holding the villains at bay. We should head back to the center, like Midoriya said. Quills flew out from the flames. Dark Shadow rose to block them, but some make it past, piercing Tokoyami's cloak. As light crept in through the holes in the cloak, Dark Shadow grew smaller and weaker. Are you hurt? Hanta asked, unrolling his tape. Ojiro-san, keep them off us, I can bandage him up. I'm not hit, Tokoyami said, but my cloak's ruined. There was a short pause as the avian teen went through an internal struggle. His next words sound as though they were forced out of him. Dark Shadow gets weaker in light, and without the cloak, I can't do anything. Here, let me patch it up. While Tokoyami and Hanta were distracted with cloak repairs, the quill villain stepped out of the flames, arms aimed at them, with enough quills bristling from his hands and forearms to turn Mashireo's classmates into pincushions. Unable to breathe from fear, Mashireo rummaged in his GI's improvised pockets. His hands closed around the bola, a last-minute addition to his hero attire. It was a graceless throw, but one end of the capture weapon struck the villain in the head. They reeled back, quills firing wildly into the air and striking another villain. Cloak repaired, Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow after the quill-bearing villain, bringing him down before he could fire more quills. The fighting grew hectic after that, villains closing around, Tokoyami holding down the hasty tape job on his cloak, Hanta smearing moisturizer on his elbows to keep his tape from drying out, and Mashareo fighting wave after wave of villains until his arms grew heavy. When they finally made it out of the fires, the first thing Mashareo saw was Midoriya, face bleeding as a gray-haired villain dug his hand into his skull. Mashareo reached into his GI, but he was all out of bola to throw. Ochako was no stranger to nausea. There was the ever-familiar, I used my quirk too much stomach pain, that's I used my quirk on myself and now I don't know which way is up feeling that made her stomach do flips, that's I ate 2-week-old leftovers at the back of my fridge because wasting food equals wasting money, stomach cramps that would have made her call a hospital if that wouldn't have made her parents worry and maybe drag her back home, and because that apparently wasn't enough, she got that my body hates me and craves death version once a month just for kicks. Now, she had a new type to add to her list, that I'm trapped in a shadowy vacuum and my stomach wants to fill the void variety she hoped never to experience again. When the void vomited her back into reality, it was to find herself surrounded by villains in a maze of crumbling architecture. Making herself half her weight, a trick she really had to thank Midoriya for suggesting, Ochako leapt 10 feet into the air and landed nimbly onto a cracked archway. A villain came after her, but the weathered stone couldn't support their combined weight. Rocks fell to the ground, scattering the villains around her. Ochako used the opportunity to leap higher. A glint of light from Aoyama's armor caught her eye, and she sprinted towards it. The flamboyant teen had his own bout of stomach pain, struggling to stand after firing his laser in a circle around him. The uneven terrain was keeping the villains at a distance, but Aoyama didn't have long before they made it close enough to stab him. Neither Ochako nor the villains were the first to make it to Aoyama's side. Leaping nimbly over the fallen rocks, Shoji ran in front of Aoyama and spread out his dupli arms. The first villain to reach him was sent sprawling by a 3-pronged punch. Is there anyone else here? Ochako asked when she made it to them. It's just the 3 of us in this zone, Shoji said. Against 15 villains. Still doubled over and nursing an aching stomach, Aoyama shakily said, I don't think we can take that many. And I can't carry both of you at the same time. Otherwise, we could just run away. What if I made us all half as light? Ochako asked. Try carrying me. Shoji hefted her and blinked at how light she was. I can work with this. With Aoyama and Ochako tucked under his dupli arms, Shoji ran towards the center of the USJ building. Without his dupli arms to act as secondary ears, he didn't notice the pair of villains that swung around in front of him. They were moving at either side of him, planning to cut him off at a sturdy section of wall. Shoji skidded to a halt and spread out some ears. We can't stop and fight, there's more right behind us. Any ideas? Ochako prodded Aoyama. Is your stomach better yet? But I only have 1 shot. Fire it at the ground. We're going to fly out of here. As the villains closed around them, Ochako took a deep breath, steeling herself for the nausea to come. She tapped herself and her 2 classmates, negating the rest of their gravity. Shoji jumped, putting them out of reach of the villains' reach. As the few long-range villains fired metal spheres and gobs of sludge at them, Aoyama fired his laser, launching them across the facility. They landed in a heap near Yaoyorozu and Jairu, closer to the entrance, just in time to watch Midoriya shove a Matryoshka doll into a villain's exposed brain. It wasn't clear at first what that was supposed to accomplish, but as smoke rose from the villain's head, the villain's eyes rolled back, and it fell with a ponderous thud. It was after watching Izuku flip nimbly off the villain's back that Ochako's stomach remembered that it got shot through the sky with a laser at 0 G after she negated 300 kilograms worth of people, which, incidentally, was her new least favorite type of nausea. Once she was done throwing up, it was to find Midoriya in the hands of a villain, his face falling apart in the villain's grasp. This time, she felt too frightened for nausea. Koda never thought of himself as a coward. Sure, He preferred to avoid any and all human interaction, especially if it involved him speaking anything above a hoarse whisper. Yes, insects terrified him. Anyone who wasn't terrified of some creepy, crawly bug with way too many legs that made a sickening crunching sound when stepped on was clearly out of their mind. Everyone had a phobia or two of their own, so Koda never understood why the other kids in his school had treated him like glass. Fear was normal. Fear was what kept you alive. Fear was what had him sprinting down a hill dotted by buried buildings as a villain howled and hooted in delight, brandishing knives as his scorpion's tail waved in the air. "I'm going to slice you into pretty, pretty little ribbons," the villain said, cackling as he sprinted towards Koda. Koda dove into a ditch, hoping to lose the villain, only to run headfirst into a soft, bouncy cushion of air. Falling forward, Koda reached out with his arms, trying to break his fall. His hands found something smooth and soft. He squeezed, trying to figure out why he couldn't see what he was holding. "Could you stop squeezing, please?" a strained, high-pitched voice asked. As Koda scrambled back, his brain processed everything at once. 1. The squishy wall of air he ran into was in fact his classmate Hagakure. 2. Said classmate, judging by the fact he couldn't see her at all, wasn't wearing any clothes. You definitely couldn't make her costume soon enough. And 3. There were only a handful of places he could have squeezed that would have felt so round and squishy, and Koda definitely didn't want to know which it was. His hands were shaking as he made the signs of apology, too quickly at first, but then slowly, enough for Hagakure to understand. If he made it out of there alive, the first thing he'd do is thank Midoriya for teaching half the class basic sign language. "It's okay, I should have been more careful," Hagakure said. "I took off all my clothes because there were too many villains around. I managed to get away. What about you?" On cue, the villain leapt into the ravine. "Peekaboo, I see you." He cackled maniacally and ground his blades together. "Now let's play." Koda let out an undignified whimper of terror and scurried back. The villain watched him struggle back until his back hit the end of the ditch. "Come on, aren't you going to stand up? It's no fun if you don't struggle." He licked the blade, watching Koda with wide, crazed eyes as he strode closer. Koda's mouth worked silently. He could hear the bugs in the dirt around him, not as many as would normally be around outside, but enough at least to distract the villain. The words wouldn't come. Watching the segmented, barbed tail waving in the air, Koda gasped for air, throat tightening as the villain came closer. A rock floated next to the villain. It slammed into the villain's head, knocking them aside. The villain lashed out with both blades and the tail, but all 3 sharp edges struck nothing. "Ah, the invisibility quirk," the villain said. "No need to be shy, Uncle Tyrion just wants to play." The villain stopped, glancing side to side with a manic grin. The ditch grew deathly silent. Koda held his breath, unable to move as the tension of the scene rose to unbearable levels. A rock shifted. The villain lashed out with a knife. Flecks of BLD splashed out from nowhere, coating the rocks of the ravine. "Found you," the villain crooned. He flicked the BLD off his knife and walked towards Hagakure. "Why don't you show me more of you? You're a very lovely color underneath the invisibility." As the knife rose, Koda screamed. The bugs answered. Boiling out of the ground, centipedes, beetles, and spiders swarmed over the villain. Absorbed in the thrill of the chase, the villain didn't notice at first. Once the insects made it up to his neck, they started biting him. Arms, legs, face, anything not covered with skin-tight clothing felt the wrath of Koda's swarm. The villain screeched and dropped the knife, swatting at his skin, crushing insects in 1s and 2s as dozens more crawled up his ankles. With another rock, Hagakure knocked the villain unconscious. The bugs skittered away as the villain fell. "Thanks for that, Koda-kun," Hagakure said in an uneasy tone. "If we're ever fighting against each other in class, please don't do that." Koda nodded and suggested in signs that they head towards the center, like Midoriya said before the shadows swallowed him. They found Sato further down the cliff, popping Midoriya's candies in his mouth as he broke a villain's nose. Cuts and burns covered his costume, and one eye was swollen shut. The insects, which had been following behind Koda, broke off to harass the villains. As half their number fell screaming under the arthropod assault, Sato rallied, slamming through the rest of the villains to reach the center. They arrived just in time to watch a villain spatter the ground with Midoriya's BLD. The void had been the kind of cold that could only be described as an absence of warmth, chilly to both of Todoroki's halves. The chill that followed was felt only by his mother's half. The mountain zone was an enclosed space with a simulated blizzard. Snow fell in a violent swirl of white, blotting out the view of the dome above. The occasional tree dotted the wintry landscape, branches sagging under the weight of snow. A green mound poking out from the white expanse caught Shoto's eye. He staggered towards it, stumbling through the snow on hidden rocks. Azui, half buried and shivering, looked blearily up at him. "So cold," she said through chattering teeth. She clung to his left side like a life preserver. "Let go. We need to get out of here." "Cold-blooded," she stammered. "Can't stay awake. Have to get warm." Shoto swore under his breath. He looked around, hunting for the exit, but all he saw were cloaked shapes coming towards them. One spotted him, and the rest moved to surround him. Their ringleader, an amber-eyed woman with black hair, smiled as she saw the two students huddled together. "Ah, trying to stay warm," she sneered. "How cute. Here, let me help with that." Molten glass dripped from her eyes, so hot it glowed with incandescent light. At her fingers, the glass hardened into tiny, sharp blades. A flick of her fingers sent them towards Shoto. He stomped on the snow-covered stone, and a wall of ice rose to catch the blades inches from his face. The ice sputtered and cracked as the superheated glass shattered. Shoto sent more ice after the villains, catching a few, but most nimbly stepped aside, or ignored his attacks entirely with heat-based quirks. "There's supposed to be 3 of them," the woman said. "Backups, find the last kid. Green hair, quirkless, feel free to kill him when you see him." A few villains chuckled as they peeled away from the fight. Shoto sent a column of ice after them, but the woman swept a curtain of glass in the way. Steam hissed as the 2 attacks met. "Kurogiri warned us you would be a tricky one," the woman said. "But sooner or later, you'll both freeze to death." Shoto glanced at Azui. Her lips were turning blue, and her breathing was shallow. Her grip slackened around his arm. As panic set in, he heard Midoriya's words coming back to him, warning him, telling him to use his fire. Shoto shut it out. He wouldn't be his father, no matter what. He wouldn't use his fire. Molten glass bled into the shape of a bow. The villain drew it back. Glass shaped itself into an arrow, knocking itself on the slender glass string. Shoto made a giant wall, wincing as the cold bit into his right side. The arrow plunged into his wall, heating the ice with enough force to blast it apart. Shoto raised his right hand, straining to make another wall. His fingers were coated in frost, the flesh turning black, and his arm was red and throbbing from the cold. "Done already?" the woman asked as she drew a second arrow. "Pity. I was just getting warmed up." Shoto gritted his teeth, pushing himself even further for another burst of ice. As he tried to stand, Azui slipped off his arm. She didn't move as she lay in the snow. "Ah, is the little froggy dead already?" "Don't worry, you'll be joining her soon." As Shoto stared down at Azui, horrified from watching her succumb to the cold, he felt himself snap. White-hot pain filled his city, and tears boiled on his cheeks. Midoriya's words bounced off his skull. "Use your fire, surrounded by villains, somewhere warmer, freezing to death, use your fire." The words became a chant, "Use your fire, use your fire, use your fire," pounding and pounding, demanding to be heard. The arrow shot at his forehead. A torrent of fire met it, knocking it aside with a violent gust of air. The fire raced outwards, consuming the villain, reducing her to ash and bone in the blink of an eye. She didn't have time to scream. Snow melted into wisps of steam, forming a misty circle that expanded with Shoto's fire. Villains ran, stumbled, scurried away in their panic to escape the flames. Shoto flung out his arm, and a second wall rose in front of them, blocking their escape. Howls of agony echoed in the mountain zone's dome as the fire closed in, consuming them one by one. Once it was over, the snow was gone. Bare rock and blackened tree stumps dotted the steaming landscape. Azui lay in a pool of water, still not moving. Shoto grasped her with fumbling hands and drew her onto his lap. He radiated heat, the air around him shimmered, and his arm thawed, exposing frostbitten fingers. "Hey," Shoto said softly. "Wake up, please." Azui didn't respond. Another batch of tears filled Shoto's eyes as he hugged her tightly, squeezing more warmth into her lifeless limbs. "I'm sorry," Shoto whispered as he sobbed into his shoulder. "I should have listened to him. I'm so sorry." The void was nothing new to Tsuyu. One time, she had wandered off from her parents and snuck into a restaurant kitchen, enticed by the sounds of sizzling meat and chatting cooks. Curiosity drew her to the walk-in refrigerator in the back, and a numbing chill in her limbs kept her there. She woke up 20 minutes later in her mother's arms, tears dripping on her shirt as her mother smiled down at her. The void was much like the final moment of limbo as the world fell away, with her still conscious but unable to see the world, unable to move, unable to escape or resist the encroaching darkness. What was new was the sudden, jarring transition to freezing cold. Her limbs grew heavy as the cold set in. She tried to rise, but the snow weighed her down. The void crept back as her body warmth seeped into the snow. Warm hands pulled her from the snow. On instinct, she clung to the warmth, soaking in the body heat. She could barely mumble an explanation of what was happening to her as her rescuer trudged through the snow. Tsuyu heard more voices, but they were muffled, foggy from the cold tickling her brain. She fought off her torpor, struggled to stay awake long enough to find warmth, but the hand she clung to grew colder, the chill around her crept deeper into her sea as walls of ice rose and fell. When she woke up, the snow was gone. Steam curled from her soaked hero outfit. Senses returned in waves, first prickling heat in her extremities, followed by the smell of ash and moisture. The ringing in her ears faded, revealing muffled sobs. A gray dome grew into focus as she blinked her eyes. Snowflakes drifted on the wind and turned to puffs of steam when they got too close to the ground. Tsuyu groaned and stirred. Her eyes met Todoroki's. He stared down at her, disbelief plain on his tear-streaked face. "I thought you died," Todoroki said hoarsely. He sniffled as he wiped his tears away. "I went into hibernation, Karo. Takes a while for me to wake up." Todoroki hugged her tightly. Tsuyu squeaked from the sudden contact. "I'm so sorry," Todoroki said. "You almost died because of me. I promised not to, but I had to, and I almost didn't." "Well, I'm not dead." Tsuyu, still numb from waking up and shocked by Todoroki's out-of-character closeness, floundered for a way to change the subject. "We should meet up with the others," like Midoriya said. Todoroki stiffly released her and helped her back onto her feet. As they walked down the mountain, Tsuyu stumbled on a loose rock and fell. Another rock, now inches from her face, had eye sockets. A look around revealed a charred skeleton, sans its head, lying as though it had been trying to crawl away to safety. "What happened here?" Tsuyu asked. Todoroki gazed at the bones. "I promised not to use it," he said with a shaking voice. "I promised." Tsuyu swallowed, suddenly understanding what had happened. She looked around and found more bones scattered across the bare mountain, blackened by Todoroki's fire. She looked back at Todoroki's haunted face, his eyes transfixed as he stared at what he had done. On impulse, Tsuyu hugged Todoroki. He flinched as she wrapped her arms around him. "It's okay," she said. "Let's just get out of here before more show up." Todoroki nodded and let her lead him to the mountain zone's exit. Tsuyu tried not to look at the bones, tried not to think of what might have happened if Todoroki hadn't burned them all, tried not to imagine their screams, tried not to wonder why Todoroki, distant, quiet, emotionally dead Todoroki, was crying over her. They made it out just in time to see a hand reach for Midoriya from the swirling void. When the void swallowed Katsuki, he responded the same way he would with anything ominous, threatening, or annoying, blasting the ever-living tea out of it until his palms stung. The void, being a metaphysical vacuum, suffered no damage as a result of the outburst, which naturally made Katsuki even angrier. He had a finger on the pin of his grenade gauntlet, ready to nuke the swirling purple void to Kingdom Come, when it deposited him in a giant puddle amidst a torrential downpour, raising Katsuki's anger level to biblical proportions. Unfortunately for one surprised villain with an iguana's facial features, they became the new outlet for Katsuki's pent-up fury. Leaving the smoldering, half-dead villain in his wake, Katsuki followed the hysterical screams until he found Mineta and Kaminari, backed against a building as 5 villains swarmed them. Katsuki detonated his palms, flying forward to kick a villain in the chin. "The exploding ones here," a villain shouted. "Have everyone surround them." Katsuki grabbed his face. He ignited his sweat, but all he got was a pathetic pop. The villain grabbed him by the wrist and shoved him aside. "Not so tough here, are you?" the villain sneered. "Have fun trying to blow things up when your hands are wet." Katsuki stared in rage at his soaked gloves. He tore one off with his teeth and rubbed furiously, trying to dry and heat his hands, but the rain washed away his efforts. "What do we do?" Mineta cried. "They're going to kill us." "Use your quirk, dumb, just use your quirk." Katsuki snapped. "Oh yeah, great plan, I'll just cover them in sticky ball until my head bleeds. That'll stop them from smashing our heads in." Mineta pointed at the sidewalk, which was already dotted with purple spheres. "In case you noticed, they aren't doing much." "I could shock them all," Kaminari said. "It'd be really easy in this rain." "Yeah, but we'll all be fried to a crisp. And I'll be an idiot, I know." Kaminari and Mineta both looked up at Katsuki. "What do we do?" Katsuki primed a gauntlet and looked around, making the villains back off while he assessed the situation. One villain had stepped on a ball, trapping his foot against the sidewalk. "Your spheres still stick in this rain?" Katsuki asked. "Yeah, they're hydrophobic." Mineta grinned hysterically at him. "That idiot tried kicking one, thinking the rain would keep it from sticking." "Hydro what?" Kaminari asked. "Are they insulators too?" Mineta became thoughtful, then grinned. "They're like RBB, so yeah? I swear you two are making up words. How do you not know what an insulator is?" Katsuki snapped at him. "Your whole quirk is electricity." "Guys, are we doing this or not?" Mineta asked. "I'd like to not die, thanks." Katsuki stepped on 2 of the ball. He wobbled back and forth, flailing his arms to keep his balance. "Pikachu, use discharge when we're both standing on these ball." "Hey, who are you calling Pikachu?" Mineta made a small pile and sat on it. "Just do it." "Alright, but this better work." The villain's eyes widened as Kaminari fired off his quirk. Arcs of electricity leapt across the ground, skirting around Mineta's rubbery ball to shock the villains. One had the sense and speed to climb atop Mineta's ball, only for Katsuki to knock him unconscious once Mineta freed him. "That all of them?" Katsuki asked as he examined the fallen villains. "It better be." Mineta anxiously looked around, as if a villain might crash through the walls at any moment. Kaminari walked around in a daze, giving thumbs up to a lamppost and mumbling to himself. One of the villains, a tall, dark-skinned, muscular man with messy brown hair, stood up, shaking drops of water off his coat. Arcs of electricity rippled across his arms. "You actually went through with it. Reckless children." "Still, I'm impressed you came up with a way to stay standing after the discharge," Mineta shrieked and hid behind Katsuki. Katsuki sneered and primed one of his gauntlets. "If you knew what was good for you, you would have stayed down. Now I'm going to kill you." The man frowned. "Death threats from a Hero Corps student. As if I needed any more evidence of how backwards hero society has become." Katsuki aimed at the villain and pulled a pin. "Like I care what a villain like you thinks, now die." The villain was swallowed up in a massive cloud of smoke. When it vanished, he was still standing, albeit with a singed hole in his Eltshire jacket. "You know," the villain said as he strode towards Katsuki, "I tried to be a hero when I was your age. You didn't think much of a kid who needed to haul around 3 car batteries just to punch a robot. Instead, they liked kids like Endeavor, kids with bright, flashy quirks who could burn anyone who was a problem to a crisp." Katsuki backed away and readied another gauntlet, but the villain rushed forward and grabbed his wrist. Katsuki struggled and even bit him, getting a numb tongue for his trouble. "I don't want to kill kids," the villain said, "but knowing what you'll become someday, just another Endeavor burning the masses into compliance, I'm willing to make an exception." Phew! Katsuki roared. The villain looked at him sadly and raised a fist. Didn't anyone tell you that heroes don't swear? Katsuki stared dumbfounded as the fist crashed towards him. At the last moment, one of Mineta's purple spheres slipped in front of the punch. The punch still rattled Katsuki's skull, but it kept him from snapping his neck. The villain shook his hand, trying in vain to dislodge the sphere. Clearly, our intelligence was off. We'll have to make sure this doesn't happen again. Mineta grabbed the sphere, releasing Katsuki, and threw 2 more at the villain. They stuck to his tea, but the villain was careful not to touch them. What are you doing? Katsuki said as Mineta ran away. Keep throwing. I can't. Mineta pointed at his forehead. BLD trickled down past his eyes. I only have a few left, and they aren't even doing anything. The villain watched them head down the alley and turned his attention to Kaminari, who was trying to high-five his reflection in a store window. You're not going to leave your friend behind, are you? Some hero you are. Katsuki stopped in his tracks and snarled. Mineta, give me one. Wait, what? I have a plan, just shut up and do it. Oh, you're coming back to fight, the villain asked. Do you still think you can win against me? Your friend had quite a bit of electricity in him. I could level this whole block if I wanted to. We'll see about that. Katsuki primed his other gauntlet, pulled the pin, and pressed Mineta's sphere into the opening. Eat this, sticky grenade. With a deafening roar, the nitroglycerin detonated. The sphere flew apart in a burst of purple goo, drenching the villain and Kaminari in viscous, rubbery liquid. The villain pulled and struggled, but the goo held him fast to the ground. The more he struggled, the tighter the goo clung to him, until he was hunched over. While Mineta dug Kaminari out of the goo, Katsuki strode up to the fallen victim. That's what you get for being a villain. I'll beat any of you, anytime, anywhere. This isn't over, the villain growled. I won't let people like you become heroes. You don't deserve it. Katsuki scowled. He planted his foot on the villain's face, taking care not to touch the goo, and drove his head into the ground. The villain gasped, curling to keep his nose and mouth just above the water. Mineta stared at Katsuki with a nervous expression. Katsuki kicked water into the villain's face and turned away. Let's get out of this stupid rain. There's more villains to kill. As it happened, there was only one villain left in the center plaza. He had his hand on Deku's face, with one finger poised over his forehead. Deku's eyes met Katsuki's at the last moment. His serene expression brought back memories months old, memories Katsuki had angrily shoved aside, telling himself it didn't matter, he was still worthless, someone as pathetic as Deku couldn't have possibly saved him. The finger fell. Deku's skin flaked away, then the muscle underneath, then the bone. BLD gushed from the wound, staining the hand and running down Deku's face. All the while, Deku kept smiling that calm, quiet smile that set Katsuki's soul on fire. Izuku examined the last commission he saw himself taking, 100,000 yen offer from Midnight Lover 69, by far the most amount of money he'd ever been offered at one time. They had asked for an XPLCT image of Midnight, very politely, understanding he usually made a rule of not doing XPLCT art and making it clear they wouldn't be mad if he didn't accept. He used a local coffee shop, a favorite haunt of his anytime he needed a caffeine boost to finish a round of commissions, as the backdrop. Midnight usually taught in her hero outfit and never made any appearances in casual wear, so Izuku had to get inventive, putting the rated hero in a long-sleeved gray shirt and letting her hair hang loose. Gone was her usual CC smirk, replaced with a soft smile and distant, distracted stare. Izuku spent an inordinate amount of care on the image, from the texture of the table she sat at, to a curl of steam rising from the mug she held. Sunlight slanted in through the window, casting Midnight in a soft glow that lit up her features. He even added people in the background, leaving their features indistinct, yet adding enough detail to make them feel alive. When he was done, he stopped to admire his magnus opum. It showed Midnight, not as a hero, but as Kayama Nimuri, drawing out a soft and sensitive character that Izuku wouldn't have believed had existed before he made this piece. He typed out a message to the patron, explaining how he couldn't accept their commission, explaining how heroes were people as well and he didn't feel comfortable exposing them in such a fashion, and instead offered this image free of charge. Midnight got Izuku's message an hour later. The image, and the love with which it was crafted, brought tears to her eyes. She went to his and donated twice as much as she had promised, exactly as Izuku foresaw. Ever since he had found his quirk, commission by commission, with a steady drip of subscribers after the site got off the ground, Izuku had squirreled away a small fortune in his personal bank account. The account number and password were tucked under his laptop, where his mom would hopefully find it. He knew it wouldn't be any consolation to her, but it would at least mean she could quit one of her jobs or afford a nicer apartment. His last week had flown by, assuming his quirk wouldn't be wrong a second time. Maybe near-death experiences messed with it. Maybe All Might had done something. All Might wasn't going to be there this time. He saw the collection of heroes that will arrive to save the students, and All Might wasn't one of them. The villain that would kill him this time would have all the time he needed to disintegrate him. Even if he did live, against all odds and the promise of his quirk, he'd just quietly put away the bank deposit slip he left for his mom and keep saving people however he could. It had been an unremarkable week. As far as weeks went, more classes, more training, more pushing himself until he could barely stand, rushing to make his body ready for the villain attack. Ojiro practiced with his bola, Ashido tried out with her new gauntlets, Uraraka figured out how to dampen her quirk's effects to use it longer, and Bakugo spent his lunches sitting gloomily with Mineta and Kaminari. When the press had broken in, Izuku asked Yaoyorozu for a megaphone and calmed down the panicked students. Ida had insisted on renouncing his position as class rep, citing how Izuku had stayed calm in a crisis. Izuku insisted on a revote. More than half the class made him the new rep. It was an uncomfortable position for him, acting as class leader, but if it made his fellow students look to him in the coming crisis, it was an easy burden to accept. The next day, he had used the megaphone to ask Yaoyorozu if she could make equipment with Jairu. With Jairu sitting next to her, a seating arrangement Izuku had set up ahead of time, Yaoyorozu reluctantly took Jairu's measurements for her earphone jacks. He exposed Tokoyami's weakness and encouraged him to tell others, explaining how his and their lives might depend on knowing how his quirk worked. He taught a few interested students, including Hagakure, sign language with Koda. He used every moment, every conversation, to steer them towards safety at the USJ. And now, Izuku watched them board the bus to the USJ, knowing that they would be fighting for their lives in less than 30 minutes, and not able to say a word about it. Part of him railed against it, part of him screamed to take Aizawa aside and tell him everything he knew, but the familiar sensation of vertigo gripped him, reminding him the consequences of trying to change his future. Everything would work out as it was supposed to. Before they had left for the Bakugo had marched up to him, and without meeting his eyes, said he'd done what he had asked. Izuku nodded, said thanks Kaken, and left it at that. Unless his quirk screwed up again, it would have been the last conversation they will ever have. He hoped Kaken would take his words to heart and be the hero he never could. Izuku met up with a couple other classmates before getting on the bus. He gave Sato a box of homemade sweets, packed with sugar and portioned to last through the villain attack. For Hanta, he had a bottle of moisturizer, suggesting that it would help keep his skin from drying out from quirk use. He had energy bars as well, but those he kept in airtight bags in his pockets. A low, excited buzz filled the bus ride over to the UFE. Classmates guessed at what kind of rescue work they'd be doing, Uraraka gushed over meeting 13, and Bakugo glared at Izuku in stony silence, flanked by an excited Kaminari and Mineta. Ida tried to restore order, going so far as to stand and reprimand the class for their noisy behavior, but the moment he spotted Izuku, he fell silent and sat back down. 13 met them at the entrance to the building. After they took Aizawa aside, he announced to them that All Might wouldn't be able to make it, just as Izuku knew would happen. Izuku pointed out the swirling vortex in the plaza as it started, giving Aizawa an extra precious few seconds to react. He warned 13 against using her black hole quirk, keeping her from making a fatal mistake. Against a warp quirk user, he shouted for everyone to meet up at the center plaza, gathering them so he would know they were all safe before he died, before tackling Mina as the black mist overtook them all. Izuku tucked his legs as he fell, landing in the water with a huge splash. He broke the surface quickly, drew the 2 grappling pistols Hatsum had made him, and fired both at the boat. "Grab on," he shouted at Mina. She wrapped her arms around him as he reeled in the grappling guns, dragging them both to the side of the boat. His arms stung from their combined weight as he climbed the side of the boat. Once they were up, Izuku grabbed Yaoyorozu and Gyre first, pulling them by their backs. Mina helped him pull them up, just before a hydrokinetic villain could slash at them. Ida had made it to the back of the boat himself, and Izuku sent Gyre to help him up. Kirishima was still floundering in the water, weighed down by his hardened skin, as a villain with shark teeth bit at him from all sides. Bits of broken teeth floated in the water, but the villain kept growing more, and BLD leaked into the water from tiny cuts in Kirishima's armor. Izuku grabbed him with both grapples. Mina and Yaoyorozu hauled him up with them, while Izuku told him to only harden his legs. With his weight reduced, they were able to pull him up. Villains circled the boat, watching them from the water. The students stood in a circle on deck, catching their breath. Yaoyorozu looked around, shivering either from the cold or the danger. "We should get this boat moving. Kirishima, could you check below for the engine?" "There isn't one," Izuku cut in. "It's just a prop for the simulations." "Mina, could you cut away the top half of the boat with your acid? We need to make it lighter so we can push it back." Despite the situation, Mina smiled and saluted him. "Aye aye, Captain. Kirishima, go with her, cut off the pieces she weakens." Kirishima pounded on his tea with a toughened hand. "Sweet, let's do this." Yaoyorozu looked at the villains in the water and asked, "What are we going to do about them?" "They're not going to let us go." Gyro wrung water out of her hair. "Give me a sec. I'll use my speakers to blow them away." "Are they waterproof?" Izuku asked. Gyro looked down at her legs. Water sloshed around inside the speakers in her suit. "SHT, didn't think of that. Any ideas?" Yaoyorozu was about to make her own suggestion, but Izuku cut her off. "Yaoyorozu-san, could you make a replacement? Something handheld that we could aim would be great." Frowning in concentration, Yaoyorozu formed a device like a megaphone. A villain, growing impatient watching them stand on the boat, formed a clawed hand from the surrounding water. Gyro plugged a jack into the sonic device's port, aimed it at the villain, and let loose a powerful blast. The villain dove underwater, clutching their ears, and the watery construct fell apart. "Great," Izuku said. "Keep them off us while we help cut the boat to size. Once it's smaller, we can row it back to shore. Yaoyorozu-san, stay with her, and deploy flashbangs if any get too close. Don't make too much, we may need more items later on." Yaoyorozu nodded and stood next to Gyro, pointing out villains for her to blast. Wary of the sonic shockwaves, the villains backed off, gathering in a group to discuss their next move. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ida helped haul boat scraps overboard, while Ishido melted more holes and Kirishima cut through weakened sections with his hands. The boat tipped as they cut it down to size, forcing them to work their way around multiple times to get it down to just the bottom hull. It was too wide and flat for a normal boat, with nowhere to sit, but it held the 6 of them and moved well enough as Kirishima paddled with a makeshift oar. Yaoyorozu had volunteered to make a real set of paddles, but Izuku had pointed out it would waste her lipid reserves. Emboldened by the shrunken size of the boat, the villains converged on their position. Kirishima rowed faster, but their clumsy craft couldn't outpace the dozen villains after them. "Ida-san," Izuku said, "can you activate your engines underwater?" "I could," Ida said, "but I would have to be careful not to flood them." Kirishima looked back and grinned. "Dude, are we turning this thing into a speedboat? Are you sure that's safe?" Yaoyorozu asked. "What if we capsize?" "The villains are catching up to us anyways," Gyro said as she blasted another villain out of the water, "and they're too spread out for me to get them all." "Just do it." "All right, hold on everyone." Izuku and Ishido held Ida's arms as he lowered his legs into the water. As his engines revved up, the boat shot forward, kicking up waves in its wake. A few villains matched the new pace, but Gyro forced each of them back before they could do any damage. When the boat hit the shore, it bucked up, tossing everyone over the side. Izuku landed nimbly on his feet, grappling guns drawn, while the rest fell on their backs and sides. Kirishima was the first to his feet, skin hardened, looking around for signs of villains. The shore was quiet, but within a couple 100 feet, a battle raged at the center plaza, as 24 villains surrounded Eraserhead and 13. Aizawa darted through the group of villains, using his capture scarf to subdue 3 at a time, but 13, forced to fight without their black hole, could only block and dodge as a villain slashed at them with dagger-like claws. Sweet, we made it back. Now what? We need to get someone back to Yuye, Izuku said. We won't be able to find the one cutting communications, so we'll need to send someone to warn them in person. Idason, we need you to run back to campus and warn the heroes. And leave you all behind. How could I? Class rep's orders, Izuku said. We can hold out until help arrives. Ida grimaced, but he saluted and said, yes, sir. I will send for help as soon as possible. Jirouzan, Yaoyorozusen, go with him. Use the sonic gun and flashbangs to keep the warp Quirk villain off him. Aizawa-sensei has the rest of the villains bottled up at the plaza, so you shouldn't run into trouble. He fished the energy bars out of his pocket and handed them to Yayorozu. Use those to recharge your Quirk on the way. What about you guys? Jair asked. We'll help the teachers from here, Izuku said, gesturing to himself, Ashido, and Kirishima. That's too dangerous, Yayorozu said. Those are real villains and we're just freshman students. We have the tools to keep them at a distance, Izuku said. If Aizawa falls, the villains will be free to pick us off group by group. We have to make sure he lasts long enough for help to arrive. But, Yayorozu-san, Izuku said, putting more weight and volume into his voice than he would ever normally feel comfortable with, we need to get more heroes, and we need to make sure Aizawa-sensei holds out until they get here. I know splitting up isn't wise, but there's no time to argue. At first, Yayorozu looked as though she wanted to argue further, but as she watched the battle, saw Aizawa and 13 slowly, but surely overwhelmed by sheer numbers, she buckled. But please don't do anything reckless. Make a flashbang for me in case we need it. Save as much of your Quirk as possible, we'll need medical supplies after this. Yayorozu swallowed nervously and handed Izuku a Matryoshka doll. Pins on top of the head. Just be safe. I will, just get moving. As Ida left. With his SCRT, Izuku turned towards the plaza. Ashido-san, spread acid out in front of us. Make it weak, but very slippery. Kirishima, take point. If anyone tries to get through the acid, take them out. Kirishima's skin turned jagged and solid. He gave Izuku a toothy grin and said, you can count on me. Mina spread the acid in a wide cone in front of them. Maybe I should get a SQR gun, then I could get in on the long-range combat too. The accuracy would be very poor at this range, Izuku said. You'd probably hit the teachers. Mina nodded. Then what else can I do? See that big black one hanging in the back? Izuku asked. 2 figures watched the fray, Shigaraki, a lanky, blue-haired man covered in hands, and the hulking, black Nomu with its brains sticking out. Shigaraki watched in avid interest, scratching at his neck as wave after wave of villains fell. The Nomu watched unblinking, still as a statue, waiting for orders. You're seriously not thinking about taking it on, are you? I don't think we'll have a choice. That villain's their trump card, what they're keeping in reserve until All Might shows up, but if their attack fails, they'll probably try to kill a few of us before they leave. Mina grew pale as she studied the monster. So, you're saying that thing's going to come after us? If that thing can stand up to All Might, there won't be anything Kirishima or I could do to damage it, but your acid might. It's built to take punches, not chemical burns. Mina looked at the gauntlets on her costume, a recent addition to hold large quantities of acid in reserve. I have a bit stored up. Should I add more? Make it as strong as you can? With a nervous expression, Mina asked, are you sure? My strongest acid isn't exactly safe. Izuku put both hands on her shoulders. I'd rather not, but if that thing comes after us, your acid is the only thing that can keep us safe. After taking a second look at the Nomu, Mina took a deep breath and said, okay, but only if they come after us. The strongest stuff I can make would kill them. I'm trusting you to do the right thing with it, alright. Izuku met her black, worried eyes and nodded. It's a last resort. I'll let you know when we need to use it. Izuku waited another minute, fingers steady over the triggers of his grappling guns. Between the canisters in his guns and the 2 waiting on his belt next to the flashbang, he had a total of 34 shots left. He will need every single one. When a knife flashed towards 13's suit, Izuku fired, snagging the villain's arm, and yanked back strong enough to topple them over. Izuku's next shot caught an ankle, tripping a villain before they could wrap their crystalline arms around Aizawa. Shots 3 and 4 each grabbed a head. When Izuku pulled back strong with both hands, their heads collided, knocking them both to the floor. Izuku's interference was minimal, but enough to keep the pressure off the 2 teachers. The villains took notice, and a few broke off to deal with him. Most slipped. The one villain that kept their footing over Mina's acid field got clocked by Kirishima's hardened punch. Mina gave him a solemn, wordless nod when she had filled up her gauntlets. Izuku switched out air canisters and fired more shots to tangle up a small group of villains. 13, cut and bleeding from multiple scratch wounds on their front, was steadily retreating towards the swathe of acid, hoping to fight with their back against it, while Aizawa covered them. The villains, ragged and bloodied but still fighting strong, pressed closer and closer to the beleaguered teacher. As if sensing their imminent defeat, the villains rushed him all at once in a desperate last gambit. Aizawa unfurled his capture scarf, weaving it into a loose sphere around him, before mashing it together, catching every villain in a tight ball of fabric. With 13's help, he hurled the sphere of villains into the air, flinging them towards the lake. Izuku had 5 shots left. The first 2 clung to Aizawa's back, yanking him onto the acid as the Nomu struck. The glancing blow broke Aizawa's arm and left a meter-wide crater in the ground. He slid to Kirishima, who helped him onto his feet. The blue-haired villain wasn't far behind his Nomu. Disappointing. Maybe I should invest more points into dexterity. Strength alone isn't any good if you can't hit the enemy, right? Aizawa shoved Kirishima aside and used his quirk on the Nomu. The monster ran forward, plowing through Mina's acid. Izuku pulled Aizawa again. The monster's enormous hand clipped Aizawa's face, breaking his nose and shattering his goggles. "Diamen, it's no use," Aizawa muttered. He turned to Izuku and Ishido and said, "Get out of here. I'll hold off the villain." "You would die," Izuku said. "We won't let that happen." Aizawa scowled. "Don't be foolish. This thing's beyond any of you." "You should listen to your teacher," Shigaraki said. "Run away, small fry. The XP I'd get simply wouldn't be worth the trouble." Izuku gave Mina a firm nod and said, "Even if we ran, it would catch us. We have to fight." Shigaraki grinned. "You really think you have a chance? This isn't some scripted loss, you know. You die here, it's game over." Izuku fired his 3rd shot at the Nomu's face, covering both its eyes with clingy black tendrils. While it was distracted with clawing the sticky strands off its face, Izuku shouted, "Minasan now!" Acid gushed out of Mina's gauntlets. The viscous, cream-colored mixture smoked and bubbled as it ran across the Nomu's skin. The monster howled. Its flesh writhed as its regeneration rebuilt the burned flesh as quickly as the acid ate through it. Its eyes were burnt away, and acid seeped into its brain. Though the neural tissue repaired more slowly, the acid wasn't causing more than surface damage. "What the hell?" Mina asked. "It's super strong and it can heal. It also has shock absorption," Shigaraki said gleefully. "All Might could punch it all day and not leave a scratch. Even your acid can't defeat it." Izuku pointed at the Nomu's head and shouted at Kirishima, "Give me a boost." Kirishima, at first gaping in dismay, locked eyes with Izuku and smiled. "Sounds like you have another crazy plan. Let's do this, plus ultra." With hardened skin, Kirishima stood in front of the rampaging Nomu, hands cupped below his waist. With flashbang in hand, Izuku sprinted up to him, planted a foot in his hands, and leapt as Kirishima heaved him upwards. As Izuku became airborne, one of the Nomu's arms slammed into Kirishima's side, snapping his armored skin and sending him airborne. He hit the ground with a strangled cry, clutching a twisted arm. While airborne, Izuku pulled the pin on the flashbang with his teeth. As he vaulted over the monster's head, he flung the flashbang at the acrid, fuming mess of brain tissue. The grenade sank out of sight. When Izuku hit the ground, the flashbang went off with a muffled pop. It left no visible damage, but the creature fell to its knees. Its flesh kept repairing itself, but the creature no longer moved. Shigaraki stared at the felled Nomu. His eyes twitched, and behind the hand covering his face, a visage of palpable fury twisted his chapped, flaky features. That was supposed to tank the final boss, and it got crit by some low-level cannon fodder. What kind of bullshit game is this? Aizawa, clutching his broken arm, stood in front of Izuku. Give up quietly, and the police can be lenient. Give up? Now why would I do that? Sure I can't. Kill All Might, but I can still defeat him. Shigaraki ran towards Mina, arm outstretched. Mina flung acid at him, but as it touched his skin, the viscous liquid dissolved into gray dust, blowing away in Shigaraki's wake. Izuku fired his penultimate shot at the villain. When he pulled, the hand covering Shigaraki's face came with it. Got your nose? Izuku said. His stomach twisted itself in knots over those words, but he knew he had to goad the villain into attacking him. The other students would never be able to dodge him. Even Izuku, knowing every move the villain would make, couldn't dodge him forever. Shigaraki clutched at his exposed face. Nervous muttering hissed through gritted teeth as the villain apologized to his father. He glared at Izuku, madness and fury in his crimson eyes as he screamed, "You'll die for taking father from me." Aizawa confronted Shigaraki, but he grabbed the pro-hero by the broken arm. Aizawa blinked in the pain, giving Shigaraki the window he needed to dissolve half of Aizawa's elbow. Bleeding profusely, Aizawa sank to the ground. Mina ran to help him up. Without having missed a step, Shigaraki rushed at Izuku. His hands darted like snakes, each finger a fang hoping to sink its decaying poison into Izuku's skin. An unnerving calm came over Izuku. The whole world slipped away, leaving only the moment after the present. Each twitch of muscle came of its own accord as Izuku danced on the strings of his preordained fate. He ducked and weaved around Shigaraki's wild, Jarpinji attacks. Izuku wove like air, dodging the fingers of death by a hair's breadth, before darting in, striking a blow to the gut or the exposed face. Each hit, though lacking power, bought him just a little more time. Even with his flawless combat, Shigaraki slowly, inexorably gained on him, growing more cautious, overextending less often, giving Izuku fewer openings. As the minutes wore on, Izuku's strength waned. His legs burned, and his head swam with lightheadedness. Shigaraki's fingers brushed his face guard, turning it to dust. Fingernails scraped long furrows in his arm, just a single nail short of stripping his arm to the bone. After that scratch, Kirishima rushed in. Izuku used the last shot in his grappling gun to snare his ankle, tripping him with a strong yank. As Kirishima fell, his face missed Shigaraki's outstretched hand by an inch. Izuku's arm was overextended from tripping Kirishima. Seeing his opening, Shigaraki darted forward and grabbed his wrist. The villain stopped, thinking he had won. Izuku took advantage of the villain's distraction. BLD went flying as Izuku's fist crashed into Shigaraki's face. Shigaraki looked around, hunting for the reason his quirk failed. When he saw Aizawa, hair floating, glaring at him as Mina clumsily bound up his bleeding arm, Shigaraki laughed and said, "I almost forgot about you. Kurogiri, are you there?" A nebulous, purple form appeared next to him. "Yes, Shigaraki, but I have bad news. One of the students made it out." Shigaraki grabbed Kurogiri by the metal band holding his body together. "You're lucky it doesn't matter, or you'd be dust. Now, do me a favor and make Eraserhead disappear." Aizawa tried to erase Kurogiri's quirk, but he was swallowed up by purple mist. Mina was left clutching bloody rags of Aizawa's costume, looking up at the nebulous villain with palpable fear, while Kirishima was still on his back, struggling to rise without upsetting his twisted arm. "Now that we won't be interrupted," Shigaraki said, "let's continue where we left off." With the battle reset, Izuku once again had the lead, but fatigue set in. Still not used to strenuous activity, Izuku's body refused to move as quickly as it needed to, and while he could compensate with his knowledge of his future, there was only so much he could do before Shigaraki caught him. Fingers grazed him as he backpedaled, a touch on the cheek, a brush on the shoulder, fingers slipping on his elbow, each a reminder that, no matter how strong he tried, Shigaraki would catch him eventually. With that last bit of time he had before Shigaraki recovered, he swept his gaze around the USJ, finding his 19 classmates. Todoroki holding up Azui, Uraraka vomiting as Yaoyorozu rubbed her back, Bakugo soaking wet, Ojiro with an arm under Tokoyami's shoulder, Koda leading an army of insects. Last was Ida, panting, engine smoking as he opened the doors for UAS staff. Midnight, Present Mike, Cementos, Snipe, Ectoplasm, Vlad King, Recovery Girl, all of them. Izuku blinked. Every teacher really was there, including All Might. It felt like a different set of photographs in his mind, everything perfectly in place except for All Might, at the front, smiling his trademark symbol of peace smile, there in the present vision, ostensibly absent from all account he saw in the future. All Might burned his presence into his vision as future became present. He wasn't supposed to be there, but there he was. He might live after all. The thought didn't give him any comfort. While Izuku was distracted, black fog bubbled up in front of his face. It didn't matter what Izuku did, he knew that the warp quirk would find him no matter how he moved. Shigaraki's hand shot out of the void, gripping Izuku's face with 4 fingers. The fog billowed, revealing the rest of Shigaraki. "They're all safe," Izuku said, smiling. "You failed?" Shigaraki sneered. "All but one." The 5th finger fell. The pain Izuku felt was a pale echo of the original experience, the face-rending agony as he received the vision on the bathroom toilet. It still stung, but he held a smile on his face, staring death in the eyes as it claimed him. He had done it. He had saved everyone. He was a hero. He would have only saved one, if he had died that first time, but now he had saved 21. It was as much as he could hope for. The pain stopped too early. Izuku looked around, wondering what had just happened. Shigaraki had flown halfway across the plaza, knocked aside by a flick of All Might's finger. Comparing the present to past was just as jarring. 1 second, All Might was with the other heroes. The next, he had an arm wrapped around Izuku and pressed a bandage over his forehead. "You'll pay for this, All Might?" Shigaraki roared as the black fog swallowed him, leaving the downed Nomu and unconscious villains. He fought the void, reached for All Might, but with a final swirl of fog, Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Izuku was slipping away, darkness creeping into his vision as his BLD pressure tanked. Yaoyorozu sprinted over, crumbs of his energy bars on her cheeks, pulling more bandages out of her skin and handing them to All Might with tears in her eyes. Izuku watched the faculty secure his classmates, treating cuts and frostbite, before falling unconscious in All Might's arms. Tashinori sat in a chair built for his massive frame, feeling dwarfed by all the empty space as he wrapped his hands around a cup of tea. Nizu poured himself a mug, staring at him all the while with his beady, calculating eyes. "This can't continue, Tashinori-san," Nizu said. "While I appreciate the fact that those people needed your help, there were other heroes in the area that could have handled those villains. If you wish to teach here at UA, you will have to accept that your responsibilities as a teacher come first. You can't teach them if you burn through your quirk stopping minor villains." Taking a sip for dramatic effect, Nizu added, "Unless you think teaching in your unpowered form would be wiser." Tashinori cringed. "No, you're right. I'm sorry, old habits die strong. I hear someone scream and I have to help. It's the way I am. It's very commendable, but with the way things are, it will only cause problems. What if a real emergency comes up and you aren't able to fight? I will find a way. Don't be foolish. The harder you push yourself, the faster you'll weaken. You said yourself that you hurt yourself pushing beyond your time limit almost a year ago. Recovery Girl gave you another 3 years at most before you can't transform at all. Please make the most of them." Being reminded of the grim prognosis sent chilly dread through Tashinori. 3 years, before he would have to step down as the symbol of peace. 3 years, to find and train his successor, and his quirk still didn't give him any hints on who to pick. About the only thing he could be sure of was who he couldn't pick. Mirio was Nitai's suggestion, an excellent hero by all accounts, but when he had met the fledgling hero in person he felt one for all reject him outright. He tried talking to it, insisting that he had to pick someone before he wasted away, and yet his quirk refused to budge. "I can't stop being a hero," Toshinori said. "The public needs to know that I am still here." "I agree. However, you need to pick your battles. Let the other heroes deal with carjackings and armed robberies. Save your strength for the kinds of villains only a top pro can handle." Toshinori looked down at his untouched mug, unable to look the principal in the eyes. "I understand." Nizu sighed. "You understand, but I get the feeling you will ignore me anyways. I'd rather you don't learn the value of my advice the strong way." Toshinori drank, grimacing as the warm liquid burned in his gut. The old injury had made even the mildest foods play havoc in his digestive tract. Half his nutrition these days came from a syringe, and the other half was blended, bland mush. Not for the first time, he thought of getting a hamburger despite the fact he'd need to have his stomach pumped afterwards. "I will limit my activities as a hero," Toshinori said, forcing himself to mean the words. "Could let the other heroes handle the present. You're needed here to secure the future." The door slammed open. Ida stood in the doorway, panting strong, smoke pouring out from the exhaust valves in his legs. He collapsed onto the table, forcing words out between shaky breaths. "Villains, at the USJ," Ida groaned. Nizu handed him his cup of tea, pressing it to the teen's lips. "You did great. Get some rest and let us handle it." Toshinori looked at the student, struggling to understand what was going on. "What?" Nizu raced to his phone and paged the whole school. "All faculty, report to the front lobby. Priority 1. I repeat, all faculty, to the front lobby, priority 1. Priority 1. Toshinori asked. "Villains on school grounds. Stay here and rest up. We will handle this." One for All had a will of its own. It had taken Toshinori years to get used to hearing its call, having to fumble his way through his quirk after losing Nana. Once in a while, it would prod him in a direction, guide him to someone he needed saving, or warn him about a villain trying to sneak up on him. Right now, it was screaming for him to stand, to fight, to protect the students. "I will go." Nizu's eyes narrowed. He pointedly looked at Ida and said, "Don't be foolish. I'm counting on you to guard the rest of the facility while we deal with this threat." "It's telling me to," Toshinori said, keeping his voice low. "I have to do this." Nizu stared off into space, eyes flicking back and forth as he ran calculations. He shook himself and said, "No time. Just go if you must, but please keep what we talked about in mind." "I will." The other teachers were waiting in front of the school's bus, in a mix of hero costumes and civilian clothes. Present Mike honked the horn and said, "Get going, slowpokes. We gotta move." Toshinori fell into his seat as the bus barreled out of the school's parking lot. Nizu, half crushed under him, squirmed out and straightened his fur. "You said it told you to go?" Nizu asked. "I don't remember you saying your quirk could speak to you." "Not exactly," Toshinori said. "It's more like a gut feeling. I could make a tasteless joke about your gut feelings, but right now isn't the time. Please let the others handle this as much as possible. Intervene only if student lives are at risk." "But what about, Aizawazen would be insulted if you thought he couldn't handle himself?" Nizu frowned. "Still, the fact he sent a student alone worries me. Not to mention, the alarm never went off. We'll have to be ready for the worst." Toshinori's gut twisted itself at Nizu's grim words. Present Mike, overhearing the conversation, floored the gas pedal, flying past cars in the other lane. He blew through a red light to a chorus of honking horns and left fuming black streaks on the pavement as he whipped the bus into the USJ's parking lot. He ran the bus up the curb and parked within a foot of the front doors. As Toshinori morphed into his hero form and shoved open the doors, he felt his head throb. The air itself resisted his every move, weighing down his shoulders, and his vision flickered. The gut-wrenching sensation had come once before, after a villain with a slime mutation quirk led him on a wild goose chase through the city, only to take a small boy hostage. That new symptom of his fading power had scared him into keeping his quirk usage under its time limit for months since then. Before he could reconsider going with the rest of the heroes, he saw one of his students, Midoriya, in the clutches of a grinning maniac covered in hands. BLD flew. All Might sprinted forward, sped up to the point that he could see each drop of BLD lazily floating through the air like dandelion seeds. As he got closer, he could see Izuku's skull peeling like burning paper, flaking away in white motes. With one flick of his finger, a concussive blast of air knocked the villain back 20 feet. Toshinori caught his student before he hit the ground, tore off his tie, and pressed it into the wound, instantly dyeing the fabric black from all the BLD. All Might, Midoriya whispered. Yes, I'm here. Everything's going to be all right. The villain he had blown away was leaning against Kurogiri. Seething with rage, Shigaraki screamed, after the cannon fodder took out my tank, now you show up? We need to go, Kurogiri said. We can't fight All Might without the gnome. Shigaraki scratched at his neck, leaving 4 long, bloody furrows. I know, it's just so frustrating. I wasn't supposed to lose. What about the others? They outnumbered these kids and still lost. Leave them. Understood. Time to leave. Before All Might could do anything, black fog enshrouded the 2 villains. They vanished into thin air. Midoriya was mumbling, growing less coherent as his BLD pressure dropped. You weren't supposed to be here. Before All Might could ask what he meant, his eyelids fluttered shut. He grew limp in his arms. For a heart-stopping moment, All Might feared the worst, but an ear pressed to his ears caught the faint beating of his heart. Does anyone have gauze? All Might shouted. We need to stop the bleeding, hurry. Within seconds, Yaoyorozu ran up to him and pulled a roll of gauze out of her stomach. Is this enough? Her hands were shaking. Toshinori took the roll gingerly and looked her in the eyes. He had to smile to assure her everything would be all right. Thank you. This is exactly what he needs. To his alarm, the words turned on the waterworks. Did she think he was lying? Cutting his speculation short, he turned his attention back to the student bleeding out in front of him. He patted a bunch into the hole in his head, letting it sop up the BLD, and wrapped the rest around his head, holding the patch job in place. Recovery girl, hurry. I'm coming. Shizenji shouted. I'm getting old, you know, don't lose him before I get there. Cementos lumbered up to him with Recovery Girl on his back. All Might held Midoriya up to her, breath held, praying they weren't too late. She puckered her lips and kissed him on the cheek. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes, frowned at the bleeding student, and pulled away. Don't tell me. He still has a pulse, Recovery Girl said, but he doesn't have any energy left. If I tried to use my quirk, his heart would stop. Toshinori's heart sank. What do we do? He needs BLD fast. Anyone onegative around here? I am, Kirishima said through gritted teeth, waving his non-broken arm. Recovery Girl tapped Yaoyorozu with her cane and asked, think you can make some hypodermic needles and plastic tubing? Yaoyorozu, thanking her instructors for making her learn how to make medical necessities, made the required items. Shizenji examined the needles with a practiced eye and nodded. Perfect. See me sometime, I'd like to see what else you can do. This could save a lot of lives. As Recovery Girl stuck the needle in Kirishima's arm, she noticed the broken bones. Oh sweetie, you should have said something. Kirishima grinned through the pain. Midoriya needs it more. It wouldn't be manly of me to let him bleed out. Shizenji sighed and shook her head. Don't let that manliness of yours get you killed. Now, this isn't exactly a sterile setup, but Izuku-san's BLD pressure's so low, you shouldn't be getting any of his BLD in you. Both of you are clean, anyways, so you can rest easy about transferring bloodborne pathogens. Good to know. Kirishima clenched his hands, trying to pump more BLD into Midoriya. Some color returned to his skin as the transfusion progressed. Cementos, get them to the front door. Paramedics should be here any minute. Don't let that 4 fall out, it's the only thing keeping him alive. She turned her attention to the rest of the students, who were lingering around the edge of the plaza. The rest of you come here. Let the injured go first, but I'll check all of you. As Recovery Girl frowned over Todoroki's blackened fingers, All Might ran ahead of Cementos. A ripple of concrete carried the 2 boys ahead of Cementos, gently setting them down in front of the door. The moment All Might heard the door slam shut behind him, he shrank back into his skeletal form. All Might. Kirishima asked, eyes wide. What? Are you alright? Toshinori's stomach churned as he faced the shocked student. Thankfully, Midoriya was still out like a light. Everything's fine. We will talk about this later, but for now, please keep this quiet, alright? Kirishima nodded, still gawking at his shrunken form. Feeling so helpless under the student's questioning gaze, Toshinori hurried into the bus and hunched over in one of the seats. Paws padded on the bus floor. Nizu grunted as he pulled himself up each of the bus' massive steps. Are you alright? You left in a hurry. I felt it again, Toshinori said. Pushed it too far. I'll let Shizenjizen know. He leaped, catching his paws on the seat, and scrambled up to sit next to All Might. Kirishima saw, didn't he? He did, Toshinori admitted. I'll make sure he keeps quiet. After a moment, Nizu said, the PR on this is going to be a nightmare. Think you're up for a press conference tomorrow. Toshinori groaned. Can we not think about that right now? One of my students is... Nizu patted All Might on the elbow. I know. It's never easy, losing a student. Happens every so often on the internships and work studies. They're just students. All Might shouted. I'm supposed to protect them, make sure they grow up to be heroes, and within weeks of coming here, villains tried to kill them. I don't know if I'm cut out for this. Toshinori, you're hardly to blame for this. If anything, it's my fault. I should have revamped the security system after those reporters got in last week. It's not just that. I don't know what I'm doing teaching them. I'm trying, but I don't even know where to begin. Those books I got aren't helping, and I keep second-guessing everything I do, and it's not easy being a teacher, Nizu said. You can hardly expect to get the hang of it after 1 week. Toshinori clenched his hands, staring solemnly at his frail fingers. I know, but their lives are counting on me. It didn't hit me until now, but if I don't teach them well enough, they're going to die out there. One's dying as we speak and I... Go with the paramedics, Nizu said. Stay with Midoriya at the hospital, and text me updates. We'll handle things here. The paramedics had pulled up alongside the bus. 2 EMTs stuck an 4 into Midoriya's arm and loaded him onto a stretcher, while another was checking Kirishima's arm. The redhead stared at him as he went. He walked alongside the stretcher, waiting for one of the EMTs to address him. Yagi Toshinori, UA faculty, he said, showing them his ID card. I've been asked to accompany Midoriya to the hospital. Got a healing quirk? I'm afraid not. Take the passenger seat. No room in back. Before he could ask if Midoriya would make it, the EMT slammed the doors shut behind him. Toshinori sprinted to the passenger side. The vehicle took off, sirens blaring, before he even closed the door. Once at Muzudafu General, Izuku was whisked into the emergency wing. Toshinori was shown to a seat outside the operating room as doctors rushed inside, bringing bags of BLD minutes dragged by. Heart heavy and stomach nauseous, All Might prayed that he had the strength to save one of his students. Quick reflexes saved Shota from taking a swim in the shipwreck zone. With his good arm, he flung out his capture scarf, catching the end of the zone's enormous water slide. He swung to safety, skimming just over the water's surface and catching himself halfway up the slide. His broken, decayed arm throbbed with pain. Shota had a few seconds to catch his breath before the whole slide collapsed underneath him. Enormous watery claws smashed the wooden supports to splinters. The water slide shuddered, plastic segments buckling as it collapsed under its own weight. Shota leapt from piece to piece. Each jump left his arm in agony as bone fragments ground together. With one final leap, Shota landed on the rocky shore. He bit back a scream as his injured arm slammed against stone. As another set of watery claws reached for him, Shota's eyes darted to the fish-like villain, who raised his right hand in a grasping pantomime. The claw fell apart as Shota erased their quirk. 3 villains leapt out of the water, trying to rush him. A flick of his capture scarf wrapped all 3. He flung them to the ground and dispatched each fallen villain with a kick to the head. Seeing their unconscious allies on dry land, the remaining aqueous villains stayed in the water. Some shot high-pressure jets, others flung knives, and the one kept slashing at him with liquid claws. Shota nimbly dodged each attack, but the BLD dripping from his decayed arm left him steadily weaker. His vision blurred, his head swam, and his eyes burned from forcing them open for so long. The villains forced him further back, step by step, until his back was against the far wall. Shota cursed himself as he faced the onslaught of minor villains. He had failed his students. He failed to stop the main villain, failed to erase the warp quirk, failed to keep his students from throwing themselves in danger. Even now, as he wasted precious time trying not to get hit, unable to slip past or attack the villains in the water, his students were left alone with a villain whose agility was on par with his own, and whose quirk could reduce a student to dust with a single touch. With that knowledge, Shota goaded himself on, asked himself how many of his students would have their funerals in urns, how many parents he would have to apologize to, how many gossip-hungry reporters he'd have to kowtow because he couldn't give some 2-bit villains the slip. Yet, for all the self-chiding, for all his anxiety for his students, he gave ground step by step, powerless to save his students. While he was distracted, a knife, propelled by a jet of water, nicked his shoulder, drawing a long, painful gash. Aizawa rolled aside and swept his quirk-canceling eyes across the whole lake. Another knife streaked through the air, biting into his shin. Trembling with exhaustion, lungs afire, and eyelids heavy, Shota wondered if he'd even live long enough to see his students again. One of Ectoplasm's clones sprinted into the shipwreck zone. Spotting Shota against the wall, Ectoplasm shouted into his radio and charged at the villains. Enough of them were distracted by the juicy target flailing in the water for Shota to circle around towards the fallen water slide. He took shelter under one of the fallen pieces. Finally safe, Shota collapsed on his back. He looked up at the dripping green plastic and sucked in humid gulps of air until his eraser mix voice fell like a hammer. A concussive shockwave shook the plastic, making it slide half a foot. Moments later, water fell in a sudden downpour, drumming on Shota's shelter. "Hey, Shota," Yamada called, his voice amplified by his quirk. "You still alive?" Groaning, Shota got to his feet and limped out of the shelter. Midnight was rounding up sleeping villains in the damp depression that was once the shipwreck zone. Yamada, who was scanning the shoreline with half a dozen ectoplasm clones, spotted him first. "Oh, thank God," Yamada said as he got a shoulder under Shota's good arm. "When the kids said you got warped away with a broken arm, I feared they finally got you." Shota scoffed. "It'd take more than this to kill me." Yamada glanced uneasily at his decayed arm, which had stopped bleeding largely because Shota didn't have much BLD left in him. "You're going to make it. We're here. We're all here, All Might and the rest." All Might burned through all his time. "Yeah, well, tell that to the blue-haired guy he decked into next week." He pushed himself. How irrational. It probably saved Midoriya's life. Shota's breath hitched. "Midoriya, he's alive." Yamada grimaced. "It's not good. Shizenjisen couldn't do anything for him. They put him in an ambulance, hopefully the kid will pull through. And the rest? All safe and accounted for?" This time, Yamada smiled, though it looked forced. "They did good." The students were in a line before Recovery Girl. She checked their wounds, occasionally using her quirk to make gashes disappear, but largely using bandages to conserve her strength. Todoroki was sitting off to the side, his right hand riddled with white scars, and Ashido had her hands wrapped in ointment-soaked bandages. When Recovery Girl saw the gaping wound on Shota's arm, she waved him over. "The decay quirk, right? It's messy, but it didn't hit the bone. I can heal it." "Is Midoriya going to make it?" "His wound was like yours, and some of the bone was damaged. Luckily, All Might got him away before the quirk reached his brain. The wound itself isn't life-threatening, but Midoriya lost a lot of BLD, and he was dangerously exhausted." Recovery Girl gave him a stern look and said in a voice that brooked no argument, "Once this is over, we need to talk about that boy's training regiment." Shota nodded uneasily. He thought back to his time training Midoriya after school, probing his memories for any signs of exhaustion. His student endured the exercise and combat training with stoic indifference, running and clearing obstacles without a single complaint. He had trained students long enough to know when they needed a break, and he never noticed the signs in Midoriya. Was it a part of the unknown quirk, Or had he been blind to the signs? Had he unwittingly pushed harder than he should have? Keep the healing to a minimum, Shota said. I'll wait at the hospital. All Might's already over there, and I'm not letting you walk around with a broken arm. Please. He put everything he had into that one word. He had failed Midoriya enough for one day, and he wasn't about to nap on the job when one of his students was dying. Shizenji sighed and dug into her pocket. Fine, but you'll hate me for this later. Eat these. All of them. Shota grimaced at the gummy bears, 12 black ones in her outstretched hand. They tasted bitter, like coffee grounds mixed with cough medicine. Energy flooded into him. He felt his heart galloping in his chi as the stimulants kicked in. Recovery Girl kissed him on his left hand. Shota hissed as bone fused itself back together and muscle knitted across the gaping wound. Once she was done, a pink patch of half-healed skin was all that remained of Shigaraki's touch. The slashes on his shoulder and shin were scabbed, angry red lines that itched when he moved. The moment Midoriya gets the all-clear, you head straight back. Understood. Shota nodded, exhausted again by the healing, but still conscious. He stepped away and fell onto Yamada as his legs gave out. Easy there, I'll take you, Present Mike said. I tell you to get some rest, but if Shizenji couldn't convince you, I sure as hell won't be able to either. Thanks. What are friends for? They borrowed one of the school's business cars waiting in the lot. As Yamada drove, he said, Don't worry about Midoriya. I'm sure he'll pull through. What makes you say that? Yamada shrugged. It's called faith, try it sometime. With a snort, Shota said, illogical. Maybe it is. Doesn't change that fact that he'll be back in class. Yamada offered to walk him into the hospital, but Shota shooed him away. The nurse at reception gaped at him with wide eyes, but when he flashed his U-8 badge and asked for Midoriya's room, she pointed him towards the intensive care unit. Yagi Tashinori was sitting on a bench outside a closed-off operating room. Shota sat next to him, practically collapsing onto the cushioned seat. Izuku, I'm glad you're all right. I was worried when I didn't see you with the other students. Shota glowered at him. The warp quirk got me. I see. Will they let us in? Yagi shook his head. The doctors didn't want me in the way. Hospital staff hurried past them, coming in and out of the rooms around them with medical supplies. Minutes ticked by on the clock overhead. Shota's eyelids grew heavy as he waited, but he forced himself to stay awake. One of your students saw me change, Yagi said. The one with the red hair. Shota took in a deep breath, trying to smother his sudden contempt for the number one hero and failing. You used up your time. You shouldn't have gone. Anger flashed in the shrunken hero's eyes. If I hadn't, I take it back. You shouldn't have stopped those villains earlier. The anger vanished. Yagi hunched over and put his head in his hands. I know. I should have been there. I feel so useless when I'm out of time, and I'm stuck watching other heroes fight from the sidelines. With my old strength, I could stop the villains before anyone gets hurt, keep buildings from being destroyed, but now, he got hurt because I'm too weak. I don't know what to do with myself anymore. Shota awkwardly patted All Might on the back. You're not the only hero out there. Let the others handle the villains. Focus on teaching these students, so they'll be ready when you need to step down. Yagi groaned. I'm terrible at teaching. You think I was any better when I started? Teaching is a skill like any other. You'll get better at it as time goes on. Looking down at his bony hands, Yagi sighed and said, I wish I could teach like this, then I could use my hero form for villains. Voice dripping with sarcasm, Shota said, if you're comfortable letting this leak out to the public, then go right ahead. It's bad enough I've got one student to keep an eye on. If the whole school knew, the press would sniff it out within a week. The door opened. A doctor clad in scrubs, face hidden by a mask, approached the two of them. Their eyes lingered on Yagi, eyeing the shrunken man with visible disbelief. Shota felt some smug satisfaction in seeing the incredulous stare directed at All Might of all people, instead of him for a change. Are you from UH? Yagi flashed his badge. The doctor's eyes lingered on him a moment longer, no doubt wondering which hero he was. Is Midoriya going to be okay? Even with the mask covering half his face, Shota could still see the smile tugging at the corners of their cheeks. He has yet to regain consciousness, but his BLD pressure has stabilized, and his head wound has stopped bleeding. He'll need to stay overnight, but we're expecting a full recovery. Can we see him? Shota asked. The doctor eyed his torn, bloody clothes. You'll need to keep your distance. He's very vulnerable to infection right now, but yes. Midoriya looked half dead with the respirator covering his face. His unruly green locks had been shaved away, and gauze was wrapped around his whole head. The hero costume was gone, replaced by blue scrubs that left his scarred arms exposed. Yagi visibly stiffened when he saw those pale markings. As much as Shota wanted to stay, a combination of Shizenji's orders and his growing exhaustion forced him to acknowledge the fact he had to leave. Could you stay? He asked Yagi. I have to head back. Are you feeling all right? Just tired. Need to head back. As Shota fell, having lost consciousness the moment he pitched forward, he nearly took Yagi with him. The doctor had to catch them both. Inko returned home at sunset that Monday thoroughly exhausted, in every sense of the word. Her makeup was ruined, with tear stains running down her face, and her eyes were red and puffy from hours of crying. Oh, and she had a strange man coming in with her, panting and holding his side after the 4-story hike up the stairs. That morning, after Izuku left for school, Inko had spent the morning fretting over the impending counseling session, partly excited that her son would finally be getting the help and support he needed, mostly afraid of learning exactly how much he needed it, learning how deep those scars of his went, learning how badly she had failed him for all these years. When the phone call startled Inko out of her anxious musings, she answered on reflex without checking the caller ID. Before the receptionist on the other end finished telling her what had happened to her son, she had already hung up, slung her purse over her shoulder, and sprinted to her car. Her phone rang again as she ran up to the front desk of Mizudafu General, but she ignored it. The receptionist gave her the grisly details: decayed facial tissue and skull, major BLD loss, and severe exhaustion. When Inko asked how it happened, the receptionist grimaced and said they couldn't tell her. Once she got settled in a waiting room, Inko checked her phone. Nizu had left her a message, but instead of playing it, she called him back. The principal picked up on the first ring. Midoriya-san, did you get my message? I didn't, she admitted. What happened? Did you get a call from the hospital? I'm already there. There was a long pause from the other end. As Inko was wondering if she had somehow lost reception, the principal said, Sorry about that, it's a mess on my end. Villains attacked the school. Your son is the only one with life-threatening injuries. From what we've learned, he confronted the ringleader of the attack to keep his classmates safe. Why didn't your teachers keep him safe? Inko blurted out. They tried. There were over 100 villains, and only 2 teachers. They also used a warping quirk to separate the students. The principal let out an exasperated sigh. I'm not trying to defend what happened. We messed up. I messed up. This attack quite literally came out of nowhere. Now that I am aware of this threat to the students, I will take whatever measures necessary to make sure this never happens again. In the meantime, all I can do to make it up to you is to offer Japan's finest rehabilitation services and make sure your son suffers no permanent complications from this incident. We will also provide whatever counseling and therapy necessary for him to recover from this in addition to the other problems we have already discussed. Do you have any other immediate concerns that I can address at this time? Inko, still trying to process everything Nizu just said, could only say, No, thank you Nizu-san. I'll keep in touch. Anytime. I sent a couple teachers over with Izuku to keep an eye on him. I would appreciate it if you refrain from confronting them at this time, as they're both exhausted from what happened. In hindsight, it wasn't the wisest idea to have half a pitcher of coffee while waiting for news about her son, but having something to periodically sip made the wait more bearable. Between the coffee and the stress of having her son in a coma, her nerves were jittery enough to jump every time footsteps crossed the waiting room's door. When the door finally opened, she spilled a splash of coffee on the counter. She wiped it up with her sleeve, not even noticing the stain it left. Is he okay? The nurse smiled at her. The doctors say he'll pull through. He's sleeping right now, and he needs to stay isolated for now, but you can see him if you want to. As Inko went to her son's room, she passed 2 doctors carrying Aizawa on a stretcher. BLD stained his tattered clothes, and his face was frighteningly pale. She paused, torn between going to her room and checking on his teacher. "Is he?" she asked. A thin hand lightly touched her on the shoulder. When she turned, her eyes met a sad, shrunken pair of blue eyes set in a gaunt face. "Aizawa is fine, he just passed out a minute ago. He had a rough day." Inko looked the stranger over. While she didn't keep up with heroes personally, her son's hobby meant she knew a little bit about quite a few heroes. The scrawny figure before her looked like no hero she had ever heard about. "I'm sorry, I don't believe we've met," Inko said. "All right. Yagi Tashinori." He held out his hand. "I presume you are Midoriyakin's mother." "Midoriya Inko," she said, taking his hand. She could feel the bones in his fingers. It made her feel a sense of unease. How could someone so frail be a hero? "Are you a teacher at UA's?" "Ah, yes," he said, fishing an ID card out of his pocket. Inko glimpsed a second card that he had hastily put back. The one he showed her had his name and face on it. "What do you teach?" "Heroics." Yagi flinched, a nervous gesture that Inko noticed and shelved for later consideration. "I see. Sorry if I come across as skeptical, it's just that." A broad smile crossed Yagi's grin. "I get it. I don't exactly get out in public much like this." "Oh, you're an underground hero, like Eraserhead?" "Yeah, like Eraserhead," he repeated, his words uncertain. He glanced back at the operating room and said, "I'd hate to keep you from seeing your son." At the reminder, Inko's attention snapped back to her son strong enough to give her whiplash. "Yes, thank you, can't believe I forgot." Hearing herself say those words, hearing herself admit to having failed him yet again, set off another round of sobbing. As her legs gave out from under her, she staggered over to the bench across the hallway. Alarmed by her behavior, Yagi went up to her and asked, "Are you feeling all right? Is there something wrong?" "How could I be such a horrible mother?" she asked between sobs. "First the scars, then this. I'm supposed to be there for him, but I don't know what to do." Yagi sat next to her and patted her shoulder. "He will be fine. The doctors say he should wake up tomorrow, and you can be there for him then." Too distraught to think about her actions, Inko wrapped her arms around Yagi and buried her face in his shoulder. He froze up at first, but as she kept crying, he put his hand on her back and patted her gently. As the time crept by, Tashinori found himself increasingly unnerved by the sensation of having a woman, and a stranger no less, pressed so closely against him. In the back of his mind, he imagined her husband coming down the hall, seeing them like this, and getting angry at him for being this close to her. He wanted to push her away, or tell her to back off, but hearing her heartbroken sobs made him afraid to hurt her even more. After what felt like an eternity, Inko sat up and wiped her eyes. I'm sorry," she stammered. "I shouldn't have, that was rude of me, I don't know what came over me." "It's all right," Tashinori said, trying not to let his relief show on his face. "I understand this isn't easy for you." He saw a tear rolling down her cheek. On impulse, he took his t-shirt and wiped it away. As Inko stared at him in shock, Tashinori cursed his hero instincts. All Might wiped away women's tears, especially after a villain attack, but Yagi Tashinori had no business touching another woman, not when her husband might rush down the hall any minute. He glanced over his shoulder. Doctors and nurses hurried by, but there was no one watching. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Your t-shirt's all dirty," Inko said at the same time. He looked down. A cream-colored smear stained his white t-shirt where he had dried her tears. "Don't worry, I was going to throw away this t-shirt anyway." He showed the stretch marks where he had torn the t-shirt punching the villain. Looking back at her face, Tashinori winced and said, "I ruined your makeup?" Inko touched at the SRNG makeup. "It was ruined anyways." She chuckled mirthlessly and said, "I should invest in waterproof concealer." Desperate to change the topic, Tashinori said, "Do you feel up to seeing your son now?" For a terrifying moment, Tashinori thought she was going to start crying in his shoulder again, but Inko took a deep, shaky breath and stood. "Thank you, I think I'm ready now." She looked hesitantly at the door and asked, "Would you mind coming in with me?" I don't think I want to do this alone. Toshinori looked up and down the hall. No husband, no family, no one. Maybe they were all busy. He looked back at Inko, who was staring at him with exhausted, red eyes, and felt his heart break. I don't mind, he said, feeling completely out of his depth. Inko smiled gratefully at him as she opened the door. When she saw her son, breathing through a mask and wrapped in bandages, she raced forward. Toshinori caught her shoulder. The doctors said we shouldn't get too close to him. The nurse, who was monitoring Izuku's vitals from a nearby computer, watched them for a moment before returning her attention to the screen. Inko stared at the bed, feeling helpless as her son lay pale and unmoving like a corpse. The silence of the room was punctuated by the slow, feeble beating of Izuku's heart on the monitor. This is going to keep happening, isn't it? Inko asked. Toshinori was at a loss of words. His first impulse was to reassure her, to tell her that being a hero wouldn't come with frequent trips to the hospitals, debilitating injuries, and quite possibly a grisly death. Maybe All Might could have said that with confidence, but Toshinori Yagi, shrunken, tired, and coping with the dull, constant ache of his impaled, didn't have the strength to tell her that lie. It's never easy, he said, faltering for a way to make it all seem right, to make it okay for a 15-year-old to lay in a hospital bed because there are people in the world sick and twisted enough to make it happen. The job takes a toll on everyone. I've seen heroes come and go. A lot leave after their first serious injury. Maybe it's a broken arm or a missing eye. Sometimes, it's someone they failed to save, or a mistake they made, knowing that someone died because they weren't good enough. Sometimes, it's just the long hours or the constant pressure of the job. The ones that push through all that, the ones that keep saving people no matter how hopeless it seems, they do it because saving people matters that much to them. With a deep breath, he said, knowing what happened back there, that he fought this Shigaraki person himself, I think your son is one of those who won't quit no matter how strong it gets. Toshinori looked back and felt horrified at the stricken, grieving expression on her face. He hastily added, I'm sorry, I wish I knew what to say. More than anything else, Inko said, I want him to be happy. She wiped away a fresh batch of tears. When he was diagnosed, I told him he couldn't be a hero. I was so scared that he'd get hurt. He was quirkless, he didn't have a way to protect himself. That's what I thought. I broke his heart that day. If I had just told him he could, if I had found him someone who could teach him, if I had just supported him like I was supposed to, but now, looking at him like this, I don't know if I can take it. I don't want him to die. She looked at Toshinori with teary eyes and asked in a hysterical voice, why couldn't he just be happy as a normal kid? Toshinori knew why. There was a time where he was quirkless and filled with a burning longing to matter, to be someone important, to be a hero. He wanted it so badly it hurt, and when Nana finally gave him the power he needed to be that hero, he threw himself into it. Because nothing hurts worse than knowing that you don't matter, he muttered to himself. He matters to me. Toshinori didn't have anything to say to that. He barely remembered his own parents, indifferent, murky figures in a past he didn't care to think about these. Anytime he tried to picture his mother, all he saw was Nana's smile. As the silence stretched out between them, Inko talked about Izuku. She spoke fondly of the days when he was an excitable toddler who gushed about heroes and dreamed of being one, pointedly skipped over the day of his diagnosis, and spoke calmly, but with no less pride, about the quiet teen who hardly made a splash at school, but had art that every teacher of his had complimented. As the hours wore on, she told Toshinori about his favorite food, the clothes he liked to wear, what heroes he liked talking about. It was with no small embarrassment that Toshinori learned that All Might was Izuku's favorite. Inko abruptly stopped and let out a loud, jaw-popping yawn. She glanced at her phone, and her eyes went wide. Gosh, I can't believe it's that late already. Toshinori glanced at the time and winced. He had missed his evening nutrient shot. Maybe the hospital had his dose on hand. Before he could think of asking for his supplements, the nurse, who had been replaced during a shift change without their knowing, approached them and said, I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over in 5 minutes. I have to ask you to leave. Inko stared at Izuku, face set as if she were about to argue, but another yawn burst out of her. Is there any way I could stay? If he was in critical condition, we might allow it, but Izuku's vitals have been stable all day. He'll be fine, he's just sleeping. You can visit him first thing in the morning. Inko teetered on the edge, and Toshinori decided to give her a final push. It'll be better for him if you're feeling well when he needs you. For a moment, Toshinori feared he had pushed too strong. Inko frowned at him a moment, then she nodded. Thank you. You're right, I should sleep. Another yawn slipped past her, and she teetered to the side, holding herself up against a wall. Toshinori rushed forward, ready to catch her, but a twinge of pain from his side stopped him. Will you be fine getting home? When he said that, it sunk in that Inko was still alone. No husband, no family, no friends, no one. Wouldn't the hospital have called them too? Another yawn, wouldn't want to be any trouble. Which was as good as admitting she couldn't. All Might had heard that line too many times before to ignore it. It's no trouble at all, he said with a reflexive smile. It would be my pleasure to make sure you get home safely. Alarm bells were going off in Toshinori's head. That was All Might's line. All Might helped people get home all the time. Right now, he wasn't All Might, it wasn't appropriate for him to SERT someone home. What would her husband think? Okay then. Thank you, you're right, I shouldn't be driving like this. Her eyes widened. CRP my car? I can drive, that is, if you don't mind. Toshinori cursed himself for digging himself deeper. More tears pooled in her eyes, and for a frightening moment, Toshinori thought he had gone too far. I'm sorry, it's nice of you to offer. You don't have to. It's no trouble, Toshinori said, struggling in futility against his hero instincts. I wouldn't feel right letting you go home alone. When they left the hospital, Inko handed him her keys and showed him to her car. He had almost gone to the passenger side before remembering that cars in Japan had the steering wheel on the right. His driver's license, long expired, was American. He prayed he wouldn't get pulled over as he pulled the rusting minivan out of the parking lot. The drive was mercifully short, and Inko had stayed awake enough to supply directions. Her apartment was on the 4th floor. Toshinori felt his ST throbbing by the time they made it up. His agent always made sure he had ground floor lodgings. The thought of leaving her at the bottom floor didn't even cross his mind. When she unlocked the door, he took in the unfamiliar apartment with open fascination. It was much like his own, bare and plain, but that made the few differences stand out. The counter was cluttered with canned vegetables, onions, and packs of instant ramen. On the fridge hung a colored sketch of Inko, which depicted her watering a potted tomato plant. He stopped to admire the picture, drawn in by her gentle smile. Thank you so much for this, Inko said, startling him out of his reverie. It's no trouble at all. I should get going. As he headed to the door, his ailing body betrayed him. He felt the cough creeping in the back of his throat and hastened to the door, but before he could slip outside, it burst out of him. BLD dribbled out of the corner of his mouth and dripped on the linoleum floor. Inko saw the BLD and gasped. Oh my God, you're hurt. I'll drive you back to the hospital. I'm fine, it's just an old injury, he said hastily. He wiped the BLD away and smiled. Really, I'm fine. She watched him with a raised eyebrow. You definitely don't look fine. Trust me, I'm tougher than I look. As if to contradict himself, he coughed again, though he managed to keep the BLD in his mouth. Inko looked nervously around her apartment. I can't let you go home like this. I don't have a sofa or anything, but you could take Izuku's bed for the night. I'll have someone pick me up, it's fine. Toshinori dug into his pocket and found nothing. Panic flashed through him as he checked his pants. He still had his keys, but his phone and wallet were long gone. The memory of checking his pockets for the bottles of Slime Villain came back to him, and sure enough, they were the exact same pair of pants. He could have sworn that he had thrown them away. I'm so sorry, I must have lost my phone. Would you mind if I borrowed yours? Oh, of course. As he took it, he realized that he didn't know any of his colleagues' numbers. Luckily, Inko had Nizu's contact info. He called, praying he'd pick up. Inko, is something the matter? With no small embarrassment, Toshinori explained his predicament. When he mentioned that Inko offered to put him up, Nizu immediately said, "Yes, perfect, sounds good. That way, you can bring her to the hospital in the morning and pick up Izuwazen. Have a good night, Yajisan." Before Toshinori could protest, Nizu hung up. He held the phone to his ear a moment longer, stressing about being left alone in a strange woman's house with no way to leave. He thought about calling a taxi, but he had no money on him, and he couldn't possibly put the burden on a grieving mother. To his shame, he realized that Nizu and the other heroes were probably too busy in the wake of the villain attack to pick him up anyways. He began nervously, "Guess I don't have a ride. Oh. So, I guess I will need a place to stay." Oh, okay. Yes. Izuku's room is on the left. I just washed the sheets yesterday. Thanks. He was not prepared for what he found when he opened Izuku's room and turned on the light. All Might posters, an All Might calendar, All Might figurines still in their original cases, an All Might calendar, unmarked, an All Might alarm clock, All Might lamp, All Might wherever he looked. Sure, there were signs of other heroes, other figurines with their own shelf, an autographed and framed Best Jeanist photograph, and a present mic radio host schedule, but Toshinori found himself looking at All Might's dazzling grin wherever he looked. There was even an autograph of his hanging on the wall across the bed. Something about the crinkled, half-scorched paper tickled his memory. "My son's quite the fanboy," Inko said with a fond smile. "He got most of these on his own, makes money selling art on the internet somehow." I see. Toshinori grimaced at the All Might sheets and All Might bed frame. "It's fine, I wouldn't want to intrude. I could just sleep on the floor. You were coughing BLD a few minutes ago. I couldn't let you sleep on the floor. What if it made you worse?" The thought of spending the night on the floor made Toshinori wince. His mattress was the best that money could buy, and he still woke up in agony some mornings. "Thank you. I'm sorry for all the trouble." Inko gave him a nervous smile. "It's no trouble at all, it's just the right thing to do." She pointed to the other door and said, "That's my room. If you need anything, please knock." As she turned to leave, his gaze went back to the autograph. He put his hands in his pockets and felt the hole that the bottle of slime villain had slipped through. A recollection of a boy, half smothered by a slime quirk, and his scorched notebook flashed in his mind. "I thought I recognized him." Inko paused at the doorway. "Pardon. I remember that," Toshinori said, pointing at the autograph. "The slime quirk that day, took forever to track that guy down again." Inko's eyes narrowed. "How do you know about that?" Toshinori hastily rewound the conversation, praying that he hadn't accidentally let anything slip. "I work for the All Might Agency as a secretary," he said, falling back on his habitual cover-up. "Worked on the press coverage for that day. I wish I could thank him for it. It feels like that day's the reason Izuku became a hero. After that, he started working out and cleaned a whole beach by himself. Still feels like it's not real, somehow, like it came out of nowhere." Inko shook herself and said, "I shouldn't say that. He worked strong to get where he is, and I couldn't be more proud." Not for the first time, Toshinori felt guilty about hiding his alter ego. Part of him wanted to flex his hero form and tell the grieving mother that he was proud of how far his son had come, but his secret had to be kept for everyone's sake. He had already screwed up with that student, he couldn't screw up again. Another slip of paper, sticking out from under a laptop, caught his roaming eye. Numbers were scrawled on it in bright red ink. One glance showed him it was a bank deposit receipt. Averting his eyes, All Might said, "I think you should check the room, make sure there isn't anything in there I should see." Inko blushed and said, "I know he's a teenager, but he doesn't do anything like that, I swear." As much as Toshinori wanted to scoff at that, remembering his days as a rowdy teenager, that wasn't the point he was trying to make. "I mean the desk. I think that has his bank account on it." Inko followed his pointed finger and saw the receipt Izuku had left on his desk. When she saw the balance on his bank account, which held 5 times her own yearly income, her eyes widened. "Thank you for catching that," she stammered. A quick search yielded nothing else out of the ordinary. "I'll let you sleep now, I bet you're tired after what happened today." A yawn of her own reminded her that she was running on stranger-induced anxiety at this point. Good night, Yajisan. Good night, and thank you, Midoriya. I'll try not to trouble you too much. Tashinori, in an unfamiliar bed, in a stranger's house for the first time in decades and surrounded by his own dazzling grins, and Inko, with a strange man in her home, sleeping in her son's bed, and with her own son in the hospital and a bank balance in his account that made her question her own sanity, both failed to get much sleep that night. When Izuku drifted back into consciousness, the first thing he noticed was how comfortable the bed was. His bedroom had an old spring mattress, not easy on his back, but the lumps were a familiar presence. This mattress practically smothered him with a soft, luxurious embrace. Before he could wonder where he was, he felt images of the future seep into his mind. He willed himself to stay still, now knowing that there was a nurse sitting at a desk not 10 feet from him. Images of a hospital room flitted by, his mom and teachers checking in on him, then the release, classes, therapy sessions, the excitement surrounding the UA festival. Aches and sprains washed over him, setting his whole body aflame, but he kept silent. In the festival proper, his whole body burned, but still, he clenched his teeth and rode it out. Then Hosa happened. The hero killer, a dance of wires and knives, steel clashing against steel. Smoke, screaming, shattered glass and tumbling buildings. An arm popping out of its socket as he caught a whole clump of civilians just 10 feet away from a lethal drop. Nomu, dozens of them, ripping and tearing their way through the city. A floor giving way beneath him. Black hands reaching for him. The pain that followed snapped his eyes open. A yell forced its way out of his throat. The nurse leapt out of their seat and was at his side in a heartbeat. Is everything all right? What hurts? I'm fine, Izuku said, flowing seamlessly into his new script. Just startled. The nurse frowned. I don't blame you. Heard what happened at the USJ. Izuku lay there as the nurse did his checkups and fed him some light broth. Once the nurse was satisfied he wasn't about to start bleeding again, he let his mom into the room. Izuku sat through the gushing tears and tender hugs as his mother apologized over and over. A thin, pale man stood awkwardly off to the side. While his mother was telling him what she knew about the USJ incident, Izuku let his mind wander, taking in everything his Quirk had shown him. He silently cursed his ironic lack of foresight in putting his scars on display before the whole class. Of course they had questions about it, and of course they asked his mother. At least he already knew how the sessions would go, and how to dodge their questions. As he probed further into his future, he felt pockets of ambiguity, where the images were distorted and fuzzy, at first just a few spots here and there, then whole swathes of his future, hours at a time blurred beyond recognition. It was a familiar sensation. Izuku bitterly thought that his teacher would no doubt be curious about his Quirk after he fought off the villains that bested him, curious enough to use his erasure Quirk to experiment on him. Yet, it wasn't a complete blackout like the first time, it didn't completely obscure the entire future like the first time. Was it because no matter what he did in those moments in the long-term future, the UH festival and Hosu wouldn't change? If he hadn't reacted so poorly the first time, if he had kept perfectly calm while Aizawa used his Quirk, would his original fate in 1C have come to pass? When the doctors arrived and asked his mother to leave the room, he asked if he could have his laptop from home. After a quick check, the doctors agreed, and his mother hurried home to get it. She returned half an hour later with the laptop and a bowl of reheated katsudon from home, which the doctors regrettably told her that he couldn't have. Before he could get to work on his laptop, the emaciated stranger that had been following around his mother asked to speak with him in private. Even the attending nurse stepped out when he flashed his U8 identification card and claimed it was a school matter. I don't recognize you, Izuku said once they were alone. Yagi Tashinori, he said as he approached Izuku's bed. You haven't had me for any of your classes yet? Not that. I mean, I have no idea what hero you are. Even to Izuku, Yagi looked uncomfortable with the question. I haven't exactly been doing much work lately. Because of an injury? Izuku asked, already knowing what he was about to see. Yagi started, and his hand went to his left side. Yes. I want you to understand that being a hero is dangerous. For someone without a Quirk, I don't think it's a good idea. He pulled up his shirt, revealing the puckered skin where a villain had gouged out half his teeth. This is what heroes face every day. He pointed at Izuku's bandaged forehead. That won't be the last time a villain puts you in the hospital if you go down this path, and odds are you won't be so lucky next time. If I wasn't there, Izuku countered, all 5 of the students with me would be dead. Most of them would have never made it onto the boat, not with all the villains swimming in the water. Daisen made it up without my help, but stuck in the middle of a lake, with maybe Yairo-Zusen and Mina-chan backing him up, there wasn't much he could have done against villains whose quirks were at their strongest in the water. They would have torn the boat apart. Yagi was left without words, but Izuku wasn't done. If Daisen didn't warn the school, how much longer do you think it would have taken before they would have known what was happening? Would any of them have even made it out alive? The Noma would have had that much time to hunt down and kill everyone in the building. Once Izuku was done, silence filled the room. Yagi watched him, frowning as he considered Izuku's speech. After a moment he bowed his head. My apologies, young man. I only saw how it all ended. Truth is, I have no idea what had happened in there. I was quick to assume, that I couldn't do anything without a quirk. Yagi cringed. Quirks are an important part of being a hero. They define us. Fact is, there are villains out there that will kill you in an instant, and quirks are our only defense against that. One such villain gave me the scar I showed you. Took out my stomach and half a lung. I almost died that day. He put a hand on Izuku's shoulder and said, there's more you can do to help people than throwing your life away trying to be a hero. I'm not going to let you take me out of the hero course, Izuku said flatly. I'm not trying to. Your mother was worried sick about you, you know. She'll be fine. Yagi blinked at the bluntness of Izuku's statement. He paced across the room, brow furrowed as he tried to sort his thoughts. At last he asked, why do you want to be a hero? I want to save people. That's it. That's it. With a look of curiosity, Yagi's stare lingered on him. He twirled a strand of hair between his fingers and muttered to himself. After a while, Yagi's shoulders slumped, and he let go of the hair. Then I wish you good luck, young man, and stay safe. His mother came back into the room once Yagi was gone, but Izuku asked to be left alone, claiming he felt tired. The nurse checked his vitals again before leaving him to his laptop. Opening up a new document, Izuku's fingers flew across the keys, filling page after page quickly enough to make the nurse gawk at him. A lot of the jargon was lost on Izuku, with sophisticated syntax and vocabulary he had never seen before, but what mattered was the end result. This document that assembled itself before Izuku's eyes would change the course of the entire school year and ensure that he would be in Hosu for his internship. By the time he was done, his wrists had mild cramps from the unfamiliar typing position. Rolling his shoulders, Izuku brought up an internet browser and made a new, anonymous email account. He sent the document to Nizu and shut his laptop, letting the nurse take it. Closing his eyes, Izuku let the future play itself out in his mind, familiarizing himself with his new fate. In a aid conference room, the faculty had gathered around a large table, facing a projector screen. Nizu had a seat next to the projector. He looked around the assembled staff and said, "Thank you all for taking time out of your busy days for this meeting. I know the past few days haven't been easy." Snipe snorted. "There's an understatement." "Indeed." Turning to Power Loader, Nizu asked, "How are the improvements coming along?" "I've already installed the failsafes and I'm working on a backup system using wired connections. Everything will be in place by Sunday." With a smug smile, Power Loader said, "Once I'm done, they could knock out every device in the city with an EMP, and we'd still get a warning out. Could have your best students take a crack at it, see if they have any suggestions." "As long as it isn't Hatsum," Power Loader said, going pale. Nizu grinned. "I've already sent her a request. I trust that you can keep an eye on her." While Power Loader wilted in his seat, Ectoplasm said, "The new system is good and all, but the fact is, they shouldn't have been able to get around the old one. Without knowing where the routers were, they couldn't have disabled all of them at once without cutting the power. Which begs the question how they knew that in the first place." Nizu's grave tone chilled the atmosphere in the room. Taking full advantage of the uneasy silence, Nizu studied each of their faces, looking for a trace of guilt or fear. None of them averted their faces from his probing gaze. The uncomfortable fact is, either one of the faculty or one of the students aided the villains that attacked our school. The room's temperature plummeted another 10 degrees. While the other teachers were at a loss for words, Izawa said, "It's only logical. They sent my students to places where their quirks were ill-suited. They'd need access to school records or the Quirk agency's documents for that." Not to mention, Nizu added, they knew the school's itinerary and knew that All Might was supposed to be at the USJ. Well, Vlad King asked, "Do you have any leads?" Nizu's eyes met Izawa's for a moment. His paw traced a pattern on his thigh, a silent signal to hold his tongue. "Actually, yes." With a click of a button, Midoriya's face and school profile came up on the projector screen. Izawa glared daggers at the principal, but he held his tongue. Hound Dog leaned forward, growling in the back of his throat. "A few of the students mentioned him," he said. "His ideas saved a lot of lives." "That's exactly why I suspect him," Nizu said. "I reviewed the notes from each of the students' counseling sessions, and I've noticed a disturbing trend. Numerous students cited incidents where Midoriya either gave them useful items, such as Sato's candy and Siro's moisturizer, or gave them helpful ideas well in advance of this incident, such as Ishido's gauntlets. It was also his idea to get warning out to us, and furthermore, he knew how to disable the Nomu." Wait, Present Mike said. "Why would he help everyone, including Shutaken?" He added with a nod to Eraserhead, "If he was working for the villains?" "I have two theories on the matter. The first is it's a ploy to remove suspicion from Midoriya, though it feels like quite a stretch. There's little sense in making it blatantly obvious he knew of the attack before it happened if we would have never known otherwise, not to mention they missed their chance to seriously damage UA's reputation. I believe that Midoriya may be assisting the villains but wouldn't allow any harm to come to his classmates. So he's being forced to help them." Midnight asked. "Whether his assistance of the villains is willing or not remains to be seen. The fact remains, he knew this would happen beforehand, neglected to warn us, but did everything in his power to protect everyone." Stunned silence filled the room. Cementos cleared his throat and asked, "What are we going to do about him?" "For now, nothing. I will closely observe him and see if I can catch him contacting the League of Villains. What I ask of all of you is to act normally around him and come to me if you see or hear anything suspicious." Heads nodding and scowls suppressed, the teachers agreed without a word. Nizu brought up his next slide, a bullet point list outlining prospective changes to the U8 Sports Festival. "For our next item, I have a proposal to change the layout of the sports festival this year." Izawa nodded in approval and Power Loader smirked, but a few teachers protested. "Letting students use more support equipment?" Snipe asked. "Haven't we been trying to cut down on that? And having the business students get directly involved?" Vlad King crossed his arms. "Isn't that going to make everything too complicated? And don't even get me started on letting companies sponsor individual students. Is it really wise to let the public vote for their favorite? Other students get their own vote as well. What if they try bribing classmates for votes? Televised interviews. They aren't ready for that." Nizu smiled as teacher after teacher voiced their objections. Once they had grown quiet, Nizu said, "The writer of this proposal made some insightful criticisms on how we currently handle the tournament. As the event currently stands, our tournament emphasizes powerful quirks." With a significant glance at Izawa, he added, "Not quite in the same way as the entrance exam, but the fact is the deciding factor in victory is the strength of one's quirk. Year after year, the victor, especially among the first years, is decided by quirk strength." The next slide showed the victors of each year's sports festival for the last 10 years. While a few subtle quirks stuck out, such as Mirio's permeation, most quirks fit the stereotype of flashy and powerful. The author of this proposal pointed out that heroes aren't defined by the strength of their quirk, but their ability to inspire the masses. Over the years, we've had a few winners with terrible attitudes that ultimately soured the reputation of UA and heroes overall. Letting public opinion and their classmates decide who best embodies the idea of a hero reflects our own hero ranking system and teaches our students the importance of public image. Midnight looked mollified by the explanation. In other words, the proposal looks to give the kids a chance to get some PR experience with our guidance. And pairs them with students learning the ropes of PR management, Ectoplasm added. Clever. The support students will certainly like having their work directly advertised. With a shudder, Power Loader said, I know Hatsum was planning to enter. Sends a shiver down my spine just thinking of it. I can get behind the PR stuff, Snipe said, but I still don't like the support equipment part. Didn't you use RBB bullets for your sports festival? Aizawa asked. They were necessary for my quirk. These new rules let students use anything they want. Which certainly works in one student's favor, Recovery Girl said, speaking up for the first time. Nizu watched as a few of his teachers realized what she meant. Ectoplasm, brow furrowed, asked, Midoriyakin ties into this, doesn't he? Incidentally, he does. He wrote the proposal. Present Mike was halfway out of his seat before he stopped himself. That's way too fishy. What if the villains are planning something? I believe they are. Nizu went back to the proposal outline and pointed a laser at the bullet point regarding support equipment. Suppose villains attack the sports festival. I imagine they'd have a harder time killing students if they have their gear. You believe Midoriya's trying to help us again, Cementos said. That, or it's a trap, Snipe added darkly. If it is a trap, I see no benefit to the villains. It's safe to assume that the attack will happen during the first year's festival, as Midoriya said to roll out the proposal for them alone, as a trial run. We should increase patrols, Hound Dog said. I'll approach a few agencies as we get closer to the festival. For now, I propose that we roll out Midoriya's plan. Does anyone have any objections? Nizu saw a few troubled frowns in front of him, but no one said a word. Aizawa was still glaring at him, Snipe fiddled with his hat, and Ectoplasm stared thoughtfully into the middle distance. Recovery Girl chewed on a gummy, evidently untroubled by the presentation, while Hound Dog growled softly to himself. Great. With a swipe of his paw, disguised as a casual brushing of his suit, he sent another signal to Aizawa. That's all for today. Please continue to get everything ready for classes on Monday. Nizu returned to his office and poured 2 cups of tea. 5 minutes later, Aizawa slunk into the room and silently closed the door. You don't seriously believe Midoriya's working for the villains, do you? He hissed. Not at all. It's the only way to protect him. Aizawa gave him an incredulous stare and let out a tired sigh. Explain. If the villains wanted to figure out why their attack failed so badly, their spy would look into our reports on the matter. Quite a few of them mentioned Midoriyakin's meddling. Aizawa looked troubled, but he said, I get that, but I fail to see how singling him out helps at all. It helps when I pretend to be suspicious of him. Nizu sipped his tea and frowned at its lukewarm temperature. I've already made it known that I suspect a spy in the school. By framing Midoriya, I encourage the spy, and the villains backing him, to leave him alone. I'm also hoping that the spy will let their guard down, thinking that my attention is solely on Midoriya-kun. That's a lot of assumptions you're making. If you have a better plan, I'm all ears. Aizawa frowned into his cup of tea. After a moment, he grumbled to himself and downed the cup. Fine. I'll play along. Do you have any idea who's the real culprit? One of the upperclassmen. The first years haven't been here long enough to get all the data on our security system without drawing attention, and I've thoroughly vetted the faculty. Narrowing it down further than that will take time. What about Midoriya? Nizu had a smug grin, like a cat that had gotten into the cream. If he was part cat as well, it'd go a long way to explain how Aizawa put up with him. I figured out how his quirk works. Aizawa's eyes widened. How? At this point, it's fairly obvious his quirk is precognitive in nature. Even knowing the entirety of the villain's plans, he had no way of knowing that giving Ojiro something to throw would be crucial to saving a few of his classmates. Aizawa nodded along. Nizu took a sip and continued, however, that begs the question of how his prediction is formed. What precognitive quirks we know of, such as Night Eyes, work by using information in the present to calculate forward. However, when you erased Midoriyakin's quirk, you also disrupted his ability to see the future and took him by surprise. If he could see the future, Then he should have known I would erase his quirk, right? Aizawa asked. Precisely, which got me thinking, if his quirk doesn't project forward, then maybe it works backwards. Nizu slapped a thick stack of papers on the desk. Aizawa flipped through them. The paper was riddled with obtuse vocabulary, and in red pen, numbers were marked next to some of the more unusual words. I haven't even heard of some of these words, Aizawa mused as he scanned the section on restricting equipment budget. That's because I made some of them up. I even added them to the online dictionary, in case Midoriyakin got curious. I thought he wrote this. He did. But if you made up these words, how did? Let's start from the beginning of his proposal. Nizu shuffled the pages to the halfway point in the document. Notice the one section without numbers. The support equipment. That's all Midoriya's. When he woke up in the hospital, he wrote this document with the sole purpose of ensuring that first years will have support equipment for the sports festival. The rest are changes I've been wanting to implement for years. This core was his first draft. Then you sent him a revision, using some of your made-up vocabulary. Aizawa flipped to the front and pointed at the ones. This was the first revision, wasn't it? Precisely. When he sent a new revision, I told him that it was too late to consider his proposal, but I would keep it in mind for next year. Aizawa froze. Wait, but then how? Midoriyakin, knowing that I would refuse future revisions, wrote the first revision in the hospital. When he sent in the new draft, I made the second revision and rejected any he might have sent afterwards. Aizawa flipped through the pages, visibly struggling to understand what Nizu was getting at. Then a third, a fourth. He flipped to the end. 50 times. I made a list, Nizu said, taking out a sheet of paper. A thought experiment I came up with before the USJ incident happened. It's a coded message for myself, so I'd know if my hypothesis was correct. And that hypothesis is that he's sending his own memories back in time to himself. Aizawa let that sink in before asking, isn't time travel the one thing quirks can't do? Evidently, Midoriyakin can. I won't bore you with the details of the code, but I hid specific sequences that would only emerge if information was being sent back, instead of being predicted in advance. Certain words were added that shouldn't be there, and vice versa. Long story short, I know that he can only see the last timeline, and once a complete loop is made, the only future he will see is one that is self-determining. Which means he planned to nearly get himself killed, Aizawa growled. There's a few problems with his quirk that we will need to address. First, his past actions have shown that he has no regard for his personal well-being, prioritizing the safety of others above his own in near-suicidal fashion. Additionally, considering that he didn't come to us before the USJ incident and help us avoid student injuries entirely, not to mention his history of avoiding attention, he prioritizes the secrecy of his own quirk over both his own well-being and the well-being of others. Something that can't fly if he wants to be a hero. Are we finally going to talk to him about this? Considering how much danger he's willing to put himself in, that would be unwise. He knows what's going to happen. If he gave us details about what the villains would do, we could catch them without taking any risks. If it was in his best interests for us to know his quirk, I don't doubt he would do so. The fact he's so adamant on keeping it a secret tells me that us using his quirk would put him in danger we can't protect him from, something worse than him getting hurt. Aizawa scowled. You mean they'd kidnap him and use his quirk? It might not even be the villains. As much as I'd hate to admit it, our own government might endorse detaining him and using him to optimize everything. Nizu sighed and said, he's safer being left to his own devices. I trust that he will continue to protect his classmates, and that's what I'm willing to settle for. Nizu tidied up the papers and locked them in his desk. My last concern is for his quirk itself. Due to its ability to manipulate the continuity of time itself, it's entirely possible that his quirk could cause a paradox. If it does, there's no telling what would happen. How would a paradox happen? It would occur in an event where Midoriya's quirk fails to establish a self-fulfilling vision of the future. If Midoriya is unwilling to accept the future he sees and keeps trying to change it, there's no telling what would happen. His quirk might shut down or it might put him in a coma. Finishing the last of his tea, Nizu added in a grave tone, it might even kill him. When Niza came up to him the evening after the USJ attack, smelling of strongly caffeinated tea and manic energy, Inui Ryo knew he wasn't going to like what the principal was going to ask of him. When the first of 20 students came into his office, called in for counseling appointments while the rest of the staff sorted out the school, he knew that the task of giving post-trauma counseling to Class 1A wouldn't be as simple as reassuring them that UA would leave them better prepared for such incidents in the future. Kirishima, first up to bat in his office, with an anxious posture and smelling so strongly of hairspray that Ryo had to cover his nose, had asked if he could talk about All Might. Ryo growled to himself, promising vengeance on Nizu for making this bombshell the first on his list, as he started an hour-long conversation on the decline of the symbol of peace and its implications for the future of heroes. Despite Kirishima's lackluster grades, he seemed cognizant enough to recognize that the sudden retirement of the first hero would likely mean a rise in villain activity, and rather than dwelling on it, the young hero Tobe took it as a challenge. Luckily for Ryo's sanity, much of the students following the spiky redhead fell into one of two relatively simple categories, the first being those shaken by the experience and needing both reassurance that training would prepare them for future incidents and that they wouldn't be failures for recognizing that they couldn't handle the pressure of being a hero and dropping out. The second lot, those emboldened by beating villains, had to be reminded that they could have easily died and encouraged to work harder to avoid that fate in the future. As Ryo heard account after account of the USJ incident, he noticed a startling pattern. One student got a helpful gift from Midoriya right before the attack. Another got a tip about their quirk from him that came in handy fighting villains. Ryo might have dismissed one or two, but after the sixth time he heard about Midoriya helping a classmate, he couldn't help but believe Niza's theory that he was somehow involved with the League of Villains. Just as Ryo was lulled into a false sense of security by all the relatively easy sessions, he got another one of what Aizawa might call problem children. Yaoyorozu had been tense for the first 5 minutes, hesitant, answering with the bare minimum. Ryo asked easy questions, skirting around the topic of the USJ until her defenses crumbled. The waterworks started, and the next 30 minutes were a sob-shaken account of how inadequate she felt in the face of Midoriya's impeccable academic record and unwavering confidence. Her voice rose to a heart-rending crescendo as she blamed herself for nearly getting Midoriya and her other classmates killed by resisting his orders, by questioning him and nearly wasting her quirk trying to beat the warp quirk villain faster when he knew they would need it for medical supplies. Ryo had gone 20 minutes over time consoling her and advising her to talk to Midoriya about it. He hoped he'd get the chance to bring it up with Midoriya before she approached him. Following her came Azui Tsuyu, who was shaken after seeing the aftermath of Todoroki's quirk. She already had a healthy conclusion about the incident, that the deaths, while unfortunate, had been necessary to protect them. Ryo left her with the suggestion to not act any different around Todoroki and let the counselor handle discussing the incident. Next on his gauntlet of troubling students came one whose smell was just as explosive as his quirk and his personality. At first, Ryo pegged him as one in strong need of a dose of reality, and while that assessment didn't change, the conversation took a strong turn away from the USJ and towards the childhood friend Deku. It didn't take long for Ryo to piece together that he meant Midoriya. He wouldn't forget any time soon watching the footage of the quirkless student clocking him with one punch. Bakugo rambled on about their childhoods, middle school, the assessment, growing angrier and angrier over each impossible thing Midoriya did and the impassive attitude with which he addressed the world. For all that Bakugo said, Ryo could sense it was merely the tip of the iceberg, from the way the teen cut himself off when he was about to stray to a different topic with a guilty glance at the counselor, to the frustrated muttering under his breath each time he fumbled out half a swear. Ryo had half-tuned out Bakugo, using the time to wonder exactly what he was dealing with, when it all came together in his head. Midoriya's burn scars, something he had been researching in preparation for the cancelled Monday appointment, the evidently troubled history between these two students, Katsuki's defensive attitude. "Are you aware of Midoriya-san's scars?" Ryo asked when Bakugo paused for breath. Adrenaline tickled Ryo's nostrils as Bakugo's eyes widened for half a second. The teen's answer came uncharacteristically hesitant. "No, not like I look at him or anything. I don't know what you're talking about." His facial features and posture practically screamed guilt and fear. Despite his feral appearance, Ryo wasn't the guidance counselor for nothing. His canine features came with a superhuman ability to read facial features, leaving him far more capable of understanding human emotions than most humans. While his quirk wasn't a certified lie detector like Tsukachi with the police, he could often tell when someone wasn't being honest with him. With no practice in emotional self-control, Bakugo was an open book to him. I see. Were you aware of any harassment that was taking place while he was at school? Bakugo scowled. Why are we talking about Deku? Isn't this supposed to be about me or some message? Well, considering that you just spent the last 45 minutes talking about him, I believe it's a topic that's very important to you. Bakugo flushed as he looked around for a clock. Ryo had purposefully arranged his Spartan, plain office so there wouldn't be any clocks visible from the student's chair. He had fake plants and a few pictures, enough to make the room homey without providing distractions, and he kept it immaculately clean so the only smells would come from the students. Bakugo tried to match the guidance counselor stare for stare, but after a minute of tense silence, he broke eye contact. He didn't care about it at all. He never did anything. Ryo rose an eyebrow. So he was harassed at school? Bakugo bit his lip and said, yes. Did you do anything about it? Maybe tell a teacher. The teachers didn't care, Bakugo said with a sneer. He was too weak to matter to them. Knowing Nizu, Ryo had a feeling that those negligent teachers would soon be out of a job. Bakugo's phrasing worried him. Did the fledgling hero think that strength was all that matters? Did he even know what strength actually was? Or did he have some misguided notion of brutality and violence spat out by some hero or the media? Do you think Midoriya is weak? Bakugo looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Course he is. He doesn't have a quirk. And yet, he won against you and Todoroki in combat training within the first week of school, and by Aizawa's reports, he's doing quite well in the training exercises. Heroes are more than their quirks, though it's easy to forget that when everyone makes a big deal out of it. I bet you grew up with everyone telling you how amazing your quirk was. It was an easy bet to win. Bakugo's school records throughout his childhood were peppered with teachers' remarks about how strong his quirk was. Bakugo flushed and clenched his hands tight enough to pop a few beads of sweat. Having a powerful quirk certainly helps, Ryo continued, but it's important not to rely on it completely, or you'll find yourself helpless in a situation where your quirk can't do anything. From the pensive scowl on Bakugo's face, he was remembering the USJ's downpour zone. Without his gauntlets and his classmates, he would have likely died that day. So, do you still think Midoriya is weak? Ryo. This time, Bakugo thought carefully before giving his answer. If he was strong, he wouldn't have let anyone push him around. He would have fought back, or did something. He didn't do anything when they were beating him up. He didn't fight, he didn't even try to run away, or shout, or do anything. He just stood there and took it. Bakugo audibly ground his teeth. It was like it didn't even matter to him. As someone with a mutant quirk, Ryo hadn't led a charmed childhood. He'd been called mutt, had his head forced into toilets, and had his lunch swapped out with dog kibble. Listening to Bakugo blame Midoriya for being harassed, especially when he was the one on the giving end, made Ryo angry enough for a bit of growling to creep into his voice. If he did fight back, what do you think would have happened? Bakugo blinked, then furrowed his brow. They'd leave him alone. Punch a few faces, and everyone knows not to mess with you. Ryo made a mental note to add resorting to violence to gain respect to the growing list of topics to address on Bakugo's psych eval. I tried that. A couple students a few years ahead of me broke one of my ribs and left me leashed to the school's flagpole in the middle of a rainstorm. I nearly died of hypothermia. Wait, but you're a hero. I wasn't back then, just a scrawny pup who was sick and tired of being treated like an animal. After that day, I stopped fighting back, stopped complaining, and stopped telling the teachers. The bullying never stopped, but they got tired of it after a while when I stopped reacting to it. What happened to the kids that put you on that leash? Bakugo asked quietly. Cameras out front caught their faces. They got expelled and sent to juvie for a year. Haven't heard anything since. Bakugo went pale and shrunk into his chair. Ryo didn't need his nose to tell him that he needed to dial things back a bit. Sure, Bakugo had almost certainly scarred Midoriya, but Rio could sense it had more to do with his school's excessive pandering than any inherent fault in Bakugo's personality. With proper counseling, Bakugo might yet turn out to be a fantastic hero. And if he was wrong, Rio will make sure Bakugo Katsuki never graduates from UA. Going back to what I asked earlier, what do you think would have happened if Midoriya fought back? I would have, Bakugo blurted out before he caught himself. It would have stopped, I know it. Did Midoriya have any reason to believe that? After a long silence, Bakugo muttered, "No, that's not right." What's not right? He wasn't afraid of things getting worse. He didn't care at all. No matter what anyone did to him, he didn't react. Didn't cry, didn't scream, didn't run away or do anything. He just stood there and took it. He didn't care. Does that make it right for people to hurt him? Bakugo trembled as Rio stared him down, waiting for his answer. His voice shook as he answered. If he wanted it to stop, he should have done something, or said something, or anything. It was like nothing mattered to him anymore, not his notes or his homework, not even his body. Nothing. It was like hitting a punching bag. He just stood there and took it. He handed money over, let himself be pushed into lockers, didn't fight back when his head got pushed in toilets, nothing. He never tried to make it stop, not once. Does that make it right to hurt him? Rio waited, hackles raised, while Bakugo teetered on the edge of expulsion. If the unruly teen felt his actions justified, that he saw no problems causing harm to the people he will be expected to protect, he would have no place being a hero. There was a glimmer of defiance in Bakugo's eyes when he looked back up at Rio, but as they stared at each other, the bravado vanished. Bakugo looked down, clutched his knees strong enough to make his arms shake, and said through gritted teeth, "No. It's wrong." "Why is it wrong?" Taking a deep breath, Bakugo answered, "Because he couldn't fight back." Definitely not the answer Rio was looking for, but he decided that was enough progress for one day. "I'll see you next week. We still have to discuss your actions during the USJ incident." Bakugo bolted from the room, leaving a relieved scent bathed in adrenaline in his wake. If counseling Bakugo was like whitewater rafting, frantically navigating a torrent of emotional outbursts, counseling Todoroki was like using dowsing rods to find a hidden mouthful of water in a desert. The scarred teen watched him in sullen silence while Rio waited for the tension to goad him into speaking. 10 minutes had passed, and Todoroki hadn't said a single word. Forced by the clock into speaking, Rio asked, "Do you know why you are here?" "Because I killed 15 people?" While Todoroki's impassive expression would have fooled most people, Rio could see the emotions simmering under the surface. Subtle twitches of his eyes and jaw hinted at shame and disgust. The fact he called the villains people at least meant he could skip the morality lessons on valuing life and not incinerating every villain he came across. You acted in the defense of your own life and that of your classmate. While the deaths are regrettable, fact is, it was you or them. That's not an easy choice to make. I chose to use his fire. It did the rest. For such a short sentence, that held a surprising amount of information to unpack. First, his fire, whose fire? Why wasn't his own? As for it doing the rest, could he not control it? He must have said that last one out loud, since Todoroki answered, "Fire burns. That's what it does. All it does, it hurt and kill people." "Does that include your dad?" Todoroki's face barely twitched, but what little was there, coupled with a sudden spike in adrenaline, told Rio he had hit a sore spot. Todoroki mechanically said, "Endeavor stops villains. If they don't want to get burned, they shouldn't do crimes." That use of his hero name was telling. Figures that the hero with the highest villain fatality rate also has domestic issues. Working from that, Rio pieced together a rough picture of why Todoroki was unwilling to use his fire and didn't like what he saw. As tempting as it was to pry further into Todoroki's home life, Nizu had warned against getting Endeavor involved in his counseling. Thinking back, Nizu had to have known, or at least suspected that Endeavor wasn't exactly a model parent. Instead, Rio asked, "Why do you think fire's only good at hurting people?" That was definitely a thorny question. From the way Todoroki stared blankly at him for a minute, his eyes imperceptibly narrowed. "Ever stick your hand in a fire? All it'll do is burn." "True, But most people don't go around sticking their hands in fire. It can burn away obstacles, or light a dark room. With a meaningful look, Ryo added, it could also warm someone suffering from hypothermia. Are you saying I should use it? Todoroki asked darkly. You should. It's your quirk, isn't it? Definitely the wrong thing to say, judging by the defensive shift in Todoroki's posture. Are you going to make me? Of course not. If you're not comfortable with your quirk, I won't make you use it. I encourage you to discuss your discomfort with me or a quirk specialist, since psychological issues related to one's quirk can have a serious impact on your mental health, but otherwise, the choice of what to do with your quirk is ultimately yours. Not mine, not the school's, and with a deep breath, thinking it over carefully, Ryo added, and not your father's. Ryo had been hoping for signs of relief and gratitude, but mentioning Todoroki's father only elicited another spike of fear. Going back to why you're here, Ryo said, I would first like to ask, do you regret killing those villains? The tension left Todoroki's face and shoulders as he relaxed. I don't. They were trying to kill me, and I was acting out of self-defense. Not a great answer, but not one that screams danger either. Should all villains who try to kill people should be killed? Todoroki paused, sensing that he had misstepped with his first answer. It should be avoided, but it is ultimately a hero's priority to stop villains from committing crimes. If they can't be taken alive, killing them is acceptable. That was a common attitude of the old guard heroes, the ones who had lived before All Might's meteoric rise to fame and the ensuing peace, that UA was trying to weed out of hero society. Given how thoroughly Endeavor lived by that philosophy, it was little surprise that his son also believed it. Heroes do more than stop villains, Ryo said. They serve as role models. It is by their example that many others live their lives. They inspire the next generation of heroes. They sway public opinion. It's important for heroes to consider not only the immediate results of their actions, such as the deaths and property damage they cause, the lives they save, and so on, but also the long-term impact, what people think of heroes and villains, how we should treat villains, and how future villains will react when they see you at the crime scene. After a moment, Todoroki said, if a hero kills villains, other villains will know that the same will happen to them. Does that stop villains from committing crimes? I guess it doesn't. Staring absently at Ryo's desk, Todoroki thought it over some more and said, it makes them more desperate. If losing means they die, they'll do anything. And if a hero is known for being merciful and helping villains that need it, Ryo said, prompting Todoroki to fill in the blanks. Then villains might surrender without a fight. Seems like wishful thinking. It's something to consider. Like I said, heroes have to consider how their decisions impact the public. Having run out of time, Ryo said, that's it for today. I have to do this again, right? Same time next week? Todoroki stood, bowed, and said, have a good day, Hound Dogson. After Todoroki came Ryo's last student, the one he had been simultaneous eager and dreading to have in front of him. A long-term bullying victim, by one of his current classmates no less, with scars covering his back, his teeth and arms, a quiet, but sharp mind, and an evident death wish given how he had thrown himself at Shigaraki. Ryo had no idea what to expect going into the counseling appointment, only that he would have his work cut out for him. He never liked having parents sit in on his meetings. For one, their scent interfered with the students, and while it was sometimes illuminating to see how the parents reacted, he preferred to work with one scent at a time. Even worse, Midoriya-san was wearing perfume, a weak generic brand, but one that made his nose itch. Second, the parents' presence made it harder to get the student to open up, and considering Midoriya Izuku's history, Ryo did not need it any harder than it already was. Once they exchanged pleasantries and the elder Midoriya thanked him profusely for meeting with them, Ryo took a moment to observe him both. Inko was a bundle of nerves that he could plainly pick out underneath the perfume, while the younger Midoriya was much calmer. His facial features were not the thin mask Todoroki wore to hide his inner turmoil, but an iron wall, impassive, unyielding, and unchanging. The longer Ryo looked at Izuku's constant, bland expression, the more uneasy he felt. I would like to start off by saying that I am aware that you have suffered from bullying and physical harassment during your childhood, Ryo told Izuku. However, I don't know the extent of the issue. I don't know who's responsible, though I know Nizu is looking into it. Knowing him, it won't take long to get answers. That said, my priority today isn't to figure out who did what. I'm here to make sure that you are all right. Izuku pulled back his hair, revealing a white, puckered handprint on his forehead. The doctors say it'll scar, but it's fine. That's good to hear, but I was referring to your emotional well-being. I know it's not easy, talking about what happened. I've been there. I know what it's like, getting beaten up, pushed in lockers, having your things taken. You can talk to me about it anytime you need to. I appreciate the concern, but I'm fine. No facial twitches, no waver in his voice, even his scent stayed the same. This wasn't the thinly veiled disguise of a troubled teen's emotions. For this thorough of control over his emotional state, to not react even the slightest to the mention of his past trauma down to his involuntary physiological functions, there had to be something very, very wrong with him. If that ever changes, let me know. Now, why don't we discuss the USJ incident? Even through the perfume, Rio could sense Inko bristle at how quickly Rio dropped the topic of bullying. If her son wasn't willing to discuss it, there wasn't much he could do about it. Instead, he tried to probe into Izuku's actions before the incident. He took care not to highlight the more suspicious incidents, not when it might tip him off that Nizu was onto him. Without being able to dig too deeply, all he got were neutral answers, with no sign of his emotionless facade cracking. Even asking why he confronted the Shigaraki alone got no reaction, just a bland, "I had to protect them." Once the session was over, he had to take Inko aside to reassure her that he was not going to ignore the bullying, and they would both have to wait for Izuku to discuss it willingly. He thought about asking her not to attend future sessions, but thankfully, it seemed that she couldn't set aside her jobs for any longer and couldn't make it next time. Alone in his office, Rio gathered up everything he could find on Midoriya Izuku, school records, excerpts from his counseling sessions. Putting the pieces together, Rio felt that there was something missing. The changes he made were too precise, too specific to merely chalk up to him having known ahead of time what the League would do, and there was his eerie lack of reaction to everything Rio said. There was something missing, and he had a gut feeling that Nizu already had the answer. When he emailed his suspicions to Nizu, he came back to have the email scrubbed from the system, and a meeting invite to discuss All Might's future successor in his inbox. A check of the invite list just had Eraserhead, Recovery Girl, All Might, and oddly enough, Night Eye. Growling under his breath and cursing Nizu's antics, Rio accepted the invite. The class fell silent as Izuku came through the doors a second before the bell rang. His messy hair was combed down, covering the hand-shaped scar on his forehead. Once Izuku took his seat, Aizawa cleared his throat. "I trust that you all have done enough talking about the USJ during your counseling sessions, so I won't waste time on it. I'm proud of how most of you handled yourselves, and I'm glad you all are safe." Muttering rose among the students at the implication that Aizawa wasn't happy with a few of them, but the teacher quelled it with a glare. Moving on. We normally don't start talking about the sports festival this early, but the school will be implementing some big changes this year that you will need to be made aware of now. Bakugo leapt out of his seat and roared, "This isn't about those stupid villains, is it? If you will let me speak, I will explain." Aizawa waited for Bakugo to sit back down before continuing. "Does anyone know what a pro-hero's most important job is?" Yaoyorozu's hand shot into the air. "To protect civilians and apprehend villains? Which is it?" She faltered before saying, "Civilians?" A good answer. 10 or 15 years ago, you'd be correct. However, times have changed. While villainy hasn't disappeared, Japan has become a lot safer. Nowadays, heroes spend more of their time on public appearances and patrols than actual villain engagements. "What about for underground heroes, like yourself?" Yaoyorozu asked. "There aren't many of those left. No money in it, and far less crime to chase after. It's part of the reason I started teaching. So, anyone else want to take a guess?" Izuku raised his hand. "To inspire people, set an example and make people feel safe." Aizawa nodded. "Heroes won't stop fighting villains anytime soon, but the battle has shifted. Incidents of hero brutality have made the headlines, and the public is quick to blame heroes for any tragedies. Just look at what people are saying about the USJ to get an idea of what I mean." The sports festival is all about strong quirks. Is it not going to be a fight anymore? Before Bakugo could explode out of his chair, Aizawa said, the battles will still take place. There's just a few new additions to the festival. Aizawa turned on the projector. A bullet point list appeared line by line as Aizawa spoke. The changes are geared towards giving you all an experience that will mimic real hero work. Not just the combat, but agency management and media appearances. First, support gear will be allowed during the festival. Out of the sudden uproar, Kirishima asked, won't that make things unfair? It'd all depend on who had the best gear. Like how the festival now depends on who has the best quirk? Aizawa waited for his words to sink in. While I fully expect you to be able to fight without your gear, the reality of being a hero is that you'll almost never be without it. You won't be allowed to repair, refuel, or reload your equipment for the duration of the festival, so keep resource management in mind as you file your requests. Unlike your current gear, the gear you will use for the sports festival will be made by a group of students from the support course. In a way, they'll represent tech companies. Should they be unable to fulfill your demands, within reason, one of the faculty will step in. And speaking of that within reason, you won't be seeking their help yourselves. Instead, a student from the business course will be responsible for sourcing your equipment and balancing your support gear budget. They will also assist you with assigned public appearances, negotiating sponsorship deals, and managing your social media accounts. Without a partnership with a business course student, you will not be allowed to compete in the festival. That caused an uproar, the loudest of which was Bakugo's rant about furried nerds getting in his way, to which Ida took strong offense. Aizawa had to bind and G Bakugo with his scarf before the class quieted down. I can't imagine you having any problems. There's 40 hero students and 90 in business. If, for some reason, Aizawa said, giving pointed glances at the still-bound Bakugo and at Mineta, you are having problems finding a partner, that is something we can discuss. Ashido raised her hand and asked, when you say they'll be working with our social media accounts, what does that mean? When you accepted entry into UEA, you signed a legal contract. One part of that document gives the school the right to monitor all social media accounts you have. In rare instances, UH has had to step in when a student posted something derogatory, offensive, or otherwise unbefitting of a hero. While the existing monitoring won't go away, your business partners will be granted the same oversight given to the faculty, and they will be allowed and encouraged to make their own suggestions regarding your social media activity. At the class growing distress, Aizawa added, to be clear, they will not be allowed to post or edit anything, only make suggestions. I strongly encourage you all to listen to them, as media management is a large part of their curriculum. Lastly, a few changes have been made to the tournament itself. An extra preliminary round has been added before the single combat finals, and instead of a traditional elimination bracket, it'll be a round-robin bracket with 8 of you. This way, everyone who makes it that far will be able to fully demonstrate what they're capable of. It will be a longer day, so the festival is being extended. There will be breaks for interviews, which will be televised live during the festival. Any questions? There were plenty, but none that held any interest for Izuku. Once the questions died down, Izuku asked, how will this affect the summer internships? Aizawa smiled. Good question. It shouldn't, aside from giving you more opportunities to impress agencies. One thing we're considering is having business course students intern alongside you at the same agency. That started a veritable flood of questions, and before long, their extended homeroom PRD came to an end. Midnight replaced Aizawa and dove into art history. The very roots of hero art go back to online forums, where, during the villain era, vigilantes and proto-heroes posted art, pictures of their deeds, and messages for the masses, inspiring hope and encouraging others to take action. To this day, those same platforms continue to promote heroes, with everything from fan-made stories to fan art. With a sly smile, Namuri added, some of the money those artists generate go back to the heroes they represent. In more ways than one, they support us. What makes the forums fascinating is that they're the trendsetters. About 15 years ago, as All Might cleaned up the streets, RDC art started cropping up. Censored pictures of bygone heroes flashed on the screen. Many people criticized it back then, but now, she said, gesturing at her suggestive costume, it's become mainstream. This artist has been putting out different art for quite some time. On screen, Midnight brought up Izuku's Twitter account. The Twitter feed showed a mix of standard fan art of costumed heroes in cool poses and heroes in civilian attire and ordinary settings. Would anyone like to take a crack at describing what kind of trend this might lead to? Yaoyorozu's hand was the first in the air. The civilian style of representing heroes is quite different. Is it perhaps a way of humanizing heroes, showing who they are behind the mask? Yes, very good. Heroes are rarely seen out of costume, and most make a point of keeping their civilian identities hidden. A few philosophers and psychologists critique the dehumanization of heroic figures in society, saying it makes it harder for people to relate and empathize with them. It's mocking them, Bakugo blurted out. Care to explain? They make them look weak, like ordinary people. It's insulting. Nemuri frowned at that and made a mental note to add it to his file. Many people have made criticisms along those lines. She brought up to Endeavor's heated response to a picture depicting him without his signature flames, instead showing crimson hair flecked with gray. Todoroki didn't even recognize his father from the picture. His eyes went wide when he finally realized who it was. Deku remains one of the most divisive figures in the forums, with tens of thousands commenting on their pictures and tweets. They are the first of a growing group of artists showing heroes in plain outfits. While there are certainly artists in that group who make art with the clear intent of ridiculing heroes, a few Twitter feeds came up showing Endeavor sitting in a trash can, leering at the class from underneath the garbage lid, and Ryukyu as a snarling, feral beast. The general trend of the group seeks to humanize heroes instead of belittling them. So, we've already had a comment on the downsides of this movement. Would anyone care to point out some potential positives of this movement? Most the class was concentrating on the pictures, but Ochako was glancing between Izuku and the pictures on the screen. Wait a minute, are you Deku? Ochako asked. Like that Deku? Every head in the class turned towards him. Bakugo's hands crackled as he squeezed them and ground his teeth. It's you, isn't it, you quirkless BSRD? Can't be a proper hero, so you have to mock all of them. Wait, hold on a minute, Nemuri said. You're Deku. That Deku. Izuku nodded. As most the class praised his work, Nemuri thought back to the request she had sent Deku and internally groaned. At least she hadn't shown the class the slide with the picture Deku had drawn of her. Whoa, is that you Midnightson? Oyama asked. You look très bien? Midnight had to resist the urge to facepalm as she looked back at the picture on the screen. Yes, someone sent this to me a couple days ago. Somewhat flustered, Nemuri hastily added, not Deku, someone else? With an uneasy smile, she said, it's what prompted this bonus lecture actually. That, and the schedules. Gone out of whack thanks to last week. Deku wasn't staring at her, which had to be a good sign. Midnight heaved a sigh of relief and moved on to the next slide before her luck ran out. Once class was over, she hurried through the halls and found Yamada heading to his next class. Hey, over here a sec. I got something to tell you. Something's got you excited. What is it? You know that artist, Deku? Yamada grinned. I asked him for a commission of Shotokan. Never thought he'd pull it off, but look. He had a picture of Aizawa smiling and stroking a cat on his lap as his screensaver. He hates it so much. Drives him crazy that Deku knew his eye color. He's in one. No way. So that's how he knew. No wait, this was 2 years ago. Yamada grinned and said, don't keep me waiting, who is it? Let me guess first. He hummed to himself. 1A, any good artists in there? I'm stumped. Just tell me. Midoriya. Yamada snapped his fingers. Should have guessed. Oh well. With a particularly mischievous grin, Yamada asked, think he's still taking commissions. I'd love to see what he could pull off with Shotokan. Think he'd do cat ears. Smiling harder, Yamada suggested, what about a wedding with Joke-san? Midnight gasped dramatically. That's evil, Hizashikan. Do it. Yamada thought it over. I don't know, if he ever found out, he'd string Midoriyakan up on the flagpole. Not to mention he'd string you on that flagpole first. Yamada pointed finger guns at Nemuri and said, he'd have to catch me first. Catch you doing what? A dour voice asked from behind him. Yamada nearly jumped out of his skin. Nothing. Nothing at all, Shotaken. Namuri smirked and said, no, nothing at all. We're just making wedding arrangements. Aizawa scowled. Don't you dare encourage her, or I'll have Koda fill your room with centipedes. Skin going white, Yamada swallowed and said, wouldn't dream of it. I know how to respect your boundaries and definitely wouldn't do anything that would suggest at a domestic relationship between you and a person who won't be mentioned in your presence. Good. Now get moving before you're late. Once he was gone, Namuri asked, are you going to do it? Yamada glanced around the hall, confirming that Aizawa was truly gone and grinned. Totally. Izuku was tense through lunch. The first of the fuzzy gaps in his precognition was approaching. He'd take a few bites of the katsudon in front of him, then his future vision would fade out, not returning until half the bowl was gone. He looked around, but he already knew that he wouldn't see Eraserhead anywhere. He must have hidden himself carefully, hoping not to tip him off. In theory, Izuku could take his lunch somewhere else and perhaps avoid whatever was about to happen, but what he could see of the future told him he had to be here. Whatever was about to happen, he would have to endure it. As Izuku chewed his food, he counted down the seconds to having his quirk erased. As the moment came closer, the blurriness grew dissonant, painful as he tried to process it. A mild headache made him grimace, and his stomach churned, a watered-down taste of what he had experienced when he first tried to fight his quirk. With frayed nerves, Izuku cast one last glance around him. Koda and Todoroki were sitting next to him, and Ida and Ochako were further down the table, going through Deku's Twitter feed together. Ashido was walking up with a lunch tray, and Kaken turned away when he met his eyes. Izuku could feel it coming, like a storm front, a hair-raising, skin-tingling sensation that made him want to run and hide. He couldn't. His future, what he could see of it, was in this seat, eating katsudon and waiting for his quirk to disappear. Hey Izuku, I'm glad you're okay. Mina said as she plopped her tray in front of him. How was the hospital? Nothing happened, but he was in uncharted waters and already floundering. Izuku could still see the future, but this moment, unfurling in front of him, offered him no guidance. I'm fine, he stammered. Hospital was okay. Mina gave him a strange look and said, not gonna lie, I was pretty scared. It was cool of you to fight the villain yourself. You stopped him from getting me. Ijuken said he would have probably died if you hadn't tripped him, so I wanted to thank you, for saving us both. Izuku knew he'd be without his quirk. He knew that, in that time, any number of people might try to talk to him. He spent a lot of time drilling conversations in his head. He thought of as many casual conversation topics as possible and what responses he should give. Yet, when the moment came, Izuku panicked. All the pre-planned responses flew out of his head, and he was left with what he could scrounge up from his fear-addled mind. It's nothing. I mean, no, it's not nothing, it was your guys' lives and all. I didn't mean to imply that you guys weren't worth anything. You're worth a lot. Mina smothered a giggle, and everyone else at the table was giving him odd looks. Izuku felt himself shrinking under all the pressure. Unable to take it anymore, Izuku blurted out, really sorry, just remembered that I forgot something, I'll be right back. Before anyone could comment on his odd behavior, Izuku scrambled out of his chair and quickly left the cafeteria. When the door closed behind him, his vision of the future shifted. The blurry abyss that had stymied him just moments ago came into focus, revealing his next steps. He wouldn't be going back to the cafeteria, not while he was still rattled by whatever had just happened, and he wouldn't finish that katsudon. He'd spend the whole day hungry, but considering Kaken's friends used to steal his lunch money and bag lunches, it was nothing new. Another fuzzy spot, which was scheduled right after school, vanished as well, replaced with him hurrying out the building before anything else could happen. True to his prediction, the rest of the day went without incident. Though he could tell Mina was trying to talk to him again, Izuku knew how to avoid her. Something about their conversation upset his quirk, and until he could figure out what it was, he'd have to avoid her as much as possible. Trying to fumble his way around without knowing the future was not going to end well. So, the moment he made it back home, he dug into his hero notes and found her entry. He already knew it wouldn't have any answers for him, but he had nowhere else to turn. Finding no help in the present, Izuku turned his attention to the future. Last time, he hadn't tried prodding those visions. Trying to force anything out of his quirk, whether it was a change in the future or telling anyone about it, left him with debilitating headaches. Faced with that, or spending the rest of the year tiptoeing around Mina, he took a deep breath and concentrated. One gap in his clairvoyance had caught his attention. It was this small, fixed point, still unclear to him, but fixed in the place. To him, it felt like a North Star, a constant in the dizzying expanse of uncertain future, and some instinct, or perhaps guidance from his quirk, told him that precise moment was the key to understanding it all. As he concentrated without success, Izuku wondered with no small amount of frustration why his quirk was having trouble now. Aizawa's erasure made sense, and while All Might was still an unknown, at least he could assume it had something to do with the undisclosed nature of his quirk. But Mina, she was a known entity, and, unless his quirk had some physical manifestation, her acid shouldn't be able to erode his vision. And besides, it hadn't stopped during that date they went on. The recollection of sitting in front of Mina, eating mint mochi while she leaned forward, giving him a generous show of cleavage, to look at some art samples in his journal, fit neatly into place, like a key into a mental lock. While the vision held onto its hazy quality, he could make out a vague impression of that pivotal moment in his uncertain future. First came the sensation of lips against his. Slender, yet muscular arms wrapped around him, her hands balled into fists so she wouldn't touch his back with her acidic palms. A tongue, pushing past his lips, finding his own and caressing it. Excitement. Fulfillment. A million sensations Izuku didn't realize he needed in his life until they came crashing into him with the force of a freight train. As he reveled in the moment to come, he felt the events leading up to that moment reveal themselves. Izuku said smooth one-liners, casually slid into her personal space, and did a number of other not-Izuku things that made Izuku blush just thinking about them. Getting a tattoo. His mother would kill him. And the thought of strolling shirtless in front of the whole class made him want to curl up under his bed. Panic set in as he felt more and more of his life rewritten, more of his comfortable behaviors overturned to make way for a bolder, more suave version of himself. Each time he thought of poking fun of Kaken, or grabbing Mina's hand without asking first, he resolved not to do any of those things, told himself he was crazy for even thinking of doing any of that. Izuku felt as though his head was being squeezed by a hydraulic press, but he felt the new future retreating into murkiness. Once it was gone, Izuku flopped like a wrung-out rag onto his desk chair. He stared at the All Might merchandise around him while he processed what had just happened to him. His quirk showed him a path forward, but one he couldn't bring himself to take. Had he just changed the future somehow? Was it because his quirk had been weakened by whatever was going on at school? Or was it just because he had never come across a situation like this before? Girls never used to show any interest in him, and the few that did, Izuku sensed they were more interested in using him or mocking him than actually doing anything. When it occurred to him that his quirk was a mess because he had a crush, he slammed his forehead onto his desk. His mother, who was home for once, heard and knocked on his door. "Everything all right, sweetie?" His quirk had a ready-made excuse. "Desk drawer was jammed. I fixed it." "Be careful with it. I don't know if I can fix it if it breaks." Izuku had a simple solution to his problem. All he had to do was avoid Mina, act casually around her in class, never go on another date with her or hold her hand. Never embrace her. Even as he thought about abandoning any idea of being with her, he knew he couldn't bring himself to do it. That one taste of a future where he actually managed to get a girlfriend, even if he got there being somebody else, left him craving more. So, if he couldn't accept seeing a future with Mina laid out for him and couldn't accept not trying to get her as a girlfriend, where did that leave him? He needed his quirk. That much was painfully obvious to him after the botched conversation in the cafeteria. Izuku's thoughts turned bitter as he thought of the irony of his situation. Everyone had thought him helpless for so long because he was quirkless, but even with his quirk, he was still helpless. It wasn't even in the face of a villain that he was paralyzed. All it took was the idea of someone being genuinely interested in him, The idea that he could actually embrace a girl, for him to fall apart. As he sat there, tormented by his nebulous future, he felt pressure building in his head. A gut feeling told him that he had to decide something, that he couldn't leave his future to hang in limbo like this. Yet, could he reach a decision? He couldn't see himself reaching one. Did that mean he was supposed to go on with his life, with his quirk losing its focus more as time wore on? Would he even be able to save Ida if this kept up? He wouldn't use his quirk to get Mina, and he couldn't leave her alone. He couldn't even turn off his quirk. At that thought, his vision of the future dipped into darkness. He could still see the murky void beyond the present moment, but each second that unfolded for him felt empty. He moved his hand, marveling at the way his fingers bent. Going over to his desk, he grabbed a pen and let it roll to the floor. When he tried to grab it as it fell, he missed. His quirk wasn't showing him the moment unfolding before his eyes, but he could still see Hosu. As he processed what he could now do, he felt clarity returning to his vision. Pockets of darkness remained, but they were rigid, Hemiden moments of obscurity. The thought of opening his door, exposing himself to any number of possibilities without his quirk to inform him of the outcome, terrified him. Maybe he'd trip and fall down the stairs. Maybe he'd say something he shouldn't in front of his mother. As he stared at the door, he told himself he could prepare. The next time his quirk failed him, he'd be ready. He'd know what to say and what to do. Maybe he couldn't know how it would turn out, but he had his future back, and that was enough for him. Chio was nearly late to Nizu's secret meeting. She had her joints to thank for that. Those same joints, along with decades of putting up with Nizu's shenanigans, also left her in a foul temper. The meeting notice had come after she had asked, in the privacy of Nizu's office, how a quirkless student could push himself so close to the brink of death with such clinical precision that even the tiniest exertion beyond that would stop his heart. The kid had cut it too close. She had nearly felt her own heart stop when she touched him. By that alone, she knew something wasn't right. The body had mechanisms in place that kept people from pushing themselves that far. Anyone else would have succumbed to pain and exhaustion long before reaching that point. Midoriya shouldn't have been able to stand, much less fight a villain on par with Aizawa, while as tired as he was. Nizu gave her a vacant look, thanked her for the information, and sent her off. It had nearly made her BLD boil until she found the email notice on her computer back in her office. Over the years, she had learned that the more Nizu said, the more he was trying to hide. He tended to offer long-winded explanations that felt like they explained everything, but really left out key details. The terseness of the notice, which seemed to be about all might, of all things, made her very nervous. Night Eye gave her an irritated look and said, "Now that we're all here, would you mind getting started? Actually, we're waiting on one more, Sasaki-san. It was a recent change, so I apologize if you missed it." Before Chio could pull up her phone and find the new edition, Hound Dog walked in. Night Eye sounded furious as he evenly said, "I wasn't aware that your counselor was made privy to one for all." Inui sniffed the air and stalked over to the chair next to Chio like a wary wolf. Nizu, in his usual cheerful tone, said, "He's not. Fortunately, that's not what we're here to discuss today." All Might nearly coughed up Bill we're not. Night Eye's composure slipped a little. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his glasses, he said, "As much as I enjoy jokes, this one isn't funny. I don't have time for nonsense like this. I apologize for the deception, Nare, but I needed to bring you here under a pretense that would satisfy the curiosity of anyone in the Hero Commission." Night Eye froze halfway out of his seat. "Why are you going behind their back?" "For the same reason I downplayed the functionality of your quirk on UG records." Inui looked between Night Eye and Nizu. "Could someone please explain what's going on?" All Might looked too nervous in Night Eye's presence to say anything, but the way he leaned forward suggested that he was also curious. Chio was fast losing patience with the cloak and daggers and just wanted out with it. "One of our students has a powerful precognitive quirk," Nizu said. "For their safety, it has to be kept a secret." "It's Midoriya, isn't it?" Chio asked dryly. Nizu looked put off by Chio spoiling the surprise, while both Inui and Yagi gawked at her. Aizawa among them was the only one who didn't look surprised, something Chio made note of. "His files say he's quirkless," Inui pointed out. He faked his registration. How did he get past the QF test? His pediatrician never tested him for a quirk factor, Nizu said. Midoriyakin had 2 joints in his pinky toe. The doctor decided to skip the test and pocket the gene lab's fee. Night Eye sighed and said, "So this kid's had 10 years without any counseling. Let me guess, you want me to take him on as an intern? That would be appreciated. I need to know what I'm dealing with first. What can he see, how far ahead, how clearly, and what weaknesses the quirk has?" Nizu explained the process by which he learned Midoriya's secret. Everyone, Chio included, felt thunderstruck by the revelation that Izuku's quirk effectively traveled back in time. "So," All Might asked, scratching his head, "what about all the other timelines? The ones where Midoriya made those adjustments? Am I understanding this right? There aren't other timelines. Their existences would be paradoxes, as the information sent back wouldn't line up with what Midoriya would do when presented that information. If it helps, think of it as though his quirk simulates the future over and over until it finds a result he likes. It acts on information gathered on the previous timeline and makes adjustments until the prediction forms a self-fulfilling loop." "Which means he let himself get bullied," Inui growled. "How is that an acceptable future for him?" Aizawa's eyes went wide and shot Nizu a look. Nizu said, "Midoriya's #1 priority so far has been keeping his quirk a secret. It's entirely possible that someone without a quirk that so easily avoids being bullied could be suspected of hiding something." "In other words," Aizawa said, putting Nizu's words together and not liking what he saw, "he let himself be bullied so everyone would believe he was quirkless? Unfortunately, yes." Chio ground her teeth. "It goes farther than that. We should seriously consider whether or not he's suicidal. If Yajisan hadn't stepped in the second he did, Midoriya would be dead." Aizawa went pale, but Nizu shook his head. "I considered that, but he would know that he survived, unless something interfered with his quirk, but I don't know what it would be." Yagi's eyes widened. "I just remembered, just after I rescued him, he said I wasn't supposed to be there." Chio could see the gears turning in Nizu's mind and knew better than to interrupt him. Night Eye started to speak, but Nizu silenced him with a raised paw. After a few minutes of awkward silence, Nizu asked, "Yajisan, you remember experiencing strain with your quirk, correct?" Night Eye looked alarmed. "Strain? Are you getting weaker?" All Might blinked and said in a confused tone, Yes. At the USJ, right? Did it start when you changed or when you opened the doors?" "I did both at the same time, but if I had to say, the strain took a few seconds before it started. And it occurred only one other time, correct?" Nizu continued. 10 months ago, I think. Can you remember exactly what it is you were doing at the time?" After a moment of thought, Yagi said, "That's the day with the slime villain. Had a hole in my pants and the bottle fell out. Had to rescue a kid from him." "When did you feel that strain? When you changed or when you pulled Midoriya out of the slime?" "When I pulled him out, I think." "What does this all mean?" "It means a couple things. First, that strain isn't a sign of you getting weaker. It's what happens when you change what Midoriya predicts." Night Eye looked ecstatic as he asked, "He can actually change the future. Does that include my quirk?" "Who knows? Your quirk operates very differently. Still, if anything, fooling Izuku's quirk might be problematic." "Problematic how?" Aizawa asked. "Strong to say. Depends on how this timeline will progress with active paradoxes in effect. That's supposing my theory lines up, anyways." Nizu poured himself tea and offered a cup to everyone. "I could bore you with the details of the latest research on relativity, wormholes, and the various theories regarding the continuity of time, but without knowing how Izuku's quirk does what it does, I can't say what impact All Might's tampering will have. If we're lucky, I'm incorrect, and Izuku's quirk operates in a way that only mimics time travel. That seems too complicated for a quirk, however. I'm more inclined to believe he's generating a wormhole to send information back in time to himself, and it's entirely possible that All Might can prevent the memory of himself from entering said wormhole through exertion of his quirk." Chio was lost halfway through the explanation, and a quick glance around the table as she sipped her tea showed she wasn't the only one. Aizawa was scratching his chin thoughtfully, an old tell when he wanted to pretend he knew what was going on. Hound Dog wasn't paying attention, All Might looked as lost as a toddler in a department store, and even Night Eye was frowning in concentration, visibly trying to wrap his head around the situation. Of course, it's all theoretical, and it's entirely possible there's some angle I haven't considered. With a smug grin, Nizu said, I'm only a Mousebeardog principal with an intelligence quirk, after all. I'm not all-knowing. Chio broke the silence by letting her mug clink solidly on the table. Doesn't matter how it works, what matters is what we do for Midoriya. He's in desperate need of therapy on top of quirk counseling, and I'd like him put on suicide watch as well. If what you say is right, he went into the USJ that day believing he was about to die. Nizu gave a concerned hum. Yes, and the slime incident as well. I think you're right. However, we can't approach him directly. Because of his quirk, Aizawa filled in. Exactly. If we were to try, Midoriya would, in all probability, disappear. Considering he has all the time in the world to escape, any snare I try to set for him will be disarmed before I even think of it. Wouldn't I be able to stop him? All Might asked. Nizu nodded. I'd rather avoid that. If you try to apprehend him and the Hero Commission catches wind of it, there's no telling what they'd do. Agreed, Night said. Considering what they did with Hawks, I don't want them with a precognitive quirk of that magnitude in their possession. Wait, what was that about Hawks? Night Eye looked irritated. Seriously, why is he here? He realized that Midoriya was hiding something beyond the false suspicions about the USJ incident. Plus, he'll be instrumental in helping Midoriya with his underlying issues. I've cleared him of suspicion, and I'll bring him up to speed with everyone else once we're done here. Inui was looking tense as he stared down Night Eye and Nizu. Chio lightly tapped his arm and whispered, a bit much, isn't it? There's a lot going on that most people don't know about. I'm not sure I want to know. Nizu not trusting the Hero Commission already has me on edge. The Hero Commission is trying to protect society. Nizu's trying to protect his students. The two don't always mean the same thing. Hound Dog mulled it over and nodded. Students come first, especially if I'm right about what Nizu was implying about the Hero Commission. So, now that we're all on the same page, here's what I would like you all to do. Inuizen, continue Midoriya's therapy. Don't push him on anything related to his quirk, focus instead on his history of abuse and why he sacrifices himself for others. Shizenjizen, monitor Midoriya's condition whenever you get a chance. Make sure he doesn't exhaust himself like last time. Night Eye, just asking him to join your agency will be enough, but if you think you can manage it, could you ask Togataken to look after him? Subtlety will be key here, and it's best that he not know about Midoriya's quirk. Night Eye adjusted his glasses and said, he acts honest, but he knows how to keep a secret. I'll talk to him. And All Might, Nizu said, for now, don't try to change what Midoriya sees. I don't want him leaving on us because he's afraid he can't rely on his quirk to get him out of danger, so if you feel that sensation again, tell me, but don't act on it unless lives are on the line. He might ask you about your quirk. Use your usual deflections. Won't he already know I won't tell him anything? He won't have any memory of doing it in the future if he never does it. Just act normally around him, don't ask about his quirk or being quirkless. I think I understand. Just do nothing, right? Exactly. So, now that we have that out of the way, we should discuss your successor. It would be suspicious if we didn't. Night Eye snapped to attention, and All Might cowered in his seat. So, Toshinoriken, any luck finding a successor? Nizu asked. Well, no, my quirk, hasn't been telling me anyone's been right for the job. Excellent. I guess that wraps it up for today. Night Eye looked stunned. But, you're running out of time, All Might. My prediction wasn't specific, but you can't have more than 2 years before a villain kills you, and we need your successor ready when it happens. The sooner we pick someone, the more prepared they'll be to take your place. True, but this isn't something you can rush, Nizu said. Not to mention, were you aware that One for All is evidently sentient and has to choose the next wielder? A look of pure stupefaction crossed Night Eye's face. Slowly, he turned towards Yagi with a betrayed expression. I didn't really explain it very well, did I? Night, I sighed and stood up. Thank you, Nizu, for the tea. If you'll excuse me, I have an investigation to continue. As he was about to leave, he added, I'll send Midoriya an invite as long as he makes it past the first 2 rounds. If I handpicked someone lower in skill than that, it would draw attention. Once Night Eye was gone, Nizu said, I don't think we'll be disappointed on that end. I have the latest report from Yuye, Kurogyari said. Shigaraki was engrossed in the game he was playing on his desktop. Headphones covered his ears, but he could still hear his subordinate. Not now. Gotta concentrate. Kurogyari watched as Shigaraki sent his cartoonish character through a string of tunnels, popped up, and snapped the neck of his unsuspecting victim. He ducked out and went to a different corner of the map, with no one the wiser. I have more information on the student that took out the Nomo. An alarm blared across the screen, signaling that the body Shigaraki had killed was found. Shigaraki muttered under his breath before turning on his mic. When he was asked, Shigaraki said he was doing wires top left and didn't see anyone. Shigaraki muted his mic, just save it for later. The meeting started. Kurogyari looked over his shoulder, but there wasn't anything to see. Mind turning on the speakers? Shigaraki scowled and changed his audio settings. Kurogyari listened as 2 other players, both innocent, bickered back and forth. Don't talk when I have my mic on and I'll let you listen. Wait until the round's over. Your name's Hater. Isn't that a bit on the nose? I told them I hate mornings. They're Americans, they don't hero worship All Might like they do over here. Now shut up, I have an alibi to give. The vote was skipped, and everyone dispersed to do their various tasks. Shigaraki went with his teammate and 2 others towards a secluded lab in the top left. Come on, do it, Shigaraki said as he made his character dance back and forth. Kill here, call lights, lock the door, and no one will ever find the bodies. As seconds trickled by, the kill cooldown hit 0, but his partner never made a move. Eventually, the one character split off, and Shigaraki swore. What the hell was he waiting for? Maybe he was waiting for you to make the first move, Kurogyari suggested. I signaled him, but he didn't do a thing. Now they're going to suspect me. After giving it some thought, Shigaraki used the tunnels to cut off the one that got away, stabbed them, and hopped back north. With lights called, Shigaraki had time to do another kill before a body was found. Freaking useless, Shigaraki said when he saw there were still 7 left. More suspicion was thrown around, and to Shigaraki's glee, they threw an innocent into the lava pit. Perfect. Just call seismic, head to the same one, and kill anyone trying to fix it. Unfortunately for Shigaraki, his partner went to the other one. Shigaraki swore vehemently into his muted mic as the group split into 3s, fixed the seismic, and reported the body his partner killed. With a trustworthy witness, the partner was killed off. Shigaraki made a valiant effort to win against the 4 remaining town, but he got caught before his kill cooldown reset. His mouse disintegrated as Shigaraki scratched his neck with his free hand. Useless. We had that game and he had to run off on his own. Perhaps you should have tried to follow him. Or maybe he should have followed me. I'm the one that's been trying to signal for double ills. I'm the one that was in front for the seismic. Why didn't he follow me? Command has to be earned. If your underlings don't trust your judgment, they won't follow your orders. Shigaraki narrowed his eyes. Is this about the USJ? My plan was perfect, everyone else screwed it up. I matched them up against cannon fodder they'd be strong against. It's not my fault they were too underleveled to beat a few kids with flashy quirks at their weakest. That may be so, but as their leader, their failure will be seen as your failure. Unless we can strike a decisive blow, we won't get any recruits in the future. Shigaraki sked. A reputation meter. Management games are so boring. It may be boring, but if you want to topple All Might, you will need allies. Anger flashed in Shigaraki's eyes, and a corner of his desk turned to dust. Don't mention him around me. I'm just reminding you what needs to be done. All for One has left the planning of the next attack to you. As he said, your plan was sound, but you need to learn to adapt your tactics to changing situations. Regrouping and getting some of those villains out would at least have stemmed the damage to your reputation. If they couldn't best high schoolers, they deserved what they got. That may be so, but it still would have been to your benefit to keep them. Now, do you have a plan for your next target? The sports festival. Televised, crowded with civilians, and the perfect chance to get back at that green-haired brat. He stopped and looked back at Kurogiri. You said you had information on him? Yes, but first, All for One told me we won't attack the USJ. He'll tell you in his evening call. Shigaraki scratched his neck. Why not? Does he think I'd fail again? He believes All Might's successor will show themselves during the festival. Right after your attack, Yuhei's principal called Night Eye into the school for a meeting. All Might, along with a few trusted staff, were the only ones in attendance. No one else even knew of the meeting. I made them desperate, Shigaraki said with a grin. And after we find who it is, we kill them. He suspects Mirio Togata, whom Night Eye has taken in. We should keep a close eye on him. And the green-haired kid? Izuku Midoriya. Quirkless. After we did some digging though, I noticed something odd in their follow-up of the USJ. In a lot of the student testimonies, Midoriya had given advice or items that proved helpful or even life-saving. Some of those were specific to the situations they were in, such as giving one student the idea of taking a throwing weapon with him, or giving another moisturizer to counteract the fire zone's heat. Others were more general, such as advice on how to use their quirk. He was also the only student in the wrong zone. He clung to a Shidomina and stuck himself to the most dangerous group. The one that got someone out and killed the Nomu, Shigaraki growled. Quirkless, fat chance of that. He put up as much of a fight as Eraserhead. Remember though, Eraserhead had been tired out after fighting 40 other villains effectively by himself. Still, it is suspicious. Suspicious enough that UA's staff suspects that Midoriya works for us. Shigaraki perked up. They think he's our informant. Correct. In a more general meeting, Nizu made the same points I did and concluded that Midoriya is the probable traitor. He hasn't acted, since he is trying to figure out his motive and connection to us. With a dry chuckle, Kurogiri said, I think it'll take him a while. So, we leave Midoriya alive for now, make you suspect him, and let our informant go unnoticed. He glanced back at his game, where the new lobby was still trying to find a 10th member. I don't like it. I want him dead. You should be patient. He's more useful to us alive than dead. I know. I just don't like it. A 10th member showed up, and Shigaraki turned back to his screen. This time he came up as crewmate. Grumbling with displeasure, Shigaraki set out on his own to do tasks in a secluded corner of the map until someone jumped out of a hole and murdered him. Good. I like watching how others work. Gives me ideas. So, do you have any other ideas for your next move? Shigaraki floated around, following his killer as they paired up for a double kill in the oxygen room before calling Seismic. Shouldn't attack UA. Not if it's not the sports festival. Going any other time would make me look weak. Maybe something bigger, like a hero agency. I do All Might's, but he doesn't have anyone there. Endeavors. Let's do that. The Nomu will take some time to prepare. We should have at least half a dozen if we're going to take him on. In the meantime, there's someone I think would make a good asset, if you can convince him to join you. Kurogiri handed him a folder. Inside were Lower's pictures of the hero killer, taken from security cameras. Word is he'll be heading to Hosu soon. If we can track him down, he could be valuable in taking out Endeavor. I want to take him out myself, Shigaraki said. If I'm the leader, I can't have one of my underlings stealing my kills and taking the XP. Your quirk is a poor match against his. Someone experienced in assassination will be much better suited for killing Endeavor. How long until the Nomu are ready? We were shooting for the UH festival, so they'll be ready right around then. And the students go on internships for the summer, right? Grinning wildly, Shigaraki said, sounds like the perfect opportunity to kill a few. Don't lose focus. The students don't matter. I know they're just a side quest. I just want them to pay for ruining everything. And Midoriya? I like the idea of framing him for imposter. As the game played out on his screen, with the killer he was following winning off another double kill, Shigaraki said, maybe I should meet up with him for a bit. For the past few days, Izuku had been too nervous to ask Mina out. He had said he wanted to prioritize hero work, believing he would be dead within a week, so he needed an excuse to change his mind. After thinking it over, he realized that the USJ had given him a good reason. He had used his quirk around Mina for the past few days, only so he wouldn't stumble over himself while he got used to talking with his quirk deactivated. Each night, he played recordings of conversations and practiced responding to simple questions. He still stammered a bit and tended to ramble, but he had gotten a lot more comfortable from a few practice sessions. This moment, in the cafeteria with a few days to go before the weekend, wasn't the time. He didn't know what would happen during this lunch, but he planned to wait just a bit longer before asking. He had Mina next to him, with Ida sitting on his left and an open seat in front. When Yaoyorozu went to sit next to him, Izuku asked, "I'm sorry, but do you mind leaving this seat open? I'm expecting someone." "Oh." She looked hesitantly around him. I'm sorry, I just wanted to, how about tomorrow?" "Tomorrow? Sure, that will work. I'll see you tomorrow." "Yaoyorozu-san," Ida said, "are you going somewhere? We will still have classes with him after lunch." Yaoyorozu blushed and made a hasty retreat, leaving Ida without an answer to his question. Mina, meanwhile, leaned against Izuku and said, "You're such a lady killer. All the guys are going to be so jealous." He had his quirk turned off for this one moment. He could still see what would happen after he said whatever he was about to say, but everything between this moment and the arrival of his guest was an empty void. It was supposed to be a litmus test, a way to verify his practice has been paying off. "I don't think she's interested in me," he said with a hint of a stammer. "Not like that anyways. She's always so critical in class, and she always tries to prove me wrong. I don't know why she wants to sit by me, but I don't think it's anything like that." Izuku had to physically stop himself by squeezing his leg so he wouldn't keep rambling. Luckily, no one seemed to notice anything amiss. "She's just being a tsundere," Mina said with a playful snicker. "Trust me, she'd totally go out with you if you asked." Wait, was he going to do it here? He could imagine himself replying with, "I'd rather ask you out instead," which would be smooth and probably work, but it was far too nerve-wracking to consider with Ida right next to him. The silence stretched out, and Mina gave him a curious look, but Izuku was spared by the arrival of a business course student. "Sup," the new arrival said, bowing low enough that his pompadour nearly touched the table. His chin was just as long and blocky as his hairstyle. His attire and overall demeanor was a curious blend of UH student and Yakuza thug. The name's Agoyamato Tsutsaka. Agoya-san will do. Are you currently interested in discussing a business proposal? Of course. Have a seat. Mina whispered in his ear, "This is who you were waiting for. Do you have something lined up for the festival already?" Agoyamato slid an envelope across the table. "That's my resume, along with the terms of our partnership for the festival. I trust you won't find any fault with my credentials." His resume was his middle school report card, along with a U8 progress report. Most of his standard classes fell within the C to D range, including math and science, but economics, hero relations, and introductory law were all nearly perfect scores. "Why me?" Izuku asked. "I'm sure you looked into my records. You know I'm quirkless." "That's exactly why. I saw that clip of you taking down the 1A powerhouses," Agoyamato said with a nod towards the other tables. Both Todoroki and Bakugo had a swarm of business students waving contracts around them. Todoroki looked annoyed as he picked one at random, while Bakugo looked as smug as a cat with a whole tanker full of cream. He had quite a few of them groveling and offering up bowls of food for his signature. In the finals, where it's a onion on open ground, you're toast. Support gear can only do so much. However, I'm betting you'll do very well in the early rounds. If you play your cards right, you could get those two kicked out before finals and place higher. What if I don't want to play dirty? Agoyamato shrugged. That's fine. You'll still get top 8 at least, and you'll be less a pain in my butt to work with than those two. Once Todoroki and Bakugo made their choices, the groups dispersed to find other partners among the hero students. Mina and Ida each had someone approach them, scooting chairs over for in-depth discussions. Truth is, I doubt you'll get any other offers. Agoyamato leaned back and bit into a pork belly bun. The idiots will take one look at your quirk status and not bother. The smart ones will see your Twitter account and decide you're more trouble than you're worth. What do you mean? Once word gets out about who Deku is, you'll get a lot of flack. Won't be pretty. Managing your social media will be a nightmare, but that'll make me look good to whichever agencies are paying attention. He took out his phone and flicked through Deku's Twitter page. You kept it clean, but a lot of those pics pissed people off. You should reveal yourself before someone else does it. Easier that way. Make a show of it, lead up to the big reveal. Get people excited. Izuku signed the contract and asked, any suggestions on that? Agoyamato grinned and dove into potential social media strategies. Shinso Hitoshi knew the moment he heard about the changes to the festival that the Gen Ed students would get shafted. Before, they'd at least get to compete with everyone else. Maybe they'd fall hilariously short of their hero course peers and their rigorous physical training, but at least they had the chance to prove themselves. Now, needing a business student's approval to participate, he'd be left as a civilian with a creepy quirk unless he did something about it. Most of the business course students had flocked over to the 1A students, but there were a few watching from afar. One plain-faced student with a contract next to her tray, sitting alone on the corner of the cafeteria, caught his eye. Excuse me, Hitoshi asked. Are you still looking for a partner? Yes, she answered blandly, but I don't take unsolicited offers. Make an appointment if you want to talk business. Hitoshi felt his quirk take hold, like a RBB band stretched between their minds. Let's schedule an appointment for right now. Give me your contract. Without a word, the girl handed him the paper. Hitoshi signed it and handed it back. After a few seconds, the girl snapped out of the quirk-induced trance. Her eyes darted between him and the signed paper. What did you just do? Keeping an impressive face, Shinso said, I asked you if I could sign the contract, and you handed it to me. Guess that makes us partners now. Her eyes narrowed. You realize that I have to submit this to be official, right? Nothing's stopping me from ripping this in two. Shinso cringed. I used my quirk on you. I can brainwash anyone that answers one of my questions and make them do something. He felt sweat trickling down his neck as she scrutinized him. She put the signed report into her backpack. You're top 16, maybe top 8 material if you're lucky. Don't use your quirk on me again and I'll stick with your contract. She had her hand out. Shinso's heart was hammering in his tea as he shook it. As the crowd of business students thinned around Bakugo, and the victor among them handed his entire lunch tray to the explosive teen, Mineta hopped up and down and waved his arms. Hey, what about me? I'm in the hero course too. Ladies. Anyone interested? I don't think they're interested, Kaminari said as he put pen to paper. The business student grinned, shook hands, and ran off with the rest of his classmates. That's no fair. Why not? Probably because you're a pervert, Bakugo snapped. He glanced over at Midoriya with an alarmed expression before angrily muttering to himself. They probably think you're going to get yourself in trouble. Mineta smiled. Well, it's not like they won't let me compete, right? Aizawa said so. 5 o'clock Shadow said you'd talk about it. He never said you'd still get to compete. Wait, what? Mineta's smile cracked. He looked around at the retreating business students. Panic set in as his breathing quickened and sweat poured down his face. Come on, please. He shouted at them. The Yui Egg Sports Festival is my one chance to score with the girls. I'll do anything. Anything? A sultry voice asked from behind him. Luscious blonde locks, thick ruby lips, and ludicrously long eyelashes adorned a girl whose visage and apparel screamed fashion. Yes. Mineta screamed, eyes fixed on her generous assets. Anything for you? With a Heimdallr's laugh, she held out a stack of papers and pointed to a dotted line. Then sign here. Without even looking at the document, Mineta signed it. So, how about we sign this one too? Mineta signed it without hesitation. We could also here as well. Page after page, Mineta signed. Bakugo watched with crossed arms, a look of growing irritation on his face while Kaminari grew increasingly worried at the stack of papers piling up in front of the grape-haired boy. Shouldn't we stop him? Kaminari whispered to Bakugo. If he wants to be a dumb and idiot, he can go right ahead. There, panted Mineta as the pen rolled out of his limp fingers. I signed everything. Do I get to show off in the sports festival now? Of course. I want you showing off as much as possible. How about I start now? We could go in my bedroom and the girl flipped to a page and held it up in front of him. Article 8, Section 14. The signee hereby ceases all amorous advances towards anyone of the opposing gender. Failure to comply with this or any other section of Article 8 is grounds for immediate expulsion from UA, along with a fine of up to 1 million yen and or 2 years of incarceration in a juvenile correction facility. Mineta's jaw hit the floor, and Bakugo howled with laughter. Shaking and sweating bullets, Mineta stammered, "You can't do that, right? This has to be some kind of joke." "I have Nizu's approval." She pointed to a paw print at the end of the stack. "Iko signed these. They are legally binding effective immediately, so I suggest that you read them." With that said, she left. Mineta slumped forward and sobbed into his bento, while Kaminari patted him on the shoulder. There, it won't be that bad." Bakugo sniggered as he leafed through the pages. "No pawn sites. Oh my god, you're screwed." Since the start of the business group contracts, UA's cafeteria had changed overnight. While the Gen Ed students still sat in their isolated cluster, the business, hero, and support courses had all taken to eating lunch in mixed groups, talking about new gear, social media posts, and ideas for the sports festival. Izuku had his own cluster, Mina and her agents each to one side, and Koda with his partners on his left. Agoemato sat in front of him, talking and texting on his phone with one hand while eating a pork bun with the other. Yaoyorozu had stopped by at the start of lunch and asked Izuku to step out with her for a bit. Izuku, already having finished his katsudon, nodded and followed after her. Mina gave him a playful wink as he left. "What's up?" Izuku asked. It took a few moments and a bit of prodding from Izuku for Yaoyorozu to open up about how she had gotten angry and insecure at Izuku's demps in the classroom, and how she felt that her unwillingness to listen to him nearly got him killed during the USJ. As she struggled through her confession, she fiddled with her hands and never met his eyes. All the while, Izuku waited patiently for her to finish her tale. "Don't worry about it," he said. "It all worked out and everyone's fine. But you almost died." Izuku made a show of looking at the clock. "Lunchtime's almost over. We should head back." All right." Izuku and Yaoyorozu parted ways at the cafeteria. As Izuku sat back down, Mina elbowed him and asked, "So, how did it go?" With his quirk turned off, Izuku shakily said, "She just wanted to apologize. For, not liking me." "Got rejected, did you?" she said with a smirk. "Don't worry, there's more fish in the sea." "It's not like that. It was just she didn't like how I was better at her in classes, then she was upset I asked her to reserve her quirk for healing people when she wanted to fight and prove herself, and she felt bad because she felt she could have made more medical supplies and, sheesh, Izuku, I didn't need the whole story. I was just messing with you, you know." Izuku blushed, stammered an apology, and shut off his quirk. "The last tweet's trending well," Agoemato said around a mouthful of pork belly. "Everyone's speculating about who you are, but none have any concrete evidence." With a smirk, he added, "A lot of people think you're a girl for some reason. Any ideas on what to post next?" Izuku asked, feeling more relaxed as his quirk gave him his dialogue. "I could do some more artwork." "Keep that up, but start adding updates about your school life. Not everything, just the highlights." He scratched at his forehead. "We also need to contract someone to design your support gear." "I have someone in mind." Agoemato frowned. "You sure?" "Most support students are looking for someone with a versatile quirk to better advertise their engineering skills. Without that to offer them, they'll have to put in extra work to make their gear stand out. They're already designing equipment for me. We could draw up a contract to make it formal." The tension left Agoemato's face. "Excellent. I can have the contract prepared by the end of the day. Will they be around after school?" "She always stays late. Then I'll meet you at the front entrance. If you'll excuse me, I'll get the paperwork started." As promised, Agoemato met Izuku out front with a folder protecting the freshly minted contract from harm. They went together to the support labs. Power Loader, recognizing Izuku on sight, simply sighed and showed them to the back. So, this contact of yours made your grapple guns. They look like CRV, might need someone else to handle the finishing touches. The grapple guns were a rush job, Izuku said. I've seen examples of her work, and I don't think you'll have any reason to complain. We'll see. As Agoyamato was opening the door to Hatsume's lab, Izuku yanked him back and slammed it shut. A loud, muffled boom shook the wall, and smoke hollowed out from under the door. Hatsume, power loader roared. I thought I told you not to use thermite? Just an acetylene explosion, Hatsume said from behind the door. Wanted to see if I could make the grapple suit double as a flamethrower? Blow up another canister and I'm sending you home. Anyways, Midoriyakin's here. The door flew open. A soot-stained Hatsume peered through her goggles at him. Midoriyakin, come in, I have a new baby ready to test. She looked at the smoldering heap of cloth and ruptured tanks on her workbench. Actually, could you come back in a few hours? I need to make some adjustments first. Agoyamato pulled Izuku aside and whispered to him. Please tell me that's not your contact. She doesn't blow up everything she makes? Even I've heard the rumors about her. She may be a genius, but she's insane. People will probably say I'm insane too, trying to be a hero without a quirk. Izuku walked through the cloud of smoke at the doorway. With a resigned sigh, Agoyamato shoved the folder under his armpit, tucked his hands into his pocket, and trailed after him. Are you sure about this? Agoyamato asked as Hatsume rummaged around her messy, soot-stained room for parts. I know she'll make what I need. Very well. Agoyamato took the contract out of its folder and read aloud. The following is a contract between insert name and Midoriya Izuku regarding the creation and use of support equipment to be showcased in the UH Sports Festival. By signing this document, can you pass me my welding torch? Hatsume asked. I think I can lighten the frame by a few pounds if I take out the brackets. Are you even listening to me? With a deadpan expression, Izuku said, sign Agoyasan's paper, and everyone will see your babies at the sports festival. Why didn't you just say so, Agosan? Hatsume snatched the pen out of his hand and scrawled an illegible scribble on the dotted line. Facing her table with her hand reaching back, Hatsume asked, now, the welding torch? I got it, Izuku said. He pulled Agoyamato through the door seconds before the welding torch exploded. I hope that damage to equipment and facilities won't be taken into account for our budget, Agoyamato said smugly. Everything will work out just fine. Trust me. After classes, he had another gap in his precognition. With Izuku still recovering from the USJ incident, he was dismissed from rigorous exercise and after-school training. It meant that, on this particular day, he'd get a chance to talk to Mina alone. His nerves were getting the better of him, and if he didn't see himself texting Mina to meet up with him, he probably wouldn't go through with it. Knowing that he would do it, and knowing at least that something had to come of it, eased his nerves enough to make the hazy steps up out of his known present and into the unknown future on the classroom rooftop overlooking the UA campus. Mina was leaning against the railing, looking down at the students trickling out the U8 doors. When Izuku nervously cleared his throat, she turned around and smiled. Hey Izuku, you wanted to talk? Izuku felt his brain freeze. Words didn't want to come out of his mouth, so he defaulted to the first thing he could think of. Nice weather, isn't it? It was a cloudy day, threatening to rain, with wind whipping Mina's hair about. Mina gawked at him for a moment, then giggled. I guess it is. Wind feels nice. Izuku resisted the urge to facepalm and said, so, did you get any offers? Yeah, someone found me in the hallway on the way here, figured I might as well sign right away. How's things going with yours? Izuku checked his phone. Agoyamato already texted him suggested tweets. Good so far. He seems helpful. Good. Mina swayed back and forth, watching him intently, while Izuku struggled to find his next words. After a while, Mina broke the silence. So, you wanted to talk? Yes I did. And I'm guessing it wasn't about the weather. Izuku blushed. No, it's not. I mean, the weather is interesting, but it's not why I asked you up here. Mina interrupted him mid-rambling. Are you alright? You seem kinda strange lately. Strange. Izuku swallowed a lump in his throat. Oh, really? Haven't noticed. You've been a bit spacey lately. And nervous. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to turn around and sprint downstairs, or better yet, throw himself over the railing as Kakin had suggested so long ago. His head swam, his heart pounded until it ached, and every muscle stood taut enough to pull themselves off his bones. Instead of running away, Izuku took a deep breath, counted to 10, and thought back to his exercises. He had practiced for this moment. He knew what he needed to say, and all he had to do was say it. Mina looked nervously behind her and said, "Well, if you're not going to say anything, I should probably—" "I said I wasn't interested, the first time," Izuku blurted out. "Well, I mean I was, but I said I wanted to focus on schoolwork. After the USJ, though, I started thinking. It's not like I'll ever not be busy, once in a hero. I'll probably have to work under someone at an agency first, then if I'm lucky I might take over or start one of my own, and during all that time, I'll be saving people and stopping villains, not to mention there'll be press conferences and public appearances, patrols, charity events, and meetings with the Hero Commission as well." Mina smothered a giggle. "You talk a lot when you get nervous, Izuku." Izuku blushed. "Oh, sorry." An awkward silence hung between them. Izuku cleared his throat and said, "I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm interested. If you are, that is." He held out his hands in front of him in an anxious, defensive stance. "If you're not, that's okay, you might have changed your mind after all or made new plans." "Sure. How about Sunday?" "Sunday?" Next Sunday had a gap in his vision, stretching half the day. "Sure. What do you want to do?" "I was thinking we could hit the mall, if that sounds cool with you." Izuku had never been to a mall before. His clothes had come from thrift stores, and what furniture he had was bought off Craigslist. "Yeah, that sounds great. Malls are, totally my thing." "Sweet." With a used smile, she leaned close to him and whispered in his ear, "See you Sunday." Once she was gone, Izuku's knees gave out. He knelt on the school's rooftop, staring vacantly at the horizon as he processed what had just happened. He had done it. His heart felt as though Kakin was trying to crush the BLD out of it, and he couldn't have stood up if Shigaraki warped in onto the rooftop and held a sack full of puppies over the edge, but he had done it. Now he just had to do it again on Sunday. For a whole trip to the mall. Maybe it wasn't too late to change his mind. As part of his social media campaign, Izuku offered half price on all commissions. Naturally, this led to a staggering increase in requests. He had churned out one work of fan art after the next, but his inbox continued to pile up. Next on his list was a string of requests from Loud and Proud Emic. Eraserhead wearing a frilly-made uniform, Eraserhead with whiskers and cat ears holding a fish with his teeth, Eraserhead getting married to Ms. Joke, and Eraserhead grouped up with Midnight and Present Mike. Izuku sent an email apologizing and explaining he valued his life too much to comply with the first 3 requests and quickly drew up the 4th. Even when he was rushing, his quirk guided his hand and left perfect results on the screen. Once he got the transaction confirmation, he sent over the fill resolution picture and closed his computer. Meanwhile, over at his studio, Present Mike marveled at the picture that had been sent to him. It evoked nostalgia for his U8 days, when he, Aizawa, and Imuri were awkward teens struggling to pass classes. Yet, the faces that grinned and scowled at him from his phone were aged by years of hero work, weathered by the countless worries and problems that came with a difficult career and adulthood in general. It made Present Mike feel as though, despite how much they had all changed over the years, despite all they have struggled for and lost, they still had that spark of joy from simply being alive and together. As for his other requests, it was a shame he would not get material to taunt Aizawa with, but at least he could show him this one without fearing for his safety. It might even make a nice birthday gift. Izuku had known his mother would be a bundle of joy and nerves when she heard about the date. He knew she would fuss over his hair, which refused to comb down no matter how much hair gel she put in it. He knew which clothes she would pick out for him, after spending half an hour between 2 piles of clothes, one too formal, the other consisting of shirts, and all might apparel. He knew which route to take to avoid the villain attack downtown, which crosswalks to take to shorten his travel time, and which entrance to the mall to take so he'd be easily visible from the 2nd floor. The moment Mina shouted and waved at him from the upper floor balcony, All that knowledge disappeared. He smiled and waved nervously, rushed up the escalator, and met her at the balcony. You haven't been waiting long, have you? She gave him another puzzled look and shrugged it off. Nope, just got here, and thought I'd check out the view. Haven't been to this one before. Oh, I haven't been to any before. Really? I thought you said malls were totally your thing. Izuku blushed and muttered to himself under his breath, trying to recover. Well, guess I meant to say I'd want to go, since, I haven't been to one before. She looked him over, the ill-fitting shirt, the pants a hair too short for him, and the bright red shoes that had seen better days. A trip to the mall is exactly what you need. How much money do you have to spend? Without thinking, Izuku told her the balance of his bank account. Mina's eyes went as wide as saucers. Are your parents loaded or something? That's crazy. Actually, that's the money I've been saving up since I was 8, from art commissions. I don't mind spending some of it, but I'd rather not spend all of it. Grinning, Mina said, there's no way we'll ever be able to spend it all, but we should at least try, right? The first place Mina dragged him into was a men's clothing store. Izuku felt woefully underdressed as he passed men in polos and khakis. Mina rummaged through a rack of shirts and came out with a crisp, dark green button-up. Green's totally your color. Might as well own it. She came up with a couple more shirts, ranging from brown, gray and white, and she even gave him a pink one to try for laughs. The pink shirt went straight back to the shelf, with the promise that he could never pull the color off, but the others got approving nods before Mina went to get more clothes. 5 pairs of pants and 2 pairs of shoes later, Izuku gritted his teeth at the checkout as 12 commissions worth of yen vanished in a single swipe of his debit card. Mina melted the tags off a set of new clothes with a pinch of her acid. Get changed quick. I'll wait by the fountain. Shouldn't I wash these first? Mina rolled her eyes. You can do that when you get home, now hurry up. Mina pushed him towards the men's restroom. He rushed past a man with bluish hair that gave him a spike of déjà vu before stripping in a stall. The clothes felt a little stiff, but he couldn't deny the immediate sense of satisfaction he felt as he buttoned up his new shirt. The man with the blue hair was gone by the time he stepped out, and Izuku didn't give it a second thought. When he stepped out, Mina leaned in close to him and unbuttoned the top button. Always leave a button open when you're not wearing a tie. You look too stuffy that way. Izuku couldn't say a word as Mine's hair grazed his face. Trying to hide the blush rapidly forming on his cheeks, Izuku looked around the mall and asked, So, where should we go next? Why don't you pick next? Izuku sweated as he scanned the storefronts until an arts and crafts display caught his eye. I've been wanting to try some new styles. Let's see what they got. Izuku felt a lot more at ease showing Mina the pastels, watercolors, and charcoal pencils. He knew he was rambling, but Mina didn't seem to mind. In the end, he left with a ream of paper, a new paintbrush, and some glossy oil paints he thought would be perfect for backgrounds. I picked the last one, so it's your turn, right? Mina hummed to herself and pointed at store after store. She stopped at a bath supplies store and rushed in to check out all their soaps. Izuku trailed behind and looked over all the different brands. He bought shampoo and conditioner he thought his mom would like, while Mina got bath bombs that would turn the water sparkling pink. Izuku settled on a bookstore next, and he got himself a new empty journal for Hero Notes number 14. Mina checked out the romance section, but she left the books where they were. It went like that for the whole afternoon. They took turns picking a random store, browsing the contents, and purchasing whatever caught their eye. All the while, Izuku fretted over his every word and action, wondering at each turn if he was doing the whole date thing right. Mina, for her part, spent the whole time wondering where the smooth, confident, and admittedly emotionless badass that had taken out Bakugo and Todoroki like a Terminator robot had gone. It wasn't necessarily that she hated his rambling, stammering speech and the way he anxiously shot glances at her when he thought she wasn't paying attention, but she had no idea why he was acting this way around her. It made what otherwise would have been a fun trip to the mall awkward and unpleasant, but still fun. She was already having second thoughts about hanging out with him. Determined to at least get to the bottom of his behavior, she decided to take a break from the shopping. Let's grab some lunch. There's a food court on the lower level. Izuku, whose arms were burning from carrying 6 shopping bags expertly crammed to the brim with all their purchases, eagerly agreed. 2 bowls of donburi and mochi later, they sat across the table from each other, off to the side of the dining area. Their bags lay next to the table, next to a plant holder so no one would scoop them up. "I'll be right back," Mina said, taking their tray of empty dishes. "No, wait, I got it." Izuku tried to take the test out of her hands, but instead, he ended up tipping the tray. 3 bowls hit the table, but one with a puddle of sauce at the bottom flipped over and fell into one of the bags. "See, I'm so sorry, I'll clean it up." Izuku rummaged through the shopping bag and came up with a purple jacket Mina had bought. "Don't worry, I can buy a new one." "Don't be silly, Izuku," Mina said as she inspected the jacket. "That'll wash out." She dabbed as much of the stray liquid off the jacket as possible before folding it back into the bag. She frowned as she looked back up at Izuku. "I don't know how else to do this, so I'm just going to ask. Why are you being so weird around me?" "What do you mean?" Izuku started shaking and sweating under the pressure of her stare. What was he doing wrong? Was he talking too much again? Was he supposed to let her take the dishes? 1,000,001 different scenarios ran through his head, but he was too petrified to process any of them. "This," she said, gesturing at him. The muttering, the rambling, the weird glances, the fidgeting, all of it. "You've been like this ever since the USJ when we've been around each other. Before then you've always been so calm and so badass. Like when you punched Bakugo in the face. That was awesome. And it's not like I see you doing this with anyone else, it's just when you're around me. I want to know why." For a moment, Izuku was tempted to come clean about his quirk. The thought that he could finally tell someone that his quirk might not stop him now that it wasn't controlling his present actions was frightening and intoxicating at the same time. He debated with himself for a moment, sure that his quirk had a good reason for keeping itself a secret, but ultimately he didn't know why. So he had to try. The moment he opened his mouth, ready to confess everything about his quirk, the migraine started. He instantly bit back any thought of telling her, and it receded. To his weary frustration, he realized that even if it wasn't showing him the present moment, it was still guiding his overall future. Whatever his future was, it couldn't happen if people knew his quirk. Even telling Mina was too much. With the truth no longer an option, all Izuku could do was lie. Izuku stopped and took a deep breath. "Honestly, I'm not sure. It's not anything to do with you," he said hastily to Mina's skeptical expression. "It's more like the way I always act, being cool and all that, it's well in act. It's not what I'm actually like. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to." "What you're supposed to? What does that even mean?" Even Izuku didn't know, but once he had started talking, it felt as though a weight was being lifted off his ist. He realized he wasn't lying, not about everything he does being an act. He had been like that ever since he had gotten his quirk, but none of it was really him. Finally free to act without the guidance of his quirk, he could see that his whole life, he had been like a puppet dancing on his quirk strings. Every action, every word he had ever spoken, every choice he made was laid out for him by his quirk. Now that Izuku had control over his destiny, however trivial, he didn't know if he wanted it. "It's easier to be that way," he admitted. "Easier to sit back and let everything just happen." He chuckled nervously and said, "I'm not making any sense, am I? I think I get it. Maybe. You're saying that the tough guy persona's just an act. Even when you punched Bakugo. Especially when I punched him. I didn't really want to, but, well, it was what I was supposed to do. You've just been doing what other people expect of you your whole life." "Yes. And that first date. You just went out with me because it was what you were supposed to do." When Mina phrased it like that, Izuku felt absolutely horrible. He had done exactly that, and he didn't even think of how it might make her feel that he went on that date only to make sure she had those acid-storing gauntlets. "Yeah," he admitted. "I'm sorry, Izuku trailed off. Mina leaned back in her chair and stared at the ceiling. "So," she asked, "the reason you're like this now is because you don't know what you're supposed to do." "Exactly. I don't really know what to do on a date, so I don't know if I'm talking too much or not talking enough, if I'm picking the right stores or not, or anything. I'm really sorry that I'm screwing this all up. Izuku looked down, too nervous to meet Mina's eyes. I wanted to make sure you're having a good time. You want to know the best thing to do on a date? Izuku's eyes shot up. What? Just have fun. Mina smiled. I guess it's important to make sure the other person's having fun too, but what really matters is that you have fun. If you both have fun together, then great. If you're having fun but they're not, then it just isn't meant to be. If you're not having fun on the date, then why would you want to be with the person? So, I just have to have fun. Yep. Think you can do that? Izuku looked around the food court. Just across from it, he saw the huge storefront crammed with hero merchandise. He smiled and said, I think so. I know where I want to go next. Great. I'm just going to hit the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back. Mina gathered up the scattered bowls and took them away. Once she was gone, Izuku sank into his chair and let out a relieved sigh. So lost in his thoughts he was, Izuku didn't notice someone approach his table until they pulled back Mina's chair. Wow, that was really fast. He stopped short when he saw who had sat down across from him. Shigaraki set 2 smoothies on the table, their plastic cups slick with beads of condensation. Go on, have some, Shigaraki said as he leaned back and sipped on his smoothie. You like mint, right? Izuku felt the world spinning around him. He prodded at his quirk, frantic for some hint of how to handle the villain sitting across from him. Should he shout? Call the heroes? Try to fight him? Try anything, and we'll see how many people I can kill before the heroes get here, Shigaraki said calmly, trusting the background bustle of a busy dining area to hide his words. With a wicked grin, he added, I'll make sure to get your girlfriend when she comes out of the bathroom. Just imagine it, her rushing out when she hears the screams, only to have her face turned to dust with the touch of my hand. It'll be like something out of a cut scene. What do you want? Izuku asked, his voice hoarse with fear. I want to kill you for what you did. Shigaraki gripped his cup. The plastic curled as his quirk ate it away. The liquid dribbling over his hand bubbled and smoked, leaving a fruity smell as it disappeared. As out of the way they were, no one noticed. You ruined everything. You made sure no one died, you got all my minions captured, and worst of all, you took my father from me. Wait, what? Belatedly, he remembered Shigaraki screaming about his father as he snatched the hand off his face. His stomach tied itself in knots at the realization. But for now, I just want to ask you a question. He leaned forward, his fingers trailing across the table until they came up to Izuku's. How did you know? Know what? Izuku panicked, sure that the secret of his quirk was on the line. You knew that the Nomu would be beaten with that acid, and you knew that destroying its brain would stop it from regenerating. His mind raced through every possible explanation. At a loss for ideas, he said, it was just obvious to me, I guess. You guess. You just happened to know the weakness of the boss. Sounds like someone was reading the game manual. I analyze quirks, Izuku blurted out. He pulled out the new hero journal, slowly, so Shigaraki wouldn't decay his ST. I write journals on heroes. Their quirks, the cases they handle. It's just easy for me to figure out how quirks work and what they can do. I figured that someone who could handle All Might's punches would probably have to be burned, or something similar. Once I saw the regeneration, and noticed that the brain grew back more slowly, I figured that was the weak spot. Shigaraki sked. Of course, it's such an obvious visual hint. Pretty much every boss has one of those. He eyed the blank journal. A guidebook on heroes would be helpful. I want one. You want one? Yes. Do Endeavor, Edge Shot, and Best Genus to start. Details about their quirks, strengths, weaknesses, patrol routes, upcoming events, all of it. I know I won't do that. I can't. Shigaraki's fingers traced furrows in the table. The light touch of his quirk left a shallow divot in the table. I could kill you right here. I could kill your girlfriend when she walks out of the restroom. I could walk across this whole room and kill, I think 20 people before anyone realizes what's happening. Izuku felt himself shaking, but he clenched his jaw and said, I won't let you. Shigaraki glanced behind him and stood. That's fine. I prefer playing without the guide anyways. Oh, and if you tell anyone about this, I'll kill your mom. With one last menacing glare, Shigaraki said, "Enjoy your smoothie." Once Shigaraki was gone, Izuku threw the untouched smoothie in the garbage. Seconds later, Mina came back, her smile showing that she hadn't seen Shigaraki. "You ready to go?" Izuku swallowed, hoping that none of the nerves from meeting with the League of Villains leader were showing. "Yeah, let's go." There were quite a few people browsing the merchandise, kids pulling parents along, teens furtively eyeing the more risque heroes, even a few adults adding to their collections. Izuku walked through the crowd with the practiced ease of someone who had been down those aisles of collectible figurines and posters 1,000 times. Mina trailed behind him, glancing around at all the merchandise. "You're a fan of heroes, right?" "Yeah. I have a lot of stuff back home. I don't think I'll get anything, but it's always nice to look." Izuku looped back around and saw the nearly empty display out in front. Right below massive signs advertising a limited edition All Might figurine, featuring him in his schoolteacher's suit and tie, was a single box, lying on its side. "I can't believe I forgot," Izuku said as he grabbed the last box. The new limited edition All Might figurine. Only 10,000 were made, and they're expected to double in value within the year. "Hey!" A heavy-set man with a scraggly beard lumbered up to Izuku and towered over him. "I saw that first. And he made was laid out for him by his Quirk." Now that Izuku had control over his destiny, however trivial, he didn't know if he wanted it. "It's easier to be that way," he admitted. "Easier to sit back and let everything just happen." He chuckled nervously and said, "I'm not making any sense, am I? I think I get it. Maybe. You're saying that the tough guy persona's just an act. Even when you punched Bakugo. Especially when I punched him. I didn't really want to, but, well, it was what I was supposed to do. You've just been doing what other people expect of you your whole life." "Yes. And that first date. You just went out with me because it was what you were supposed to do." When Mina phrased it like that, Izuku felt absolutely horrible. He had done exactly that, and he didn't even think of how it might make her feel that he went on that date only to make sure she had those acid-storing gauntlets. "Yeah," he admitted. "I'm sorry, Izuku trailed off." Mina leaned back in her chair and stared at the ceiling. "So," she asked, "the reason you're like this now is because you don't know what you're supposed to do." "Exactly. I don't really know what to do on a date, so I don't know if I'm talking too much or not talking enough, if I'm picking the right stores or not, or anything. I'm really sorry that I'm screwing this all up." Izuku looked down, too nervous to meet Mina's eyes. I wanted to make sure you're having a good time. You want to know the best thing to do on a date?" Izuku's eyes shot up. "What? Just have fun." Mina smiled. "I guess it's important to make sure the other person's having fun too, but what really matters is that you have fun. If you both have fun together, then great. If you're having fun but they're not, then it just isn't meant to be. If you're not having fun on the date, then why would you want to be with the person? So, I just have to have fun." "Yep. Think you can do that?" Izuku looked around the food court. Just across from it, he saw the huge storefront crammed with hero merchandise. He smiled and said, "I think so. I know where I want to go next." "Great. I'm just going to hit the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back." Mina gathered up the scattered bowls and took them away. Once she was gone, Izuku sank into his chair and let out a relieved sigh. So lost in his thoughts he was, Izuku didn't notice someone approach his table until they pulled back Mina's chair. Wow, that was really fast. He stopped short when he saw who had sat down across from him. Shigaraki set 2 smoothies on the table, their plastic cups slick with beads of condensation. "Go on, have some," Shigaraki said as he leaned back and sipped on his smoothie. "You like mint, right?" Izuku felt the world spinning around him. He prodded at his Quirk, frantic for some hint of how to handle the villain sitting across from him. Should he shout? Call the heroes? Try to fight him? "Try anything, and we'll see how many people I can kill before the heroes get here," Shigaraki said calmly, trusting the background bustle of a busy dining area to hide his words. With a wicked grin, he added, "I'll make sure to get your girlfriend when she comes out of the bathroom. Just imagine it, her rushing out when she hears the screams, only to have her face turned to dust with the touch of my hand. It'll be like something out of a cut scene. What do you want?" Izuku asked, his voice hoarse with fear. I want to kill you for what you did. Shigaraki gripped his cup. The plastic curled as his quirk ate it away. The liquid dribbling over his hand bubbled and smoked, leaving a fruity smell as it disappeared. As out of the way they were, no one noticed. You ruined everything. You made sure no one died, you got all my minions captured, and worst of all, you took my father from me. Wait, what? Belatedly, he remembered Shigaraki screaming about his father as he snatched the hand off his face. His stomach tied itself in knots at the realization. But for now, I just want to ask you a question. He leaned forward, his fingers trailing across the table until they came up to Izuku's. How did you know? Know what? Izuku panicked, sure that the secret of his quirk was on the line. You knew that the Nomu would be beaten with that acid, and you knew that destroying its brain would stop it from regenerating. His mind raced through every possible explanation. At a loss for ideas, he said, it was just obvious to me, I guess. You guess. You just happened to know the weakness of the boss. Sounds like someone was reading the game manual. I analyze quirks, Izuku blurted out. He pulled out the new hero journal, slowly, so Shigaraki wouldn't decay his ST. I write journals on heroes. Their quirks, the cases they handle. It's just easy for me to figure out how quirks work and what they can do. I figured that someone who could handle All Might's punches would probably have to be burned, or something similar. Once I saw the regeneration, and noticed that the brain grew back more slowly, I figured that was the weak spot. Shigaraki sked. Of course, it's such an obvious visual hint. Pretty much every boss has one of those. He eyed the blank journal. A guidebook on heroes would be helpful. I want one. You want one. Yes. Do Endeavor, Edge Shot, and Best Genus to start. Details about their quirks, strengths, weaknesses, patrol routes, upcoming events, all of it. I know I won't do that. I can't. Shigaraki's fingers traced furrows in the table. The light touch of his quirk left a shallow divot in the table. I could kill you right here. I could kill your girlfriend when she walks out of the restroom. I could walk across this whole room and kill, I think 20 people before anyone realizes what's happening. Izuku felt himself shaking, but he clenched his jaw and said, I won't let you. Shigaraki glanced behind him and stood. That's fine. I prefer playing without the guide anyways. Oh, and if you tell anyone about this, I'll kill your mom. With one last menacing glare, Shigaraki said, enjoy your smoothie. Once Shigaraki was gone, Izuku threw the untouched smoothie in the garbage. Seconds later, Mina came back, her smile showing that she hadn't seen Shigaraki. You ready to go? Izuku swallowed, hoping that none of the nerves from meeting with the League of Villains leader were showing. Yeah, let's go. There were quite a few people browsing the merchandise, kids pulling parents along, teens furtively eyeing the more risque heroes, even a few adults adding to their collections. Izuku walked through the crowd with the practiced ease of someone who had been down those aisles of collectible figurines and posters 1,000 times. Mina trailed behind him, glancing around at all the merchandise. You're a fan of heroes, right? Yeah. I have a lot of stuff back home. I don't think I'll get anything, but it's always nice to look. Izuku looped back around and saw the nearly empty display out in front. Right below massive signs advertising a limited edition All Might figurine, featuring him in his schoolteacher's suit and tie, was a single box, lying on its side. I can't believe I forgot, Izuku said as he grabbed the last box. The new limited edition All Might figurine. Only 10,000 were made, and they're expected to double in value within the year. Hey! A heavy-set man with a scraggly beard lumbered up to Izuku and towered over him. I saw that first. And it over. I'm sorry, Izuku held out the figurine. Before the man could take it, Mina snatched it from his hands. Hey, he got it first. Find your own. This is the last store in all of Mizudafu that had any in stock, he growled. I saw it first, so it's mine. Too bad then. You should have been quicker. The man sneered at Izuku. Making your girlfriend fight your battles for you. How lame. Back off, Mina said, or I'll call security. The man sent one last longing glance at the package in Izuku's hands. Fine. Whatever. Not like I care about some stupid toy. Once the man stormed off, Izuku sighed and sagged forward. Thanks for that, Mina. You don't even flinch when Bakugo sets off his explosions, and you let a creep like that get to you? Sorry. Mina patted his back. Don't worry about it, just stand up for yourself next time. She peered at the figurine inside. Is this really that valuable? A lot of All Might merchandise goes up in resale value over time. I have a few items that are worth over 1,000,000 yen in my room. Mina's eyebrows shot up. So, you collect this stuff so you can sell it later? Yeah, Izuku caught himself before he was about to say he was going to have his mom sell it all once he was gone. Instead, he said, I figured it would help me become a hero. All Might was my favorite hero growing up. Doing this makes it feel like he's helping me become a hero too. I guess that's kind of silly. No, I think it's pretty cool. She looked around. Is all this stuff worth that much? The regular merch isn't. It's the limited edition items that go up in value the most. Anything else won't go for more than a couple thousand yen, and that'll be after a decade or two. I still buy a few things, though, from heroes I like. As Mina looked around, a shelf of Miruko figurines caught her eye. I think I'll get one too. Is Miruko your favorite? Izuku asked. She's totally kick-ass. Izuku decided against commenting on the fact that the figurine's costume showed far more leg and cleavage than the real deal. Instead, he went up with Mina to make his final purchase for the day. They parted ways, leaving Izuku to walk home under the influence of his quirk, wondering all the while why it hadn't shown him anything about Shigaraki. Tamura's bedroom had the window boarded up, until not a single sliver of sunlight shone through. All his lighting came from a single light bulb, 3 computer monitors, and his mechanical RGB keyboard. A constant drone of clicking filled the room as Shigaraki typed into a lobby's chat. Off to the side, he had a bean-bag chair in front of a plasma screen television, with every console on the market clustered around it. One of the other monitors turned on. Shigaraki warned his lobby he'd be AFK before turning off the monitor and taking off his headphones. Sensei, what is it? Tamura, All for One said. How did it go? Tamura smiled. It was fun watching him squirm. Almost as much fun as I'll have when I get to kill him. Patience. Let him serve his purpose as a decoy. So, how did he react? Completely surprised. Had no idea I was coming. Show me. I will judge for myself. Tamura gently removed the hidden camera embedded in his shirt and sent the video file on his phone to his Simsar. All for One watched intently as the scene in the mall played itself out from Tamura's perspective, from the brief glance in the bathroom to the decayed smoothie. I believe you are right, All for One said once it was done. It's harder to tell on a screen, but my expressions reader is adamant that his fear and surprise are genuine. So, he doesn't have a quirk? It would seem so. The villain's mask let out a sharp, menacing hiss as he adjusted a valve on the side. It's a pity. I've always wanted a quirk that could see the future. Izuku knew that Kaken would burn one of his hero journals that day. That was why he copied the most recent one, filled out just enough pages for Kaken to flip through, snort in disgust, and blow it to pieces in front of him.